green card. Second call to lanes 4 and 5. No box green cards. Run cards. Come on down to lanes 4 and 5. Second call for those no box green cars. Cards. Cards. They're close enough. Y'all know what I mean. Once again, thank you guys for hanging out with us during this little Mother Nature delay this morning. Not much we can do about her when she's upset with us. But wait her out. And I can see the sun is trying to poke through some of those clouds. So who knows what's going to happen today. But no box green card. Green cards, you guys are going to be on deck, so keep that in mind. And if you had something to eat, something to drink, great job. Hopefully you guys are ready for this time trial. It's going to be an awesome, spectacular day here at Heartland Motorsports Park because this is the House of Speed Shootout, the best place and the only place you should be here in the state of Kansas if you're out racing. Should be right here in Topeka, Kansas. This is where the money's at. I mean, y'all have seen the flyer. You guys know how much you're racing for. Tonight's big what grand prize? 10K. 10K. Woohoo. If you do not win the first round, buybacks are going to be done here in the tower. You can come see my girl Shelby up here. She will give you a smile and take your money and let you keep on running. But if you don't win in the first round, and in case you're a little tickle in the throat, $75 for those buybacks. $75 today for that buyback. Make sure if you haven't put those class stickers on your car where they're visible for our staging lane and all the way up to the start line, make sure you do so. No sticker, no run. That's how we're going to do that. And bring up that green or blue run card with you when you come up just to also verify, yes, you are in the right place at the right time. So time trials will begin with no box green cards. And I've already given you guys your second call. So make sure you guys are coming down the lanes 4 and 5. Oh, so again, if you can't hear the PA or don't like listening to it and you want to listen to me on the radio, I'm totally cool with that. 88.7 FM. If you also want to stream so you can watch what's going on and work on your car at the same time, dragracer.tv is here. And they are providing us with some awesome coverage. I've already looked with Warren on his camera angles, and I'm super excited on them, that's for sure. So we got Warren Evans here in the house with dragracer.tv with this live stream coverage. So all of you watching, good morning. We've been on a little bit of a delay with Mother Nature, but we had the gold dust down, they're rubbing it in, and we'll be spraying here shortly. But it's a beautiful day. We're going to have hopefully the clouds will just be here. And it'll be just that nice, cool racing day, not that scorching hot one. But it's going to be lots of fun. So make sure you guys are awake and ready to go.
Racing is a risky sport. Don't take risks with your racing operation. On or off the track, protection from Larice Motorsports Insurance is not a risk. Get your quote today at Larice Motorsports Insurance.
It's another winning weekend for the Bob McCosh Racing Team. The all-new Traverse is on sale now at Bob McCosh. With this SUV, everybody can ride. The new Traverse is big, bold, and beautiful. And with 310 horsepower, you and your crew will be first on race day. So make a pit stop by Bob McCosh today and take a ride. Chevrolet makes the SUV. Bob McCosh makes the difference. The all-new Chevy Blazer is back at Bob McCosh. This SUV is a unique mix of style, elegance, and performance, pushing over 300 horsepower. This new Blazer puts the sport back in sport utility. So find new roads to Columbia, Missouri. Chevrolet makes the car. Bob McCosh makes the difference. Stop by Bob McCosh today and see how Chevrolet took the best truck on the road and made it even better. The 2019 Silverado is stronger, bigger, and more advanced than ever. If you're racing or just riding, this Silverado will not let you down. With 420 horsepower, see your savings at BobMcCosh.com. Chevy makes the truck. Bob McCosh makes the difference. It's another winning weekend for the Bob McCosh Racing Team.
All right. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Well, the final car was made for no box green cars, so door car green cards. First call for you to staging lanes 7 and 8. First call, green card door cars. We're going to have some fun with this today, this weekend. Come on down to lanes 7 and 8. Spray's going down on the track. It looks like we'll be getting ready to send these no box green card cars down the track here very soon. So my door card green cards, you should be coming down first call to lanes 7 and 8. All right. Door card, green cards. Door card, green cards. Second call, lane 7 and 8. Second call, door card, green cards. Lane 7 and 8. As I'm hearing the rumbling of these no box green cards coming up to the tower to start their first time trial of the day at this House of Speed Shootout. And that's what we like to hear on a Friday mid-morning. Dalton Blowout of Onega is in his 69 Nova in our Aeromotive left lane. And Jeff Rates out of Peyton, Colorado in a 67 Mustang is in the O'Reilly right lane as we get these time trials started for these no box green cards. My door green cards should already be heading towards the staging lanes. Your final call, it will be coming up here shortly. But the moment we've all been waiting for it, and the party has started. Some of y'all waking up still just a little bit, but that's okay on these reaction times. That coffee will kick in before first round, that's for sure. So I know you've all been waiting patiently. We can thank you guys so much for that. As we're gonna get these time trials running into round 1 of eliminations. Everyone seems to be happy so far. 625, 109 left lane, right lane 706, 98 miles an hour. As Lindsay Piper now, and that Firebird, Pontiac Firebird, she loves this left lane, I swear. And Mike Town in the 84 Buick. Must be nice to be retired. Especially you get to come out on the weekends and race whenever you want to. Mike Town is going to be our first James Bond of the day. I know we're going to have probably a lot more of those. We've got a competitive group of drivers and racers out here. It's going to be an awesome day for sure. As Jesse Hogue and Jared Stedman now line up for their first time trial. Jesse in the 84 Mustang out of Baldwin City, and Jared in the 73 Camaro out of Derby, Kansas. Good old Derby. Nice little town. I think I've been through it. I've heard of it many times though, so it helps. I'm gonna just start. I'm gonna think next year. Every time you guys come, I'm just gonna mark to see where all of our racers come from. All right. Attention in the pits. Last and final call. Door car green cards to lanes 7 and 8. Last and final call. First called, no box blue cards. No box blue. First call to lanes 1 and 2. Your first call. Alright, time trials are gonna continue on here for this no box green cards. So Our next pair up, waiting patiently for their turn, will be Trevor and Chase. Trevor's in our Aeromotive left lane with his 85 Camaro. And Chase Nelson in the right lane with his 74 Plymouth. Once again, all my door green cards should be in the staging lanes. And no box blue cars should be coming down the lanes 1 and 2. 1 and 2 for your first time trial of the day. Once again, you can always tune into 88.7 FM or watch us on dragracertv.tv. A lot of us have posted link, and you can find it on the house or in the Heartland Motorsports Park Facebook pages and all of those. If you want to watch it live as well, make sure you do so. As Daryl Goheen now and Tim Nichols in lineup for their run. 66 Chevy 2 and a 94 Camaro Z28. And make sure if you come to my staging lane, you've got that sticker present. That sticker needs to be visible from our staging lane guys, our start guys. Everyone needs to be able to see those stickers. And bring that green or blue run card with you as well. As Daryl gets his red light out of the way and Tim Nicholson goes on to the top in 638.105 to a 703.95 miles an hour. As we get coming up. Good passes there. 637, 108 in the left lane, 668, 102 in the right. As we've got Joe LeBlanc and Colton Wheeler, it looks like they're going to be our last pair for this green cars and no box. I know, you're going to hear me start slowing down a little bit more because if I say that too fast, I think it's going to go wrong. Like, Warren's over here like, yeah, you're concentrating, make sure you say that right. And here we go. First eggs of the day. Sunny side up, triple zip, Joe LeBlanc, 685, 100 miles an hour. Colton Wheeler hit a 15 on the tree for his time trial run with a 654.84 miles an hour. But we finally got the first time trials out of the way for no box green cards, and now the door car green cards are coming up next. Door car green. I'm not going to even worry about the cards part. You guys know to have that card with you at this point. They're going to be coming up at us next. Michael Vitmavas. If I don't say that right, come correct me. Any of you. And Jamie Cordell are going to be the first pair down. 67 GTO out of Cedar Bluffs, Nebraska in the Aeromotive left lane. And Jamie in his 64 Chevy 2. And in a 64 Chevy 2 in the right lane out of Wichita, Kansas. 6:55 with a 9:104 for Michael. As Larry Zyber now. Larry, I always am just butchering your last name, but you never come correct me, so you just let me pronounce it how I want. I appreciate that sometimes, because you never know what day I'm going to say what. But you're out of Wamego with your 79 Ford Pinto over there. And over here in the O'Reilly right lane, that's a Ford Zilla, is what I'm reading on the back of that car. Here for eliminations. Trust me, I got my list going. 565, 123 for the Ford Zilla. And a 656, 104 for Larry. Make sure, coming to the staging lanes, you've got those stickers on. Make sure you've got those stickers visible for our staging lane guys to let us know what your class sticker. We really appreciate it. No sticker, no runs. So make sure you have that sticker. Tony Peterson and Brandon on seal now. Brandon's going to get his red light out of the way in that 80 Camaro from Plainsville, Kansas. And Tony Peterson with that 67 Nova, 564, 121, 18 on the tree. And Brandon runs his run out with a 7:17, 94 miles an hour. Yes, Warren Evans gonna hop on, y'all.
Is it on?
Yeah.
Well, the main reason I'm going to jump on here is this is one of my old buddies from Coles County Dragway, USA, back in Charleston, Illinois. This is Jeff Duncan out of Booty, Illinois. The heavy metal 69 Camaro. Daughter Casey behind the car. You saw Brandon Vandensteel go down earlier. That's her significant other. Dad headed down the track right now. And he will get to the finish line with a 578 at 118 miles an hour. Right side of the track, 625 at 107.
Yeah, and you guys will hear Warren come on the mic every so often. Sometimes if I need a break or if they make me take one. It happens. But I'm glad to have Warren up here, not just for Drag Racer TV, but to keep me company and to give us his announcing skills as well. Because it's just a little bit more fun when you've got a little company. Will Crotty now and his 75 Monza in that aeromotive left lane. And Jerry Tilson in the 94 Lumina out of Plattsmouth, Nebraska. As they turn it green, Will does a little wheels up action there on the start. 525, 138 for Jerry and a 574, 121 for Will. As Jason Kimbrell now in that 80 Malibu comes up next in the aeromotive lane. And Paul Winkelbauer out of Topeka in the 88 Ranger and the O'Reilly right lane. All right. Attention in the pits. No box blue cards. Should be in lanes 1 and 2. No box blue cards. Lanes 1 and 2 for your time trial. One and only time trial of the day. No box blues. Make sure you guys are coming to the staging lanes 1 and 2 if you want that time trial. Better to be there sooner than later, that's for sure. As Paul goes down to 640, 106 to Jason 617, 112. Phil Unruh now. Unruh. Oh, I butchered your last name too, Phil. 68 Camaro. Left lane going up against Alan Butler himself in the O'Reilly right lane. I think Alan's running off his dad's side. Butlers came to play. Of course, all of you did. That's why you're here. Big money race. 625, 111 for Alan. Phil is 617, 141. As Ron Evans now his Corvette in the right lane. And no, Warren says no relation. We had a wagon going down in the left lane. Let me read this right. 645, 103 miles an hour for the left lane. 584, 120 for right. Next pair is Rachel South in the 68 Camaro in the Aeromotive right lane. Chris Cheney now in the 71 Nova Aeromotive left lane. There for Chris, he gets that red light out of the way. Might as well. 637, 108. Rachel is 603, 116. As you got Jeremy Smith out of Edmond, Oklahoma in the 88 Camaro in the right lane, going up against Steven Johnson out of Sapulpa, Oklahoma in the 91 Z28 Camaro in the Aeromotive left lane. So both Oklahoma drivers, thanks for making the trip on up. Steve Johnson, 505, 141 miles an hour. Jeremy Smith, a 585, 119. All right. Attention the pits. Last and final call for no box blue cars to lanes 1 and 2. Door car blue cards. First call for you to come on down to lanes 7 and 8. Door car blue cards. First call 7 and 8. Last and final call no box blue cars for 1 and 2. As we keep these time trials rolling on with Mike Donahue and Steve Livingood. And my station has just let me know. Make sure you guys bring these run cards, those green or blue run cards. Make sure you bring it with you. We're checking the stickers and the run cards. Make sure y'all are running in the right times. When it's your turn. So make sure that those stickers, those class stickers, are present and in view, and you bring that green or blue run card with you. Don't make me hammer you anymore about it. Just do it, as Nike says. So we can keep having fun. As Glenn Dilday now out of Sibley, Missouri is in the Riley right lane, and the Buffco going through these door car green cards. The DCGCs. Kind of like, as opposed to the heebie-jeebies, Warren says. Like, yeah, good point. 632, 109 for Glenn. In the left lane, a 563, 139. Blah, blah, blah. Can't get tongue twisted already. Day is just starting. As Shane Herman now in the Chevelle in the left lane. And we've got start for both, but they keep them straight as they come back down. And a 531, 131 for the right lane, a 552, 124 for the left. Now that's a fun paint job if I ever did see one on a Bel Air. Kurt Huffman here from Oswego, Kansas, in his 55 Bel Air. Got a nice little, it's different paint job and it stands it out. And Jason Rollins, right lane, the 69 Camaro. Looks like jumped the gun a little bit on his time trial, getting next to that Bel Air. 6:19.111 to a 6:20.111. As Bob Gilmore now out of Ark City, Kansas, and his 90 Camaro lines up in the left lane. And Paul Masick from Malcolm, Nebraska, 67 Camaro in the right lane. Thanks everybody who made the drive or the trip, no matter how far you came to the track this weekend. That is awesome. Love seeing you. Got the great motivation for you. So it can't hurt, right? As Bob runs it on out, and so do the other ones. They took my screen from me. Too fast. Gary Stennett from Euphoria, 67 Chevy with a 582 in it. Makes sense. Stennett engines. Right there out of Emporia, Kansas. 38 on the tree. Runs it out with a 560 124. All right. Second call, Dorcar Blue Cards. Second call to lanes 7 and 8. Second call, Dorcar Blue Cards. As Dustin Shore now from Greenville, Missouri, in the 79 Cutlass wagon gets ready to make a pass down the Airmotive left lane. Checks out the clouds, see if there's any break in the light. Not yet. Runs it out at 6:04 112. As Daryl Gear now out of Excelsior Springs in the 64 Sport Fury, and Scott Grubb, the door car that likes to take out dragsters, stuck in door cars though this weekend for now. 69 Camaro in the O'Reilly right lane. Looks like No Box will be coming back up soon. Those No Box Blue ones. So if you're No Box Blue and you are not up here, might want to change that. 585 117 for Scott Grubb and a 643 107 for Daryl Gear. And that will be the end of the door car green cards. As our No Box Blue ones get ready to go down the track. Brad Hogue and Steve Hughes now next with his time trial for No Box Blue cards. 87 Camaro in the Airmotive left lane and a 71 Duster in the O'Reilly right lane. Make sure that class sticker and you've got your green or blue card with you when you come to the staging lanes today and tomorrow, all weekend long. Make sure you guys have those covered for us here. Brad Hogue, 38 on the tree, 688 101. Steve, a 678 99 miles an hour. Rob June now in the 69 Camaro in the left lane out of Bayshore, Kansas. And Luke Siebert out of Tecumseh in his 89 Camaro. 20 years apart for the cars, 10 years apart for the drivers. As Rob hits a 47 on the tree, 596, 114 miles an hour. Luke at 23 on the tree, 644 with a 6, 108. Tim Dacus now out of Bonner Springs. From, I believe the owner of Edgar's Transmissions over there, which they bring us our Friday night drag fun. 69 Mach 1 and Mike Winkle in the 57 Corvette. 598, 123 for Mike. Tim a 664, 102. As you've got Brian Worrell now out of Junction City, Kansas, in that 74 Vega. And holy moly, he's making an appearance. Mr. Ryan Montford himself out of Wichita, Kansas, in a 73 Camaro. How did you know Ryan was steady at our bracket series? Runs a lot of top sportsmen now. So it's good to see him back. Brian Red Lights by 001, 608, 112 miles an hour to a 613, 112 of Ryan Montford. Colton Wheeler out of Wichita, Kansas in the 86 Thunderbird. And Nick Siebert in the 64 Skylark.
Wheeler 583 at 130. Nick Siebert 682 at 100 miles per hour. So next up, Jesse Hogg, the 84 Mustang, left side out of Baldwin City, Kansas. Right side, Wyatt Wagner, Bonner Springs, Kansas, the 66 Chevelle. And big thanks to Scott Wagner and Wyatt Wagner and Wagner's Classic Cars, supporting live streaming here with Drag Racer TV this weekend. Very much appreciated their support. Wagner better on the tree with an 022. 627 at the top end for Wyatt Wagner at 108. Jesse Hogg 610 at 113 miles per hour. Justin Jenkins backs up. His NHRA legal super stocker over there left side. That is a 2008 Cobalt out of Oquito, Kansas. And Sid Baldwin right side. That looks like a factory showdown car over here on the right. Out of Wichita in the 2017 Camaro Copo over here on the right.
Copy. Thank you, Warner, to hear him doing that for me quite a bit. Probably throughout the weekend. Because I'm just bouncing around back and forth. Sid 655 102 to a 610 110. All right. Attention in the pits. Dorcar Blue. You're making your way to the staging lanes. Dorcar Blue, make your way to the staging lanes. Lane 7 and 8. As no box blue should all be in the lanes. So Dorcar Blue. Should be coming down in lanes 7 and 8. Dorcar Blue cards. Should be making your way to stage lanes for us as we keep these time trials moving on. David Wesley or Weasley, depending how you want to pronounce it. Oneki, Kansas, 73 Camaro. And Troy Ross out of Manhattan in a 69 Nova. All right. Dragster green cards. We need you down in staging lanes 10 and 11, please. Dragster green cards. Start coming down. We need you down. Please come down and start going on down to 10 and 11. Dragster green cards. Need you in lanes 10 and 11. Aisapa. As soon as possible. Still working out a little bit of some kinks up here, but you know us, we'll get it to, it's going to go good. It's going to be a fun and fabulous day. We can't help it. As Chase Elson did a solo run for our last door card blue cards, I believe. Or we're on door card blue cards now. No box blue cards. Hoo-wee. This is going to be a good one. Wes Cottrell and Bastion are starting us off in these door card blue cards. 534, 130 for Wes, and a 560 for Nick. Okay, cool. We'll go with the flow here.
All right.
Yeah, that's... Okay, so now we're up to Wes and Nick. Here we are. Yeah, 75 Corvette for the pipe fitter out of Perry, Kansas in the left lane. Mustang over here, getting over right, O'Reilly right lane. So, let's go ahead and do Dragster green cards. Second call. Come on down to lanes 10 and 11. We need you. Dragster green cards. So make sure you guys are bringing... That sticker needs to be visible for the staging lanes. And make sure you bring that green or blue run card with you as well. As both Sanders in the S10 and Michael Bitmos in the 67 at GTO. Go down the track. 613, 108 to a 650, 105. Tyler Banks now for St. Joseph, Missouri. And Brandon Faunensteel. Line up. Get ready to turn those pre-stage and staging lights on. Tyler's going to say, I'm going to get my red light out of the way. 552, 135. Brandon, a 718, 95 miles an hour. As Joe Peterson and Tim Nicholson now line up. Joe in the airmotive left lane in the 04 S10. And Tim in the right with the 67 Camaro. $618, $111 for Joe, and a $611, $112 for Tim. As Reno Heppel, Black Forest, Colorado. Yeah. Right, Warren? Warren's heard some of these names a little bit more often through the years, but he's helping me when he can on name pronunciation. And George Meyer out of Brainerd, Minnesota, in the Malibu. Georgia, 86 miles an hour. Reno, 849, 76 miles an hour. Looks like he just cruised on down. As Keith Kuhn now, and it's going to come up next in the 87 Thunderbird, and from Minden, Nebraska. And looks like we've got another S10 pickup right there. Yes. We'll be alright. Alright. Attention the pits. All my dragster green cards. All dragster green cards. Last and final call. 10 and 11. Dragster green cards should be all in lanes 10 and 11. All of them. For your first time trial of the day. As Cody Michael out of Iola, Kansas in the 77 Monza, and Terry Robinson in the 69 Nova from Springdale, Arkansas. Have those away they go. Yeah, you guys definitely don't want to miss your time trial run. Only get one before we go into eliminations. Cody a 604, 114. Terry a 587, 110 miles an hour. Matt Driscoll now in his, I don't know if he calls it the Ghostbuster or Ghost Rider truck. I can't remember. I think it, yeah.
It does say Ghost Rider.
Yep, we're going to say Ghost Rider on his pickup truck. Nice wheels up action for Matt Driscoll as he lets go of the button and goes on as Dwayne Cole goes down in the left lane. 633, 109. Matt Driscoll is 619, 109. As Will Crotty now comes up in the Aeromotive left lane, 75 Monza. Roadster over here in our O'Reilly right lane. Both of them turning it red to get those out of the way. $570 with a 6, 122 for Will, and a 591, 133 for the Roadster. Paul Winklebauer and Ron Evans now. Again, no relation to Warren. In the right lane from Hayesville, Kansas. Paul in the 88 Ranger right here from Topeka. 004 in the tree for Paul, 10 for Ron, 639, 106 for Paul, 585, 131 for Ron Evans. That does look like James Kunkel's car to me. Yep, number 9, James Kunkel in the O'Reilly right lane. Chris Livingood in the 77 Vega in the Airmotive left lane. Just a reminder, if you guys are making all these runs this weekend, need fuel, we do have our Sunoco Fuel Island that is available for race fuel this weekend. So keep that in mind if you need to. Also, concession stand and convenience store will be open for you all day and night long as we're having fun. Gotta make sure you guys eat and stay hydrated and everything as well. 663, 109 for Chris. For James, a 538, 128. As Chris Edson? Edson, cool. Mineral Wells, Texas. That's an interesting name for a city. And the 63 Corvette over there. And I'll get information on the left lane soon. 677, 100 miles an hour for that left lane. A 634, 124 for Chris in the right lane. As Robbie Gear now and Larry show up again. Zeber. I think I like that. I think we'll stick with Zeber. We're gonna go with that. From Amigo to 79 Pinto. And Robbie Gear. Get their red lights out of the way going down the track. 679, 101 for Robbie and a 653, 104 for Larry Zeber, because that's what we decided how your name's going to be. All right. Attention in the pits. Dragster green cards. Last and final call to lanes 10 and 11. Dragster green cards. Make sure your sticker and you've got that green card with you when you come to the stage lane. That sticker should be on your car, easily visible for staging and everyone to see.
Racing is a risky sport. Don't take risks with your racing operation. On or off the track, protection from Larice Motorsports Insurance is not a risk. Get your quote today at Larice Motorsports Insurance.
It's another winning weekend for the Bob McCosh Racing Team. The all-new Traverse is on sale now at Bob McCosh. With this SUV, everybody can ride. The new Traverse is big, bold, and beautiful. And with 310 horsepower, you and your crew will be first on race day. So make a pit stop by Bob McCosh today and take a ride. Chevrolet makes the SUV. Bob McCosh makes the difference. The all-new Chevy Blazer is back at Bob McCosh. This SUV is a unique mix of style, elegance, and performance, pushing over 300 horsepower. This new Blazer puts the sport back in sport utility. So find new roads to Columbia, Missouri. Chevrolet makes the car. Bob McCosh makes the difference. Stop by Bob McCosh today and see how Chevrolet took the best truck on the road and made it even better. The 2019 Silverado is stronger, bigger, and more advanced than ever. If you're racing or just riding, this Silverado will not let you down. With 420 horsepower, see your savings at BobMcCosh.com. Chevy makes the truck. Bob McCosh makes the difference. It's another winning weekend for the Bob McCosh Racing Team.
All right, we fired them. We're ready to go back to time trial action. Mike McDonough? McDonough? Thank you, Warren. Yeah, I'm going to love having Warren here. 69 Camaro in the air mode of left lane, and Jason Kimbrell out of Sibley, Missouri in the 80 Malibu. $584, $125 from Mike. Say it again more. McDonough. And Jason is $620, $112. Because if you would see my spelling of it, does not look like McDonough. But it works because Warren's here. He can correct names. It's gonna be awesome. He's gonna keep past. No, say it this way. Say it this way. You gotta say it right. Phil Unruh out of Houston, 68 Camaro right lane. Logan Diggs, easy name for me. In the Aeromotive left lane, 618 111 for Logan, and Phil a 616 143. As Daryl Gear now from Excelsior Springs in the 64 Sport Fury. And Gary Stennett now back up in his 67 Camaro. Wheels of action for both of them, but red lights for both, getting them out of the way for elimination. 639 108 to a 562 124. So our next pair is getting ready to turn on the pre-stage and the staging light bulbs in this time trial run. $527 132 to a 570 122. Same lane. As Scott Grubb and Jerry Pennick now is going to do their time trial runs. Scott in the left lane, the 69 Camaro. Jerry in the 94 Camaro. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Dragster blue cards. Lanes 4 and 5. First call, Dragster blue cards, lanes 4 and 5 for your time trial of the day. So if you want to get that time trial in, Dragster blue cards, come on down to lanes 4 and 5. As Glendale Day and Shane Herman cross the finish line at 6:35 109 for Glenn and a 5:58 123 for Shane. And Chris Cheney and Ricky Hill line up next. 71 Nova of Chris in the left and a 69 Camaro of Ricky to the right. both red lit at the start, but that's okay in time trials. Take my screen away again. Dustin Shore now from Greenville, Missouri in the 79 Cutlass.
Mexico, Missouri. Let's try that again. Turn the microphone on. It works better. Bruce Briscoe left. Brian Spillers right. Briscoe out of Pueblo, West Colorado. Spillers, the Mexico, Missouri runner in the black dragster. These are dragster time runs. Spillers is 003 red. And stops the clocks with a 560 at 123. Bruce Briscoe left side, 530 with an 8 at 128. Mitch Rice now waits behind the starting line. He'll get set to pull up. The attorney out of Hutchinson, Kansas is dragster. Small block Chevy Power behind the driver there. Alongside the Driscoll-built big block for Jerry McGraw out of Plattsmouth, Nebraska on the right. I believe these are the dragster green cards getting their time runs in right now. Left, 18 right, top end, 453 at 153 for McGraw. Mitch Rice, 525 at 129. Two more complete their burnouts right now. Left side, that's Randy Smith from Riverside, Missouri. The M&M chassis dragster alongside Robert McGraw. Right side, Plattsmouth, Nebraska. Also an M&M built car, 2020 model year. Both of them with big block Chevy Power. Yes. .001 red light on the left, 436 at 161. Right side, Robert McGraw, 492 at 140. Attention, down there at the finish line mark, the golf cart, you need to move. You need to move the golf cart off of the access road over there. Thank you very much. Paul Braze and Nate Tilson coming up now. Dragsters include center steer cars, and that includes the Little Altered over on the left. 32 Bantam on the left out of St. Mary's, Kansas, alongside Nate Tilson, the Kansas City runner. Mullis chassis, big block Chevy dragster. Both of them turn it green, one one of them way green. Nate Tilson, 456 at 151. Paul Brace, 552, left side at 126. Roger Hopp comes up now, left side, from Madison, South Dakota, alongside Todd Knight's 10 Soldier car over here on the right. For Knight's Performance Auto. LS Power behind him. Left side, running the blue oval, the Ford-powered machine. Knight, right side from Belton, Missouri. 001 green for Todd Knight. 472 with a 2 of 145 at the finish line for Knight. Roger Hopp turns it red by 008 and then goes 482.8 at 143. Dan Pluta, he'll back up left side out of Omaha. His dragster alongside the black car of Dustin Long. Long, Mitchell, South Dakota. Machinist by trade. Again, these are the dragster green category. I believe dragster blue has been called. Is that correct? Dragster blue has been called to 4 and 5. So Long off the pedal there, and he knows that he has a problem, and he has pulled over to the side. Dan Pluta drives it out to 483 at 141, but Long, realizing he had a problem, comes to a stop along the guard wall over here on the right side, which we appreciate that very much. Driver may or may not know if they've got any fluid out of the car, but it's in everybody's best interest to come to a stop in a safe manner. And we'll get down there and check him out and provide him with some assistance if needed. And you see the driver coming out of the cockpit right now. So our Heartland Motorsports Park crew will hustle out there and take a look at the situation and provide whatever assistance is required. Again, dragster blue cards, you have been called to lanes 4 and 5, and if you're not there, please bring them up. Dragster blue cards to lanes 4 and 5. Like to provide a big thank you to some of the companies that are supporting live streaming here through Drag Racer TV. Appreciate the opportunity to come out and be a part of this inaugural House of Speed Shootout. And to our old buddy Bob McCosh over there in Central Missouri. Bob McCosh Chevrolet. If you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, stop by and see Bob. He's got a wide selection of Chevrolet products along with GMC to take a look at. Just remember, Bob McCosh makes the difference. We'd also like to thank Larice Motorsports Insurance. If you're looking for insurance coverage for your entire racing operation, whether it's your race car, truck, trailer, anything and everything, both on and off the track, including key-on coverage, give them a check out on Facebook. Larice Motorsports Insurance can provide you with a quick quote, affordable insurance to protect your peace of mind. Larice Motorsports Insurance. Weldon High Performance, with their new line of race-winning performance fuel pumps. Go to weldonperformance.com online and look it up. See all the products that they can provide. Also, our friends at Crew Chief Pro, Don Higgins and his staff, providing some of the best performance prediction software in the business. If you want to run dead on and keep track of anything and everything related to your race runs, pick up a copy of Crew Chief Pro software today. We'd also like to thank Wagner's Auto. I need to pull up that ad so I make sure that I get it right. But Scott Wagner, Wyatt Wagner, everybody from Wagner's Auto, some of the coolest classic cars in existence. Go through the showroom there at Wagner's Classic Cars, and they would be more than happy to let you take a look at their inventory of some great race rides and street rides. Scott and Wyatt and the entire crew over at Modern Springs. Check them out today. Looks like Sarah has rolled back up here. Dustin Long, thank you very much for pulling over. I'll step out of the way and let Miss Sarah tell you about the rest of this round of Dragster Time Trials.
Oh, thank you, Warren. Also, we want to do a huge thank you for Dustin Long, who was that dragster that last run. We were pulling off to the side. He knew something was wrong, so instead of maybe causing more problems, the car was leaking on the track, he actually pulled off to the side, and we were very grateful for that. So thank you so much for that, Dustin Long. As dragster action is moving back into play with Rick Huffman in the right lane. And another dragster over here in the left. There's just two.
So Rick Huffman, he'll go 454 at 152. Left side, the dragster shuts off the timers to a 486 at 142.03 miles per hour. Carl Jones and Trevor Larson come up. So Trevor, his claim to fame is he kind of single-handedly won the JAGS All-Star for the West Central region a couple of years ago, as he put both of his cars in the final rounds and collected more points than anyone ever did in the history of the JAGS All-Stars. Top end, it's a 479 at 148 for Trevor Larson, right side. Carl Jones, 463 at 149 miles an hour as we keep rolling through here. Car on the left, not sure who it is, but it's got that Air Force liveried machine over there. Looks like a P-51 Mustang fighter. Paul Moore on the right. Out of Hutchinson, Kansas for Bill Hamilton. Paul a little late letting go of the button. Left side, the P-51 Mustang, 452 at 154. Right side, Paul Moore, 498 at 137 miles per hour. John Lobner, DeSoto, Kansas. And Matt Rose, right side from Gretna, Nebraska. Mullis car left, undercover on the right. Both of them with those 632 bow ties making power. Again, dragster blue. If you're not in the lanes, you're late. 4 and 5. We need you now. Rose takes his time to get in. Now both of them let go. 472 at 146. Right side for Rose. John Lobner, 474 at 145. Here's J.R. Lobner coming up now, Gardner, Kansas. He's on the right side of the track. And no information in the computer just yet over on the left. But again, racers, if you've got your tech card filled out, you need to bring it with you so that we can get that entered in the computer. Again, dragsters making time runs here. Blue card dragsters. Cook is 006 red. and 5:18 at 1:33. Larry Richardson 4:86 at 1:41. Don Freeze comes up now alongside the multi-hued blue machine over here on the right. So a little tire shake over here on the right-hand side for the dragster. 527 at 133 miles an hour. Don Freeze left side 507 at 136.33 miles per hour. James Shorn and Lauren Dodd come up now. Shorn left side from Fremont, Nebraska. Right side Lauren Dodd from Wichita. At least that is the name and number in the computer, although that's not a 2011 Mustang. So maybe we got a new tech card to enter here, but for right now we'll call the driver, we'll call him Lauren. Well, whatever their name is, they're perfect on the tree. 487.0 at 142. James Shorn, 455 at 152. Zach Umholtz, Mulvane, Kansas, left side. Scott Cook from Festus, Missouri, on the right. Racecraft chassis machine right side for Cook. Umholtz with the Yancer car. You can typically tell a Yancer car because it's got fenders on it, which is the case here. Again, big block Chevy's the power adder of choice. Some of these folks we know we'll see next week here at the double divisional here at Heartland Motorsports Park as the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series comes in for 4 days of action here with a double divisional along with a regional race for the alcohol dragsters and alcohol funny cars. Cook is 002 up front and Umholtz 007 red. Umholtz 491.2 at 140. Scott Cook 487 at 141. Toby Chafin, Clearwater, Kansas. That is the red ride on the left. Right side, no information in the computer. Got the taller vintage wing over here on the right. Another red light. This time it's 001 red over here on the right. 460 at 149 for the unnamed driver. Toby Chafin with a 462 left side at 149. Dwayne Cole comes up now along with another name not on file over here on the right.
Dwayne Cole.
in there. Cole needs to roll in here. Very slowly to do so. Another pair of good-looking lights, 14 left, 10 on the right, and a lot of smoke coming out of the car on the right as it looks like something expired at about 400 feet over here on the right-hand side, so we're going to have to shut things down. Take a good look at that. 510 at 120, and not a mosquito for 300 yards. Dwayne Cole, 471 at 146. So be patient with us. We're going to shut everything off. We're going to send our crew down there, take a look to see what we might be dealing with. Hopefully, it's all smoke and nothing else. Top end will take a look at the car and give us a report. Devon's going to hustle down there and see what the condition is of the lane starting at about the 400-foot mark. And as soon as we know, we will let you know. Once again, our final time trialers are waiting in the lanes as I believe we're finishing up the green dragster category, and the blue dragsters will be coming up next. Well, for all that smoke, I would not have expected a clean report. But guess what? All clean and green, ready to go. Isaac Hill, left side. He backs up from his burnout right now. Right side, no name on the car or on the computer. Got digital delay on the front. But a pair of black rides left and right. Again, you got to get those tech cards turned in before we get into first round of eliminations. So if you haven't done that, please make sure you do so we can get you entered in to today's event. Both of them go red on their time pass. That's okay. 494 left for Isaac Hill at 138. Right side, the digital delay machine, 480 at 144 miles per hour. Two more not in the computer just yet. Left side, 519 at 134. Right side, 488 at 140. Two more are hustling back from their burnouts right now. Jeremy Smith, left side out of Edmond, Oklahoma. The Amarine Racing Stennett-powered undercover car. Eric Nazarenas from Westminster, Colorado on the right. Racecraft built, big block Chevy-powered machine. Again, these are time trials, our one and only time trial session before we go into eliminations round one. Nazarenas is on the green side. Jeremy Smith turns it red by 006, 473.5 at 147. For Smith, Eric Nazarenas, 508 at 134.85 miles per hour. Again, another one that's not in the computer just yet. The Maples Racing machine on the left-hand side alongside Kyler Hergemuller from Brighton, Colorado. Pipe fitter by trade. The Maples Racing car, let's go 005 from perfect, 449.4 at 152. Right side Kyler, 466 at 148 miles per hour. Again, dragsters, looks like we've got a single coming up here on the right-hand side. That is the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane here at Heartland Motorsports Park. Victoria Christensen from Strasburg, Colorado. American Race Car Machine. Again, the big block Chevy powered rear engine dragster, the weapon of choice here for most dragster drivers.
No box green cards, round 1, 7.
Attention in the pit area, attention. We need no box green cards, no box green. To the lanes for round number 1. We need you to lanes 7 and 8, please. No box green cards. Round 1 coming up. We need you to lanes 7 and 8. Victoria Christensen, 486 at 141. Flip the lanes. Lanes.
There we go.
Another single coming up here over on the O'Reilly side. Once again, we know no box green. Round number 1 to lanes 7 and 8. No box green. Round 1, lanes 7 and 8. We need you now. 009 up front. Head for the finish line with a 484 at 143. Chris Whitfield comes moving back now, the aerospace engineer out of Littleton, Colorado. Undercover built car. And I believe Chris still carrying the colors for Go Fast Energy Drink. And I'm going to guess that that is not an undercover. It looks like a newer setup, the suspended chassis machine. So maybe he has made a change in the off season, but the tech card has not. But Chris Whitfield lines up now right side. Again, round 1 coming up. No box green. We need you to lane 7 and 8. Whitfield heads for the stripe. 488 for Chris Whitfield at 141 miles per hour. Now we go back to side-by-side pairings here as Mark Moore left side out of Hutchinson, Kansas for Mel Hambleton Ford. And Dalton Olson over here on the right, Hartwell, Nebraska. A farmer. What do you do when you're not in the field? You get in your race car. It's a little quicker than that John Deere. I hope. I hope it's faster than your John Deere. More on the red light. And a 511 at 134 for Mark Moore. Dalton Olson, 460 at 150. Two more come back, and we're entering tech cards feverishly up here. If you have not turned in your tech cards, you need to do so. Left side, not on file. Right side, Roger Clark from Excelsior Springs. Isn't that Stan Lee saying? Excelsior.
That's exactly what I do.
Yeah, you got to do the arm lift
Yeah.
like you're holding a goblet.
Yeah.
Excelsior! Wow. It's only Friday, people.
He's used to it then. He's got those tracks.
Well, Clark was ready. 004 up front. 462 at the finish line at 149. Left side, not so much. 530 at 128. Tim Hallberg, Champlin, Minnesota. He has completed his burnouts, gets ready to move his dragster forward into the beams. Ken Griffiths, right side from Eden Prairie, Minnesota. The race tech car, Brodix Power left. Just a big block Chevy over here on the right. Hallberg on the wrong side of the trees. He turns it red. 483 at 141 for Hallberg. Ken Griffiths, 466 at 148 miles per hour. Car number 55 backing up now. That would be your 5th place finisher in Division 5 NHRA competition. Be looking for a tech card for that machine. John Goman over here on the right from Wichita. The undercover car. Goman letting go of the button. Left side 011 up front, 502 at 137 at the finish line. John Goman 511 at 139 miles per hour. Todd Piper and Danielle Miller coming up now. Piper left side, former Super Pro national champion out of St. George, Kansas, the racecraft car. And Danielle Miller over here. Wonder if hubby Dustin is coming out this weekend. Danielle out of Topeka. So Danielle, she'll pull forward. She is staged. Here comes Piper. Shallow. Danielle trips Zip up front, throws a bag of donuts at it. 4900. If she'd have dialed that thing 490, she'd have a perfect time ticket. 490 with a 0 at 141, coupled with a trip Zip reaction time. Todd Piper 470 at 145. Here's Larry Piper coming up now out of Wamego, Kansas, and Austin Sharp, right side from Fort Calhoun, Nebraska. Austin Sharp, an accountant by trade. Gary Stennett Power behind the driver. And attempting to stage lurch through the beams. His opponent has just pre-staged, so at everybody's discretion, we're going to give Austin another opportunity to pull it in the beams and stage it up. That's a little more like it. Larry Piper 006 wags the tail and goes 460 at 149. Austin Sharp 473 at 147 miles per hour. Troy Ross and Steve Olson will give it a try now. Ross out of Manhattan, Kansas for CR's Tire and Auto. Steve Olson right side. The Sheriff. That's what it says. Sheriff Steve out of Valley Center, Kansas. Again, round one coming up, beginning with no box green cars. No box green. If you're not in the lanes, you are late. This is your final call. Final call, no box green to the lanes. Troy Ross, 487 at 140 miles an hour. Steve Olson, 513 at 134. Brock Hill He'll be on the Aeromotive side of the track out of Aretna, Kansas. That's what the computer says. American Race Cars chassis, big block Chevy combination. And Bob Fuller for Odyssey Battery and a whole bunch of others. Bob Fuller out of Rogers, Arkansas. Also known in some circles as Hot Rod's dad. Hill is better at the starting line. Hill gets there first. 495 at 138 miles an hour. Bob Fuller, 520 at 140. Car on the left side, not on file. Backing up right now. He'll be looking at the Aeromotive scoreboard. Right side, Tom Williams from Leonardville, Kansas. Danny Nelson built machine over here on the right. And it looks like it is a supercharged ride over here on the right for Tom Williams. Supercharged 632 combination. Part of the starting line. Top end, it's a 470. 470 at 146 left side. Right side, Tom Williams, 443 at 155 miles per hour. Larry Richardson now comes out of the burnout box over here on the O'Reilly side of the track. Alamosa, Colorado, the home. Taking on Ryan Curran from McPherson, Kansas. Miller Race Cars machine over on the right. Big block Chevys a pair. Pair of red lights this time around. 476 at 145 for Ryan Curran. Larry Richardson, 483 at 142. Mike Nemitz. He'll come out of the water box here in just a second after everybody gets the all-clear signal. Steve Beanie from Wichita, right side. See that maroon roll cage under the black-skinned machine over here on the right. Nemitz out of Waverly, Nebraska. Mullis-built car. Right side, Beanie's dragster. With a triple nickel Chevrolet. Nemitz, James Bond Red. And a 471 at 147. Beanie, 499 with a 9 at 138. Here's Austin McClure. 4 Aeromotive fuel systems. Jerry Taliaferro built chassis. There's Bob out there alongside the car. Austin, all grown up, got a real job now, but gets the weekend off to come play alongside Steve Fuller from Rogers, Arkansas. Oakley Power over there on the left. Former J.B. Straswig campaigned motor over there on the left side. Flying blind a little bit, but guess what? It's a 471 at 146 for Austin McClure. Steve Fuller with a 510 at 135. So I'm not sure what they were looking for, but a 471 at 146 for McClure here on his first time pass. Two more back up from the burnouts right now. Left side, no information in the computer. Right side, Brian Spillers out of Mexico, Missouri. Left side's going to get to the finish line with a 4:54 at 1:53. Brian Spillers 5:57 at 123 miles per hour. Again, no information in the computer just yet for one of our competitors. That's the left side. Right side is Mitch Rice from Hutchinson, Kansas. So if the sheriff picks you up, the attorney can help you out. That's the guy on the right. Rice is red by 004. 5:22 for Mitch Rice at 1:29. The left side, 5:04 at 1:36. Jared Lobner coming up now, the Gardner, Kansas mechanic. This is his second time run, as he was in the blue category and the green category. Right side, no info. Again, if you got tech cards out there floating around, you need to get them turned in before round number 1. One thou apart when they left the starting line. 4:77 at the finish line for J.R. Lobner at 1:45 for the speed. Right side, 4:56 at 150 miles per hour. Kendra Larson from Glenwood, Minnesota, the homemaker in the Larson Farms dragster, alongside Robbie Gear from Pleasant Hill, Missouri. Looks like he's carrying the banner for Backlot Cars. Kendra Larson, 4:75 at 150. Robbie Gear, 4:51 at 152. Todd Knight, the tin soldier over there. Over on the left side. And over here on the right, the little Vega. And our starting line crew hustles right out there to shut him off, as there appears to be a problem with the door slammer. Not sure exactly what it is, but Devon did not like what he saw. And he jumped out there and gave him the quick motion. Shut it off, and you see the streak of fluid right there. So clearly a problem with the little Vega. In the meantime, Todd Knight at the finish line, 4:70 at 145 miles an hour. We'll get the right side cleaned up and get everything in readiness before we bring our next pair of cars out. Hopefully something very simple, maybe a little bit of water out of that race car. No reports just yet from the starting line, but we will get it cleaned up before we send the white dragster out there. I believe we'll go ahead and send a single over here on the left-hand side. Looks like we're going to run some left lane singles until we get everything cleaned up here. Keep the action going. The Fine Line graphics machine off and running. 5:30 at 129. Scott Cook, Festus, Missouri, completes his burnout now. Like we're going to have to do just a little bit of scraping here to clean up that fluid mess over on the right side, but in the meantime, we'll keep the left side rolling for you. Cook out of Festus, Missouri. Machinist by trade. .006 on the tree. 485 at the finish line at 142 miles an hour. So Scott Cook completes that time run. Here's Brian Cook right behind Arnold, Missouri. Some of these names you've heard before because they are double entered. Brian heads for the other end, Aeromotive side, to a 515 at 134 miles an hour. Everything back in readiness on the right side. So John Lobner pulls up here on the left. And the little S10 over there on the left-hand side. As we are winding down our final time runs here before we go into eliminations in just a few minutes. It's national anthem. Okay. Side stage is ready. The S10 on the green side, the dragster on the red side. Lobner 474 at 144. Left side, the S10 with a 617 at 112. Here comes car 2X55 once again, left side of the track, alongside Kaylee Umholtz from Mulvane, Kansas. American chassis shorty dragster over here on the right. The shorty dragster, a thing for a minute. So time trial's just about complete. We'll do just a touch up after that. We'll go right into elimination round. After the playing of our national anthem will be coming up in a little while. Kaylee Umholtz, 003 on the tree, 480 with a 6 at 143 at the finish line. Left side, the black and red dragster, 491.7 at 139 miles per hour. Eric Nazarenas from Westminster, Colorado, and Matt Rose, right side, Gretna, Nebraska. The financial advisor with the car that's the color of money, the green car over here on the right. Both drivers taking their time to get in there and stage. Now they let go runs, head for the other end. Matt Rose, better on the tree. Matt Rose gets there first. 470 at 147 for Matt Rose. Eric Nazarinas, 501 at 137 miles per hour. Again, 2 more coming at you right now. Still working on tech cards. The digital delay machine on the left and the P51 Mustang on the right. Top end, the P51 gets there first. 453 at 153. Left side, the digital delay machine with a 479 at 144 miles per hour. 2 more coming at you right now. Left side of the track, no information. Right side of the track, Chris Whitfield. I knew he had a car that said go fast on the side. This is that car. 2004 undercover car. Again, that's what the computers say. Whitfield appears to be out here with 2 different dragsters. Speaking of dragsters, I believe this could be the final pair. Whitfield 007 up front, 470 with a 3 at 149 for Chris Whitfield. Left side of the track, 475 at 145. And with that, it looks like time trials are completed. Next cars you see on the racetrack will be running for real here in round number 1. Don't forget, racers, if you do not turn on a win light in round number 1, you do have the opportunity to buy back. There will be a buyback round. And if you're going to buy back, you come up to the tower to take care of business up here. Once again, there will be buybacks after first round. There will be a buyback round. Winners go on into round number 2. As it stands right now, we should have some cars back there for the no box green category. Round number 1 coming up for them. And I believe we're getting ready to lay down a lap of spray. Maybe we got a straggler or 2. Bob Fuller. Bob Fuller is going to come up here. This says Tony Fuller. So same car, different driver. Out of Little Rock, Arkansas, not Little Flock, Arkansas. Ignore the computer screen. Unless it is Little Flock. I don't know everything about everything, but I think I know that. Yeah, we're going to do a Google search. Google the omnipresent answer of everything.
Little Flock, city in Arkansas.
Little Flock is a city in Arkansas?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then I stand corrected.
By,
Is it by Little Rock and Little Block?
let's see.
And that's about all the littles I want to do here on the PA.
It's by Rogers and Bentonville and Pea Ridge.
Oh,
Just north of Springdale.
I apologize to the masses from Little Flock. Tony Fuller out here representing you. .004 on the tree, 485 at the big end at 143 for Tony Fuller. And we see the spray rig out there headed down track right now, laying down a lap of the sticky stuff. And I will step aside and turn the microphone back over to Miss Sarah, who will tell you about round number 1 coming up.
Thank you, Warren. You have no idea how much I love having you here. Like, It's been great. I've been running around helping do some other stuff in the tower, so Warren's been able to just keep the show going, which is what I love. All right. Attention in the pits. Door card green cards. For your round 1 of eliminations. Your presence has been requested in lanes 4 and 5. So door card green cards. If you'd start making your way to lanes 4 and 5 for your first round of eliminations, my guys back in staging would greatly appreciate it. As Warren said, we are getting ready for round 1 of eliminations here at the House of Speed Shootout. Buybacks will happen in first round, so if you don't win first round, you come up to the tower, see my girl Shelby, and give her some money, and she'll give you a smile and let you buy back in. Once again, if you have trouble hearing the PA or don't like listening to it, 88.7 FM. Also, make sure you guys, if you want to, watch it live from the pits, or I guess those of you at home and at work still, dragracer.tv. As you guys have heard, Warren Evans is here. He's got the cameras up and running, doing the live stream for us and helping with announcing when I start running around. So it's been great.
Oh, you say that.
Oh, no, I mean, I like it when Warren comes and visits, that's for sure. So, double enter drivers and green cards should be coming up together for those classes, just so y'all know if you didn't get that memo yet. But all my no box green cards should be in 7-8. You guys are going to be pulling up here soon. And door card green cards, lanes 4 and 5. First call for you guys for your round 1 of eliminations. Those door card green cards, lanes 4 and 5 for round 1 of eliminations. If you're getting hungry or thirsty, make sure you guys go to the concession stand for all your food needs. We got nice cold Pepsi products for you people who like soda. The convenience store is also open throughout the weekend. If you want to get out of the heat and into some AC, you can do so at the convenience store. And also check out the new for this season Heartland Motorsports Park gear for 2021. Anything from sweatshirts, half zips, onesies. It's a little something for everyone. They're at the convenience store. And make sure you guys are bringing that blue or green run card with you for your classes. Staging is making sure. So we're gonna finish up here, do our little opening ceremonies, and get ready to rock and roll for round 1 of eliminations.
It's another winning weekend for the Bob McCosh Racing Team. The all-new Traverse is on sale now at Bob McCosh. With this SUV, everybody can ride. The new Traverse is big, bold, and beautiful. And with 310 horsepower, you and your crew will be first on race day. So make a pitch.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, racers of all ages, please rise and remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem. Racers, no boxers, start those engines. Let's get ready for round one of eliminations. And just as a reminder, door car green cards. Second call for you to lanes 4 and 5. Door car green cards. Second, third is call for you to lanes 4 and 5 for your first round of eliminations as well. So here we go. Time trials and testing is over. Time to put up and get the money. Just a reminder, if you do not win first round, you can come up and buy back up here in the tower for that buyback win and in race. So starting us off, Aeromotive left lane, Dalton Blow. Dialed in at a 782 in his 69 Nova. In the right lane, Wyatt Wagner. Dialed in at a 629. And that 66 Chevelle out of Bonner Springs, Kansas. And perfect timing, the sun is starting to shine. Woohoo! I know y'all are as excited as I am. Once again, if you do not win first round, you can come up to my tower and buy back in. Buy back in room is the one behind me. So... But make sure you guys are bringing those run cards up with you. They're going to make sure that you're in the right class. And right away, Dalton Blow jumps the gun, getting the red light, letting Wyatt Wagner go on to the next round. He breaks out at the top end with a 626.108. Dalton runs it out with a 787, 93 miles an hour. As we've got Michael Adams now out of Lawrence, Kansas in the 68 Camaro, 625 on the dial. Tim Nicholson in the O'Reilly right lane, 638 on the dial in his 66 Chevy 2 out of Concordia, Kansas. Little wheels up for him. They take it to the big end. Tim Nicholson, a 644, 97 miles an hour wind light to a 633, 109. As Jared Stedman gives that win light over to the left lane. So buybacks are up here in the tower if you do not win first round. Mike Town takes that one over Lindsey Piper with a dead on with an 8.99 miles an hour. Lindsey is 7.62.94. Lindsey, I know you're going to come and buy back in here in the tower. So all double entered door cars and door green cars make your way to lanes 4 and 5. So all double entered door cars and door green cards. Lanes 4 and 5. I know. Jesse Hug breaks out at the top and with a 608.111. Jeff Peterson a 667.102. So Jesse Hug, baby hog, you're gonna have to come by back in, buddy. Which I know you will. Lots of money at stake. Buyback magic works not just in bracket races, but also probably doing stuff like this. You never know what's going to happen. It's racing. And a double breakout victory goes over to Mr. Robbie Winkle in that 55 wagon. 773.91 miles an hour. Trevor a 634.95 miles an hour. Joe LeBlanc now out of Westmoreland, Kansas in the Malibu in the left lane, 686 on the dial. Jeff Rates out of Peyton, Colorado, 640 on the dial in the 67 Mustang. And Joe LeBlanc getting the win as Jeff breaks out. Joe runs out with a 687.99 to a 634.101 as Colton Wheeler and Chase Nelson line up together. Colton in the left lane, 583 on the dial with his Thunderbird, and Chase with the lovely Plymouth over there, a 628 on the dial. All right. Attention in the pits. No box blue cards. Lanes 1 and 2. No box blue cards to lanes 1 and 2. So second final call for my door card green cards. And also double entries and door card green cards. Lanes 4 and 5. As Mullet Magic doesn't work for Chase Nelson on this round, and Colton Wheeler is going to take the win light, a 589.118 miles an hour. Chase just not enough in the tank for him, but hey, you can come up to the tower and buy back in. You're going to love it. Justin Jenkins now and Jeremy McGee, and Justin Jenkins too excited, I think, running that S10 pickup. Turns it red, so Jeremy McGee moving on, but breaks out at the top end. Lucky him with the red light win. 698 miles an hour.
So as Sarah takes care of a little business, we'll let you know that Billy Banks Jr. won that round, 556 at 122, one over on his dial-in. Goheen was 001 on the tree, but 5 off at the stripe, 707 at 94, giving the win to Billy Banks Jr. over here on the right in the Roadster. We're getting some stuff sorted out back here in the staging lanes, and as soon as we can, we'll be back to action with Brandon Fannensteel from Plainville, Kansas, left side, and Greg Christensen, Strasburg, Colorado. Christensen's 73 Vega will be rolling up. Fannensteel's 80 Camaro. And so with that, we'll be back to action with door cars coming up now. So these are box door cars coming up now. Your typical Super Pro racer. As they pull into the beams, Fannensteel dial to 718 will get the big head start over the 585 dialed Greg Christensen.
See, Warren's just a lifesaver, you guys. At least I think so. So box door car action anytime. As he said, Brandon Fannensteel in the left lane, 718. Greg Christensen, 585 in the right lane. 2 go down, 1 come back, but buybacks are always an option. They're done up here in the tower, so if you want to buy back in, make sure you do it sooner rather than later if you don't win in the first round. And Greg Christensen, too excited in that Vega, turns it red. So Brandon Fannensteel is going to go on to next round, 716 on a 718 dial, 93 miles an hour. But Greg hit that red light, then a 578 120. As Bob Gilmore, now out of Arc City, 586 on the dial in the left lane. And Phil Unruh from McPherson, Kansas, 68 Camaro. 617 on the dial. Good reaction times for both, and it's going to go over to Phil with the win, running dead on with a 0, a 20 thou package for Mr. Phil at 136 miles an hour. Bob Gilmore, you can come back in because you ran dead on with a 1 at 116. Will Crotty and Paul Masick now. Will's in the left lane with the 75 Monza, 571 dial-in. Paul is 644 dial-in in his 67 Camaro. One got a better light, and let's see if it pays off. It does, as Paul breaks out at top end. Will a 19 on the tree, 572 120 to a 642 106. Paul Winkelbauer now. Out of Topeka, Kansas, 640 dial-in in that 88 Ranger. And Tony Peterson out of Omaha in the 67 Nova, 565 dial-in. All right. Attention in the pits. No box blue should be coming down to lanes 1 and 2. No box blue cards. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2. As Paul Winkelbauer is going to get the win. Tony turns it red. 638 106 for Paul. As our next pair has got those stage and pre-stage lights set. Ron Evans, no relation. Double reds at the start, and Ron Evans is going to move on to the next round. They made that pretty quick, actually, for us. Double res, double breakout. Ron Evans, your man, moving on. But hey, that's okay. You don't win first round, you come up to my tower and buy back in. Of course, you're gonna want to. Lots of money on the line, and it could be anyone's game. As we're just checking the dial-ins for the next pair. Make sure. And here come the burnouts. Jerry Tilson is going to be in the right lane with a 525 dial in the Lumina. And in the left lane, we're going to have a Camaro dialed in at a 571. As we continue with this door card, green card action. And if you forgot, no box blue cards. Be in lane 1 and 2. As left lane's going to take the win. 19 on the tree, 572, 113. Jerry left a little later on the light, but broke out at the top end. 521 with a 140 miles an hour. And just a reminder, buybacks up here in the tower for first round non-winners. First round non-winners. Buybacks are in the tower, and that's for no box, door cart, and dragster. As there we go. As Mike and Jason get ready to stage their cars. Camaro on Camaro. Says they're same year. Not same dial-ins. Mike's going to dial in at a 585 out of Wichita, Kansas. And Jason in the right lane, a 619. And Mike looks like he left a little before the trees.
Set the trans brake and the car rolled forward.
Yep, rolled forward through those bulbs, so he's going to have to come back in if he wants to continue to play. So Jason Rollins is going to be your winner between those two. As Scott Grubb and Kurt Hoffman line up next to each other. Grubb in the 69 Camaro, 588 on the dial. He's a meteorologist. If you don't know what that is, look it up. It's pretty interesting. And Kurt Huffman in that 55 Bel Air 620 dial-in. Wheels up for Craig, or Scott. Oh, goodness. Too many of y'all. I love y'all, though. Double breakout win is going to go over to Kurt Huffman with a 618 112. Scott a 586 117.
They both broke out by exactly the same amount, so reaction time is what decided that one.
Yep, and only 8,000 separated those two's reaction times. Daryl Gear and Alan Butler now. Excelsior Springs. Daryl Gear in the 64 Sport Fury. 641 dial into a 628 dial of Alan Butler in that 92 Camaro in the O'Reilly right lane. And this is gonna be a good one. Yeah, hits a triple zip, hits the wind light, dead on with an 8 thou package for Mr. Alan Butler on that run. Not much Daryl could have done. 15 on the tree, 644, 107 miles an hour. Michael Vitmavas. I know, I'm going to have fun with that, and Warren's already laughing at me. From Cedar Bluffs, Nebraska, 650 on the dial, going up against Steven Johnson, 504 on the dial from Sepulpa, Oklahoma. And Steven Johnson going on to round number 2, 505 with a 6-141. Michael red lights and then breaks out too fast at the top end. So, Michael, if you want to continue on, you can buy back in. But Steve Johnson's going on. Dustin Shore from Green Valley, Missouri, 604 on the dial in that 79 Cutlass wagon. And Gary Stennett himself from those Stennett engines, 562 on the dial in the right lane. All right. Attention in the pits. No box blue cards. Final call, lanes 1 and 2. No box blue cards. Final call, lanes 1 and 2 as Gary breaks out at the top and Dustin with a 6 dead on with a 227 thou package at 112 miles an hour. Gary a 561 on his 562, 124. As Larry Zeber now, I think is how Warren and I decided we're going to do your last name. And the 79 Pinto out of Wamego, 659 on his dial-in, going up against Glenn Dilday, and a 635 dial-in in the Nova in the right lane. As they're ready to go, little wheels up action for the Larry and the Pinto. And he's gonna break out. So Glenn Dilday, 637, 109, moving on. 658, 100 for Larry. So I'm sure you'll be coming up here and buying back in. As Jeff Duncan and Terry Edwards line up next to each other. Jeff in the airmotive left lane from Bodie, Illinois. I'm gonna say Bodie, Illinois.
Yeah, it's misspelled. It should be Booty.
Should be Booty, Illinois. 577 dial-in, 69 Camaro for Jeff. Terry Edwards, S10 pickup. And nice little bouncy ride it looked like Jeff took there. But kept it straight and going. Jumped the gun on the light, so Jeff will have to buy back in. Terry Edwards, 613 with a 113 to a 621.88. Tyler Vaughn now to Kearney, Nebraska in the 87 Thunderbird. 563 on the dial, going up against Huckus Puckus of Steve Livingood, that 81 Malibu. Dialed in at 630 from Gardner, Kansas. As Steve says, I'm ready to go. Tyler follows suit. And double breakout victory over to Tyler Vaughn. 562, 126 to a 627, 107. So Steve Livingood can buy back in. So we've got Carl Jones now. In the left lane, dialed in at a 563 in his Lefko Roadster. Going up against a 625 dial-in over here in the O'Reilly right lane. Carl Jones turns it red, so right lane's going to take the win with a 622, 111 to a 565, 138. Go ahead. Going at it down the track, and it's gonna be at the top end, Shane Herman. And it's going to be Shane Herman is going to take the win light on that one. All right. Attention in the pits. Door car blue cards. Come on down. First call, lane 7 and 8. Door car blue cards. Lane 7 and 8. First call for you as Chris Cheney now and Jeremy Smith. Chris in the left lane, 640 dialed to Jeremy's 588 in the right, and Jeremy jumps the gun, turns it red at the tree. Chris Cheney moving on, 638 with a 9, 107 to a 585, 119. As Jason Kimbrell now and Jamie Cordell go at it. 619 dialing for Jason and a 638 dialing for Jamie. Man, y'all are really excited today. Jumping the gun, double reds, and it's going to go over to Jamie Cordell in the 64 Chevy 2. The least infraction there. So a 635, 106 run for Jamie, and 625, 27, 112. As Dwayne Ross now and 590 dialing in the Airmotive left lane. And a Camaro looks like over here in the right lane. Right lane is going to take the win light. Hits a 3 on the tree, 529, 126 miles an hour. It looks like that's gonna be done for door car green cards. Remember, if you do not win first round of eliminations, you come up to the tower here and you can buy back in. That's going to be done up here in the tower. So, you do not win first round, you can buy back in up here in the tower. And all my door car blue cards. Second call for you to lane 7-8. Second call. Lane 7-8, door car, blue cards. As we are back to no box, blue cards. That's where we're at now. Colby Simmer and Nick Siebert. Colby in the left lane, 634 on the dial in the 81 Camaro. And Nick Siebert in his 64 Skylark dialed in at a 683. Both from Wamego, Kansas. And Colby Simmer breaks out at the top, and Nick Siebert running a 685, 92 miles an hour. Moving on to round number 2. Colby, if you want to continue, come by back in up here at the tower with a 633, 104. As we got Brian Worrell now in the Airmotive left lane out of Junction City, Kansas, dialed in at a 608. And Sid Baldwin in that Camaro out of Wichita, 656 dialing. And Sid turns it red, apparently afraid of that Vega. 611, 112 run for Brian, and a 657, 102 for Sid. But don't worry, y'all can buy back up here in the tower. Shelby's behind me, giving everyone a smile and taking their money at the same time, which is, I know exactly what you guys want to do. Damian Turks out of Nonganoxie, Kansas, 622 on the dial and in the left lane. In the right lane here, we got a 719 dial in. Good. Copy that. And it is going to be the right lane, 722, 94 mile an hour victory to a 633, 110. As Brad Hogue now dials in at 690 in the 87 Camaro in the left lane. And Luke Siebert is in the 89 Camaro in the right lane, dialed in at a 646. Alright, double breakout win is going to go over to Brad Hogue. I'm going to let Warren do a few pairs for me here.
No problem, Sarah. This is Rob June, Bayshore, Kansas. Drives that FedEx truck Monday through Thursday, as it turns out, as he's out here racing on Friday. Mike Winkle from Wichita. The Corvette Roadster over here on the right-hand side. Winkle breaks out as he goes 2 under 597 at 123. Win light for Rob June. Better on the reaction timer and better on the index. 595 at 114. He's 1 over. He'll go on to round 2. Mike Winkle will have a chance if he comes up here and buys back. Jesse Hogg, Baldwin City, Kansas, the Mustang. Dialed to 606, left side of the track, right side in the O'Reilly lane. That's Steve Hughes from St. Joseph, Missouri. 71 Duster. Hughes trying to go 677, gets the head start. 606 the dial in left side. Reminder racers, this is being run under True Start, so worst red light will be the loser. The Mustang making tracks down there and turns on the wind bulb. 610 at 108. He's 4 over. Better at the tree. Steve Hughes a little bit behind. Closer. 680 on the 677 at 99. He was 3 over and Hogg was 4 over. But he had 300s in his back pocket, leaving the starting line. Tim Dacus comes up now out of Bonner Springs, Missouri. The 69 Mustang Mach 1 Blue Oval powered machine, dialed to 664. Aeromotive side gets the lead first. Ryan Montford will be the chaser. The 73 Camaro out of Wichita, dialed to 616. And the red eye there for Tim Dacus as he leaves early. Ryan Montford, the automatic win, 611 for the Camaro at 112. Tim Dacus, 667 at 101. Coming up now, the Barracuda left side. One of 3 different body styles that came out of the Barracuda camp. This one's the shorty kind of notchback style. For Michael Failer, he thinks he's going to go 850. He'll get a big head start, over 2-second head start over Troy Ross, the 69 Nova right side out of Manhattan, Kansas.
Yeah, thank you, Warren. I'm going to tell you that so often this weekend. You're going to get sick of hearing it. Michael and Troy go down almost side by side. 655.89 win for Troy Ross. Michael, you're going to have to come buy back into my tower at an 890, 85 miles an hour. make sure if you do not win first round, you come buy back up in the tower. Only $75 today. Goes up a little bit tomorrow. As Wyatt Wagner, 627 dial in from Blue Springs in the right lane. And a 583 dial in the left lane. And it's gonna be the left lane with the win. 584, 124. Wyatt, real close lane. 630, 104. David Wesley now, 7 flat dialed in for his Camaro in the left lane. And Chase Nelson, 632 dial in. So you saw David get a little bit of a head start. Pretty much identical starts. So that was going to be a close one. David takes the win light though with a 702, 99 miles an hour. Chase a 635, 98 miles an hour. But I know if I know anything about the Nelsons, they will be back. And here is our buy car. Justin Jenkins. Dialed in at a 610 in the 08 Cobalt from Oquito, Kansas. Got excited on the light, but runs it out with a 609, 113.
Racing is a risky sport. Don't take risks with your racing operation. On or off the track, protection from Larice Motorsports Insurance is not a risk. Get your quote today at Larice Motorsports Insurance.
It's another winning weekend for the Bob McCosh Racing Team. The all-new Traverse is on sale now at Bob McCosh. With this SUV, everybody can ride. The new Traverse is big, bold, and beautiful. And with 310 horsepower, you and your crew will be first on race day. So make a pit stop by Bob McCosh today and take a ride. Chevrolet makes the SUV. Bob McCosh makes the difference. The all-new Chevy Blazer is back at Bob McCosh. This SUV is a unique mix of style, elegance, and performance, pushing over 300 horsepower. This new Blazer puts the sport back in sport utility. So find new roads to Columbia, Missouri. Chevrolet makes the car. Bob McCosh makes the difference. Stop by Bob McCosh today and see how Chevrolet took the best truck on the road and made it even better. The 2019 Silverado is stronger, bigger, and more advanced than ever. If you're racing or just riding, this Silverado will not let you down. With 420 horsepower, see your savings at BobMcCosh.com. Chevy makes the truck. Bob McCosh makes the difference. It's another winning weekend for the Bob McCosh Racing Team.
they're like pretty set. You can't do anything.
We got
with them. You
the
gotta
roaring
make sure
under
you
the
get camera.
tower.
It's focused the longest in one spot and the second longest in another spot.
All right, all right, all right. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door car blue cards. Last call, final call. Door car blue cards. Last and final call. Lanes 7 and 8. 7 and 8. Door car blue cards. Last and final call to lanes 7 and 8. As we get ready.
They know my phone.
Oh, this is my door car blue cards. Coming up at us next. Awesome. So door car blue cards should already be in lane 7 and 8. All right, all right, all right. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Dragster green cards. Dragster green cards. First call, lane 1 and 2. Dragster green cards. Come on down, lane 1 and 2. As we've got Robbie Gear and Nick Beston starting us off with our door car blue cards. 681 dial in for Robbie Gear in his S10 pickup in the left lane. And Nick, a 562 in the 66 Nova in the right lane. So dragster green cars, lanes 1 and 2, dragster green cards. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2 for round 1 of eliminations. And Nick is going to be going on to the next round, 555 123 to a 679 101 double breakout. So Robbie, you'll have to buy back in. Buybacks are done for first round non-winners up here in the tower. You come up here and see my girl Shelby, and she'll get your money from you and let you buy back in. We've got Logan Diggs now with a 620 dial-in and a 69 Cutlass in the air motive left lane. Bowman's Cassidy Gibson dialed in a 667 in the right lane. And good reaction times for both, but it's going to be Cassidy going away with the win. 5 on the tree, 670 102 to a 623 102. We've got the Camaro in the left lane, dialed in at a 570. Going up against Mike Hinch, dialed in at a 539 in his 04 Mustang. So dragster green cards be coming down to lanes 1 and 2. Dragster green cards, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. As these door car blue cards are coming down the track. Remember, if you want to buy back in, you better do it soon. If you want to buy back in, you better do it soon. And Mike is going to take the win light 541 126 to a 573 122. Joe Peterson now in the S10 pickup, dialed in a 616 in the air motive left lane out of Elkhorn, Nebraska. And from Brainerd, Minnesota, in the 79 Malibu, dialed in at a 590, is George Mayer. And they're getting those pre-stage lights turned on. At least George is getting ready to go. Crew's talking to Joe in the left.
Oh yeah, 7 hours is nothing anymore. It is. It really isn't. Casey lives over this way, so.
Yeah, I saw that. Brandon?
Yeah, Brandon Fantasy.
Yeah.
That's your boyfriend.
Yeah.
She'll be here in just a little bit. She had to work today. So.
All right, so Joe says his dial-in is 618.
No, but I know
Going up against George.
Brandon since,
Oh yeah.
yeah.
That's my little.
All right. Dragster green cards. Make sure you guys are coming down to lanes 1 and 2. Dragster green cards. Dragster greens. If you need to buy back in after your first round loss, come up to the tower and do so sooner rather than later. And Joe Peterson is going to move on with a 622 112 as George red lights and then breaks out with a 580, 118. As dueling pickups now, but with S10s. Bo Sanders in the left lane out of Raymond, Nebraska, 632 on the dial. And Matt Driscoll in his 85 S10, dialed in at 620 out of Wellsville, Kansas. So if you need to buy back in, come do so right up here in the tower. You can see my girl Shelby, and she'll get you taken care of. As Matt Driscoll takes that truck, wheels up on the start, brings it down, breaks out at the top end. Win light Bo Sanders, 633, 104. Matt breaks out by a 619 with an 8, 107. So there's no reason Matt Driscoll shouldn't be coming and buying back in. Just like a lot of y'all should be coming and buying back in. Lots of money at stake. So it's all worth it. Cody Michaels, 604 dial in the 77 Monza in the air motive left lane. And Jerry Pinnock from Buckrest, Kansas, 94 Camaro, 674 dial in. And Cody looks like he rolled through those beams. Yep. And so it's going to go over to Jerry for the win. 803, 73 miles an hour. And Cody's going to coast his way down. But that's okay. Even if you do that, you can still buy back in. And that's done right up here in the tower. You come up and see Shelby, and she'll get you taken care of. And you want to do that sooner rather than later, I'd tell you that. Because it's the buyback, win, and in will happen before round number 2. So buyback, win, and in will happen before round number 2. Wes Cottrell now out of Perry, Kansas, 75 Corvette in the left lane, 580 dial in. And Tim Nicholson out of Concordia in the 67 Camaro, dialed in at a 610. I've got those pre-stage lights on. Wes has got the other one now. Tim wiggles his way in. Little wheels up for both. Green lights for the pair. Wes breaks out, so Tim Nicholson moving on with a 611, 111. Lots of 11s. Wes breaks out with a 579 with a 6, 118. Terry Robinson and Chris Edison lines up next to each other. Terry out of Springdale, Arkansas in the 68 Nova, 576 dial in. And out of Mineral Wells, Texas, the 63 Corvette, 635 dial in for Chris. Double reds at the start. Chris is going to do the least infraction, and he'll be moving on. Double reds, double breakout, Chris moving on. To make that a little bit easier. As Will Crotty and James Kunkel are our next pair up. Williams in the left lane with a 571 dial in out of Belton, Missouri. And James, 542 dial in out of Wichita, Kansas. James rocking that just plain old number 9. And for those of you who don't know, solo number means best in the country. World country, whichever way you want to call it. Red lights and breakout for James. So Will Crotty moving on to round number 2 and running dead on with an 8, 122. A 22,000 package for Mr. Will Crotty. As Warren's looking at me like, yeah, I'm doing math.
I was wondering why you were taking your shoes off.
Yep, I had to count fingers and toes. Mike, I'll say his last name again for me, Warren. McDonough. Mike McDonough, 68 Camaro is going to get the red light win over Mr. Gary Stennett from Emporia. Mike runs it out of 578 with a 7.127. Gary excited on the tree, but a 561 124. But first round non-winners come up to the tower and buy back in ASAP as soon as possible. As Brandon Fallenstein and Greg Christensen. Brandon in the left lane in the 80 Camaro, dialed in at a 716. And Greg in the 73 Vega, dialed in at a 578. So almost 2-second head start for Brandon. And close on the tree, so anyone's race. And Brandon breaks out with a 715 with a 694 miles an hour. Greg Christensen moving on, 578, dead on with a 5, a 26th thou package at 116 for Mr. Greg Christensen. As Jaron Miller, 536 dialing in the air motive left lane. And Derek Alexander from Linden, Kansas, in the pickup, dialed in at its 621. The 21. And there we go. Sharon's like, I'll stage first then. That's fine. Derek was just backed up a little further away. A little bit further of a scooch. Another pair of good lights. And double breakout victory over to Derek Anderson. 620 104 to a 534 126. It almost looks like we're having a car show with our shootout this weekend. Chris Cheney, 640 dialing in the right lane. Left lane, 677 dialing. And Chris Cheney gets the red light win off the line. 2 on the tree, 641 107 for Mr. Cheney there. And a 679 100, but just a little too far in the red at the start for the left lane. Dustin Shore now out of Green Valley, Missouri. The Cutlass wagon in the left lane, 604 in the dial. Going up against Ricky Hill, 625 on his dial and his Camaro from Gretna, Nebraska. Once again, thank you all the racers, drivers that made the trip to Topeka, Kansas for this inaugural House of Speed shootout. It'll be worth it, though. At least you'll have lots of fun, too. Red light for Dustin. Ricky moves on, 623 109 to a 604 112. Chris Livingood, 665 on his dial in that 77 Vega in the air motive left lane. In the O'Reilly right lane, Michael Vitmavas. Hoo-hoo, yes, I like it. Cedar Bluffs, Nebraska. In that 67 GTO, 648 on the dial, so not much takeoff difference between these two. Living Good, Chris turns it red at the start. And Michael runs it out, running dead on with a 4.105, a 27th thou package moving on for Michael. Chris, 669, 101, but 14 in the red. Ron Evans, no relation to Warren Evans, from Hayesville, Kansas. 63 Corvette, 584 dial-in the right lane. Paul Winkelbauer is 638 dial-in in the 88 Ranger. these two. Good. And Paul's going to break out, so Ron Evans moves on, 586, 131. What lanes? As Tyler Banks and Reno Heppel, 589 dial in for Reno and a 555 for Tyler. JR, what lanes do you want blue cards? All right. Attention in the pits. Dragster blue cards. Come on down to lanes 10 and 11. Dragster blue cards. Come on down to lanes 10 and 11. As Reno red lights and Tyler moves on with the breakout. 548, 135 to 610, 115. Daryl Gear from Excelsior Springs, Missouri, 644 dial. And Glenn Dilday, 637 dial in the right lane. So Dragster blue cards, lanes 10 and 11. If you do not win first round, no buyback, win and end will be coming up after these Dragster blue cards. Looking at our run order here. Daryl Goheen is going to take the win as Glenn turns it red at the start. 642, 107 for Daryl. And Glenn is 646, 107. Larry Zieber in that 79 Pinto out of Wamego is in the airmotive left lane. 556 on the dial-in. Going up against a 622 dial-in in our O'Reilly right lane. And Larry Zieber is going to take that win light. Right lane had a double of one light, 627, 110. But Larry hit a 658, 102. As Daniel Moore now out of Mitchell, South Dakota. 527 on the dial and the Camaro in the left lane. And Shane Herman, 556, dial in the 68 Chevelle in the right lane. And a good pair for the both of them, and Shane breaks out at the top end, 555 with a 4-123, so buy back in, Shane. And Daniel Moore moves on with a 8 thou package at 132 miles an hour. Scott Grubb in the airmotive left lane, 69 Camaro, 586 dial-in for the meteorologist out of Parksville, Missouri. Up against Keith Kuhn out of Minden, Nebraska, and his 87 Thunderbird with a 562 dial-in. And as Scott Starr wheels up, goes on through, Keith breaks out with a 5.6 flat, 128. Scott Grubb runs a 5.89, 114 with a 1 on the tree. As Jason Kimbrell and Phil Unruh, as I think how Warren told me to say. Unruh. Okay, I'm going to make a note of that. Unruh. No real patience between these two having to wait. Phil breaks out with a 6:15.7, 139. Jason moves on, 621, 117. Remember, if you need to buy back in the tower, please do so here soon. Because the buyback win and in will happen before round number 2. So, all first round non-winners, if you need to buy back in, make sure you come and do so up here in the tower. Because we will do the buyback win and in round before round number 2.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm okay. Can't be so good if you're up here buying back.
So what's awesome about this weekend is Mr. Warren Evans is with me. And as you can tell, my mouth is a little dry. He's going to take over with some dragster action for us for their first round of eliminations.
Well, thank you, Sarah. We'll start out here with dragsters, J.R. Lobner and Brian Spillers. Lobner left side out of Gardner, Kansas. He's got a 480 on the dial-in board. Brian Spillers alongside, 557 the dial, so about a bulb and a half head start going to Spillers over here in the O'Reilly lane.
Just so you can keep hitting them.
Attention in the pit area, dragsters, blue cards, blue dragsters, not painted blue, but blue run card dragsters. We need you to the staging lanes, please, lanes 10 and 11. Dragster blue, lanes 10 and 11. 200 separate them at the starting line. Win light for Lobner. He's 483 at 133 for the win. He's 3 over, 006 on the tree. Spillers is 3 over, 560 at 123. That would be good, except he was 200ths behind when he left the starting line. Bruce Briscoe and Kyler Hergemuller coming up now. Briscoe left. Pueblo, West Colorado, a training coordinator by trade. And Kyler Hergemuller, a pipe fitter. That's how he makes his living. The runner out of Brighton, Colorado here on the right. 466 the dial right side. He'll be the chaser. 531 the number for Briscoe in the left. He'll get the head start. They both turn it red by virtue of true start. Win light goes to Kyler Hergemuller. He left 1 thou too quick. Briscoe left 22 thou too quick. So Hergemuller gets the win via true start, 464 at 148. Briscoe 529 at 128. They both ran under, but they double red light goes the way of Hergemuller. Jerry McGraw, Plattsmouth. Start over here, Warren. Jerry McGraw, Plattsmouth, Nebraska. Driscoll-powered Mullis chassis machine left with a 456 on the car. Victoria Christensen dialed a 487. Red light start for McGraw. Win light for Victoria Christensen. At the top end, 487.0. Dead zero at 140. The car was dialed right. She was a little bit late letting go of the button. McGraw had already left 9 thousandths too early. Red light start for McGraw and a 454 at 153 here in round 1. But again, if you have the misfortune of going out here in round 1 for whatever reason, you can come back here to the tower and buy back into the buyback round. Randy Smith and Matt Rose come up next. Smith left Riverside, Missouri, trying to go 436. That's the quicker of the two. Right side, Matt Rose from Gretna, Nebraska. 472 up on the O'Reilly scoreboard down there. Head start right side. They both left early. Again, a true start decided race. It goes to Randy Smith. He left early less than Matt Rose. the worst red light for Rose, and a 471.9 at 144 for Randy Smith. Win light 435 at 161. Robert McGraw and Larry Richardson coming up now. McGraw out of Plattsmouth, Nebraska, and Larry Richards from Alamosa, Colorado. Again, dragster. Blue cards, dragsters. We need you to the lanes 10 and 11. Blue card dragsters to lanes 10 and 11. McGraw dialed a 492, Richardson a 483. Head start by about a tenth of a second. Goes to the left side. Huge starting line advantage goes to Larry Richardson in the win light as well. He was 16 up front and a 484 for the win at 133. McGraw trying everything to catch up, but he'd already left 4/10 of a second behind up here at the start. No real chance for McGraw. His second chance will come via the buyback. If he wants to get back in, he's come up to the tower. Todd Knight and Mitch Rice coming up now. Knight out of Belton, Missouri. The LSX 427 behind the driver, and a 470 up on the Aeromotive scoreboard. Mitch Rice alongside from Hutchinson, Kansas. 377 small block equipped dragster with a 521 dial in. Okay. Both cars staged and ready. Both have good looking reaction times. Win light goes to Todd Knight. He is 17 total as he's 005 up front, 12 thousandths over 471 at 136. Mitch Rice was 13 up front, had a very small window, couldn't hit it, 522.0 on the 521. Good close drag race. Roger Hopf coming up now, Madison, South Dakota left. The little Landshark dragster over there, the little shorty ride. He's about 3 feet closer to the finish line because all that's cut off the front of his car. 483 dial in left. He'll leave first in the Landshark. Nate Tilson from Kansas City, Missouri sees his win light come on as the Landshark turns it red. Win light for Tilson 457.3 at 151. 20 on the tree, dead 3 at the finish. Hop breaks out and red lights 0 for 2, and he'll have to buy back if he wants another chance at it. Dan Pluta and Paul Moore coming up now. Pluta left from Omaha. Paul Moore right from Hutchinson, Kansas. Moore a 499 dial. Pluta a 483 dial. So a tenth and a half head start goes to Paul Moore, the black dragster over here on the right. And he certainly got the gift win because he was 392 green. 392 is great for a dragster motor, but 392 not so great if it's your reaction time. Dan Pluta gave it back to him, though, as he turns it red by 004. Here's Matt Selden coming up now. His Miller car. Car number right side.
Yeah, there we go.
Eric Nazarenas over here on the right, out of Westminster, Colorado. 501 the dial. O'Reilly side gets to go first. Aeromotive side will be playing catch up. Again, blue card dragsters to the lanes 10 and 11. Blue card dragsters to lanes 10 and 11. We need you. Selden, your winner, starts it out. Trip zips. 488 at 136. Perfect reaction time for Selden. Nazarenas was behind at the starting line and goes 3 thou under the number 500 with a 7 on the 501 at 137. Got there first by 6 thou, broke out by 3 thou. Apparently we do take blank checks in the tower, or just leave your credit card. We'll cover you all weekend. 483 left for the digital delay machine. Still no information in the computer just yet. Again, if you got tech cards out there, you need to bring them up to the tower so we can get you in the computer. Right side, Scott Cook out of Festus, Missouri. 486 the dial right, 483 left. 300ths of a second. Starting line spot goes to the right side. And a red light start, left side, means a wind light right side for Scott Cook. Cook 485, 6 on a 486, broke out, doesn't matter. His wind light is on. Red light start left side on a 481.9 at 136. Looks like I'm getting a secret coded message written to me here to be announced in just one moment, so please be patient for your secret message. Oh, okay. So final call for dragsters to 10 and 11. You should have got that part already. Here we go. Buybacks. No box buybacks to lanes 1 and 2. No box buybacks to lanes 1 and 2. Door car buybacks to lanes 4 and 5. So no box buybacks to 1 and 2. Door car buybacks 4 and 5. This is a separate buyback round. Winner goes on to round 2 of the regular race. Double breakout win this time around goes to Paul Brace. 540 with a 7 on the 541. Brian Cook, 514 with a 7 on a 515. So they both broke out by 0.03 of a second. Margin of victory decided at the starting line. 0:10 reaction time for Brace, better than the 0:16 for Cook. Another car, no tech card on file yet. Left side, 519 the dial in, taking on Trevor Larson out of Glenwood, Minnesota for Larson Farms. 481 and 519 the dial ins. The breakout left side by 2 too quick, 517 on the 519 left side. Wind light for Larson as he drops it on the number 481 with a 4 on the 481 dial. He was behind at the starting line, but the breakout left side gives the wind light right side to Trevor Larson. Again, final call for dragsters to 10 and 11. We need buybacks. No box to lanes 1 and 2. Buybacks for door cars to 4 and 5. If you still need to buy back, you better hustle up here to the tower, as buybacks for those categories will close once we start them. No box, you should be heading to the lanes. Buybacks 1 and 2. Door car buybacks to 4 and 5. Toby Chafin and Kendall Umholtz coming up now. Both of them off and running. Chafin left, Umholtz right. And at the finish line, a double breakout, and it goes the way of Kendall Umholtz on the right. 456.5, breaking out by 0.05 of a second. Kendall Umholtz gets the win. Chafin got down there, took 3, broke out by 3, was better at the starting line, a 10 to a 26, but Chafin, too much wind stripe, gives the win to Kim Umholtz on the double breakout. Todd Piper, St. George, Kansas, left side, dialed to 471, will be chasing down Isaac Hill, right side from Mount Vernon, Missouri. Hill dialed to 493, gets a little over 2/10 head start over here on the O'Reilly side. Hey, Tim, how are you? I'm well. Good to see you. You know, blind hogs and acorn, one of them deals. I am. Isaac Hill turns it red. Win like Todd Piper. Piper 470 at 145 for the win. Isaac Hill 492 on the 493. They both break out by just a few thousandths, but Isaac lets go of the button 0.06 of a second too early. Jeremy Smith comes up now left side alongside the no-name dragster right side. 488 the dial in right side, 476 left.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Jeremy Smith, the Amarine Racing Dragster. Stennett Power. Right side, couldn't tell you. Other than it's black. And neither one of them want to stage. Neither one of them even acting like they're going to stage. There we go. Now they're both in. Fourth out, coin flip at the starting line. Double breakout. Win light goes to Jeremy Smith. He's 473.2 on a 476, so he breaks out by 28 thousandths of a second. Right side breaks out by 30 thousandths of a second as he goes 485.0 on the 488. He was better on the starting line, but a bigger breakout, and Jeremy Smith gets the win. Zach Umholtz and Lauren Dodd coming up next. Dodd carrying that big logo for FTI Converters. Over here on the right, the runner out of Wichita, dialed to 487. Zach Umholtz, left side, the Yancer chassis big block Chevy Dragster, with a 492 up on the scoreboard. They're 400 apart at the starting line. Better for Dodd, win light for Dodd, as Dodd goes 10 pack right there. 0-10 on the tree, dead zero at the finish line. 487.0 at 136. Dodd puts together the good run for the win. Umholtz behind at the starting line, tried to make up the difference, still crossed second. 489.8 on the 492 at 140 miles an hour. John Lobner and Matt Kreft will line up now. Lobner, DeSoto, Kansas. Kreft out of Council Bluffs, Iowa, right side. Kreft dialed to 460. Lobner a 474. Again, head start this time goes to the left side. Well, could you tell? Perfect light for Kraft. And he goes 8 thousandths over 460 with an 8. A total of an 8 pack right there for Kraft. Lobner was 025 and just wasting gas and pushing air. As he went 471.4 at 146. Did not matter. Kraft 8-packed him. And Lobner done. Only chance he's got now is dig out the wallet, come to the tower. Colin Cole, left side. Dwayne Cole turning the wrenches. Colin Cole, 21 years old, out of Lincoln, Nebraska. Alongside Bob Fuller, Rogers, Arkansas, multi-time national and divisional event winner in the Odyssey Battery Dragster. 485 the dial right, 471 left. Fuller off and running. Here is Cole. Win light goes to Colin Cole, 474 at 141. Fuller, 485 at 143. He was dead 9, but gave up 400ths at the starting line. Margin of victory, 11 thousandths of a second going to Colin Cole. James Shorn comes up now alongside that P51 Mustang liveried machine over here. On the right-hand side, nothing on file yet. 454 on the scoreboard. Shorn dialed a 455. You won't be able to see it on the tree. The difference. 9 thou separate them as they leave the starting line. A double breakout goes to the Mustang. 453.0 on the 454. 1 under. James Shorn was behind up front and goes 3 under 452 on the 455 at 152. Don Freeze and Robbie Gear will give it a try now. Freeze left side out of Omaha, Nebraska for Innovative Print Solutions. Left side. Right side, Robbie Gear. The backlot cars machine. Gear's black and green machine alongside the blue and gray machine of Don Freeze. Gear dialed a 453 will give up a bulb on the tree as Freeze dialed a 507 gets the lead first. Buyback no box to 1 and 2. Buyback door cars to 4 and 5. If you're itching to buy back, come on up to the tower. We'll take your money. A double breakout win goes to Don Freeze. He is 007 up front, 8 thousandths under, 506.2 at 136. Robbie Gear goes 3 hundredths under, 450 on the 453 at 149. More cars still not in the computer yet. We're still waiting on tech cards. If you got a tech card stashed away somewhere, we need it. Be sure and get that turned in. Left side, not on file, 451. Versus right side, not on file. You've heard this story before. 508, the number on the O'Reilly scoreboard. One of them's 12, the other one's 6. The guy with the 6 thousandths reaction time gets the win. As he's 4 thou under, 450 with a 6 on the 451, 006 on the tree, 149 for the speed. Right side took a chunk down there and he broke out by 7 hundredths of a second. 501, that's 7 under on the 508. Left side, not on file. 477 the dial in, taking on Steve Olson. He is on file. Hard to tell where he's on file. He's a sheriff. He's probably got a file on you if you've ever been through Valley Center, Kansas. 513 the dial in, right side. You can't outrun the long arm of the law or the long car of the law. You're about to find out. 513 is the dial in. There he goes. Here he or she goes. Leaves the red light in their wake. Steve Olson, your winner. 003 on the tree. 512 with a 2 on a 513 at 134. Nice looking run there. Left side, 473 on the 477. And the big old red eye. Ryan Curran and Dalton Olson. Come up now. You see the car rattle and shake over there on the left side as Curran cleans it out. McPherson, Kansas, the home base. Miller, the chassis builder. General Motors, the power plant builder. 476 scribed on the car somewhere. He's in the aeromotive lane. 461 the dial right side for Dalton Olson from Hartwell, Nebraska. So the head start left. Olson right there. 3 thou apart when they leave the starting line. Top end, it's going to be Curran going dead 7 for the win. 476.7 on the 476 at 145. Dalton Olson just a touch better leaving the starting line, but goes 12 over, 462.2 on the 461 at 149. Margin of victory 22 ten-thousandths of a second. Mark Moore comes up now. And a quick check there on the left-hand side. Our starting line crew. Want to make sure everything's good. 512 the dial in left. Chris Whitfield right for Go Fast Energy Drink. Littleton, Colorado. Dial to 475. Both of them staged and ready. The guy with the 12 light left second, but he turns on the win lights. Chris Whitfield is the winner. 12 on the tree, 476.2 at 138. Mark Moore was better on the starting line, but breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second. He took 20 and broke out by 3. 511.7 on the 512. And we keep going. Another car not on file. Car 5616 left side. We'll be leaving first on a 529 dial in. Roger Clark alongside the Clark Racing Machine out of Excelsior Springs. 462 Dial in right side. So the spot by about half of a tree going to the left side of the track.
Half of a tree.
Half of a tree. So that's a bulb and a half out of 3. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Just never heard of it.
I kind of made it up. So the 22 thousandths of a second red light, left side. Roger Clark with the win light, 461 at 149. Clark, your winner. Red light start left, 529.1. Dead 1 at 129. But it didn't matter because the first foot of the race decided it. And it went to the right side. Carl Jones and Steve Beeney coming up now. Jones left, Mullane, Kansas. Machinist by trade. That is the green dragster. Right side, the black and red dragster of Steve Beeney out of Wichita. Beeney trying to go 501. Jones trying to go 464. Left side staged, right side coming up. So Beanie's 009 on the tree and left second by 009. Carl Jones perfect up front, 466.5 at 147. Beanie 009 on the tree, broke out by 3 as he goes 498 on a 501. Hands the win to Carl Jones. Bo Sanders, Danielle Miller coming up now. Sanders out of Raymond, Nebraska. 2020 Travis Colangelo built American race car machine on the left. Trying to go 485. 491 the dial in for Danielle Miller. The young lady out of Topeka, Kansas. Miller Performance built so we'll dial in check there over here on the right hand side. .491 the dial in right side. Danielle staged and ready. Here comes Bo. And Bo knows he's got a win light as the red light for Danielle Miller. 002 red, 488 at 141. Bo Sanders, your winner, 007 on the tree, 481 at 144. Both of them go under the number, but one of them turns it red, one of them turns it green. Tim Hallberg and Austin Sharp pull up now. Hallberg left, Champlin, Minnesota. Austin Sharp from Fort Calhoun, Nebraska. Stennett built horsepower over on the right. Brodix power plant on the left. 476 the dial in on the right, 483 on the left. Buybacks and no box to 1 and 2. Buybacks and door cars to 4 and 5. Red lights to Austin Sharp. Tim Hallberg the win, 482 at 142. Sharp turns it red and then goes 474. That's too quick at 147 for the speed. Mike Nemitz and John Gilman coming up now. Nemitz out of Waverly, Nebraska. John Gilman, Wichita, Kansas. Nemitz the quicker of the two, 472 on his dial-in board. John Gilman trying to go 511 over here on the right. Again, a lot of these cars we'll see this weekend, and then we'll see them again next weekend at our Lucas Oil Divisional race here at Topeka, a double divisional, plus the regional race for alcohol cars. Both of them go red, And the first or worst rule benefits John Goldman. The worst red light for Goldman, True Start, gives the win to Goldman. 5:20 at 137. He's 004 red. The quicker car had the bigger red light, goes dead 3. Doesn't matter, as Nemitz is way early, and Goldman says, thank you very much. Car 5327 left side. Still not on file. 472 the dial-in, though. We'll be chasing down Steve Fuller out of Rogers, Arkansas. Undercover car, right side. Madcap Power. 512 the dial. Again, if you've not bought back and you need to buy back, you better get up here and buy back. So an unusual race right there as Fuller does not leave the starting line. Left side did not break out and left on the green. So 478 at 126, your winner left side, Steve Fuller. The car dies when he starts to leave. 7 flat at 87 miles an hour. Here's Austin McClure, Topeka, Kansas, for Aeromotive Fuel Systems. Jerry Taliaferro, yeah, do you have, yeah, okay. Jerry Taliaferro built chassis. Oakley Motorsports Power. 471 the dial. Taking on Tom Williams from Leonardsville, Kansas. Danny Nelson built car over here on the right. Big block Chevy Power. 443 the dial in right side. 471 left. McClure with newfound power trying to figure it out. Williams the winner, 444 at 151. He's 1 over. McClure is dead 6, 471.6 on the 471. That race won on the starting line. Reaction times, Williams' blower car reacted better to green, and he is the winner by 16 thousandths of a second. Hey, no box buybacks and door car buybacks. We need you to the lanes now. No box buybacks and door car buybacks. We need you now to the lanes. No box buybacks will take you to 1 and 2. Door car buybacks will take you to 4 and 5. Brock Hill, left side, Aretna, Nebraska. Ken Griffiths, right side from Eden Prairie, Minnesota. It's all over at the start as Brock Hill turns it red by 002. Win live for Ken Griffiths. 464 at 149. Brock Hill 493 at 139. They both go under by 2, but the red lights start by 2 thousandths of a second for Brock Hill. Turns the win light on in the right-hand lane. Troy Ross and Kaylee Umholtz coming up now. Ross left side, Manhattan, Kansas. Kaylee Umholtz right side from Mulvane. A shorty dragster over here on the right. Umholtz trying to go 480, right side. Ross trying to go 488, left side. So winner goes to round 2. Loser gets to decide to go to the buyback window. Their 5th out part up front. Top end, it's going to be another double breakout this time around. It's Troy Ross breaking out by less, 487.5 on the 488, breaking out by 5 thousandths of a second. 139 for the speed. Kaylee got down there and broke out by 13 as Kaylee goes 478.7 on the 480. Bigger breakout, better reaction time, 13 to an 18 went to Kaylee, but the bigger breakout goes the way of Troy Ross. Larry Piper and Brian Spillers coming up next. Both of them parking in the pre-stage beams. Spillers moves forward. Spillers trying to go 557 and Piper a 461 dial in. Both of them leave on green. Spiller's out front, breaks out. 5:56.5 on a 5:57, breaks out by 0.05 of a second. Had 0.04 of a second in his back pocket, didn't realize it, as he was 008 on the tree and Piper 49 up front. Piper does go dead 4 at 1:48. Everything's safer on Piper's side, and Piper gets the win. Dusty Meyer and Mitch Rice coming up now. Meyer from Tonganoxie, Kansas. Meyer, number 5 in Division 5 last year in Super Comp. We usually see Dusty in his Top Sportsman S10. Mitch Rice alongside from Hutchinson, Kansas. The dragster dialed a 522 right side. There he goes. And the red light turns on. 009, too early for Mitch Rice. Dusty Meyer, your winner, 5 flat on the 503 at 137. Win light for Meyer, red light for Rice, and a 521 at 129. J.R. Lobner and Jeremy Lurkey coming up now. I thought Jeremy was here. Jeremy and Carey for Larice Motorsports Insurance. They are your on-track representatives. Carey and Jeremy can hook you up with an on-site quote for your entire racing operation. Don't forget, Larice Motorsports Insurance provides end-to-end coverage for your entire operation, including your race vehicles, your toter, your trailer, anything and everything, both on and off the track. You want protection for your peace of mind, go see the good folks at Larice Motorsports Insurance. 6 flat to dial in for Lurkey. He did not make his time run earlier as the car was broke. Turns it red this time around. This is his time hit. 597 at 131 for Lurkey. Broke out by 3, but at least he knows where he's at. He'll have to buy back. J.R. Lobner. Green light start and a 477 at 145 for the win. Jerry McGraw and Matt Rose coming up now. McGraw left side from Plattsmouth, Nebraska. 456 the dial in left side. 471 the number on the right side for Matt Rose. Rose gets the head start by 0.15 of a second. If you watch both sides of the tree, you should be able to see that differential as the tree counts down. No box buybacks, door car buybacks, final call. No box buybacks to 1 and 2, door car buybacks to 4 and 5. 6 thou difference up front. Double breakout at the finish. Matt Rose, your winner, 470 with a 5 on a 471. 147 for the speed. McGraw, 454.6 on the 456, so he breaks out by 0.14 of a second. Matt Rose breaks out by 0.05 of a second. Better on the breakout goes to Matt Rose. Rose goes around number 2. Tyler Selden and Kyler Hergemuller coming up. Selden left side, Bennington, Nebraska. A power chassis machine. 565 cubic inch big block behind the driver. 505 up on the Aeromotive scoreboard left side. Right side, Kyler. Looking up at the O'Reilly scoreboard. 466 up on that dial-in board for the runner out of Brighton, Colorado. Another perfect light. Tyler Selden goes perfect and then goes 506.3 at 134. 13 thousandths package, all of it at the top end as he's perfect up front. 506.3 on the 505 at 134. Hergemuller goes dead 5. He's 20 up front. He's 25 total to the 13 total. Tough drag racing right here in round number 1. Tyler Selden, your winner. Bruce Briscoe comes up left. Mr. Not on File on the right. Right side dialed to 487. Left side, Briscoe in the Aeromotive lane. Got a 530 on the dial-in board. Green lights a pair. Top end, wind light goes. to the right side. He's 11 total. He was 11 on the tree, dead 0 at the finish. 140 for the speed. Bruce Briscoe was late leaving the starting line and then goes under 529, 1 under on the 530 at 129 miles an hour. Isaac Hill now. Kendall Umholtz. They'll give it a try. Hill left, Umholtz right. Hill out of Mount Vernon, Missouri. Umholtz from DeSoto, Kansas. Hill dialed a 492, gets the lead first. 455 the dial in for Umholtz. Will leave second. I think I said final call, but if I didn't, final call for no box buybacks and final call for door car buybacks. Isaac Hill breaks out by 1. 491 on the 492 at 140. Still crossed the finish line second. Reaction time, huge factor that time. Kendall Umholtz, 17 on the tree, 458 at 140. Umholtz had a tenth of a second to work with based on reaction time. Todd Knight and Larry Richardson. Knight left side, Belton, Missouri. Larry Richardson right side, Alamosa, Colorado. Richardson gets the head start with a 483 dial in.
That's a Piper, I think. No, they got the Piper.
So what happened on that run?
We'll figure it out later.
Okay. I hope. The one that was in won.
I'll tell you when to worry about it.
I've seen how you work.
Hey, I'm getting to worry about it. Everything's been handled.
You tell me everything's been handled. Doesn't mean I don't worry. Todd Piper and Eric Nazarenas. I'm sure I got that wrong. Nazarenas? Let's try Nazarenas. Nazarenas? All the letters are there. Eric on the right. Todd on the win. Left side. Piper 008 on the tree. 472.1 for your winner. 141 for the speed. Nazarenas was behind at the starting line and 2 over 502 at 136 on the loss. Kendra Larson and Brian Cook coming up now. Kendra, Glenwood, Minnesota. Brian Cook alongside. 514 on the dial in for Brian Cook. Kendra Larson 477. Well, Kendra was 10 on the tree and breaks out 474.6 at 145. Brian Cook was 3 on the tree, dead 0. Best package of the day so far. A 3-pack. As Brian Cook 003 on the tree, dead 0 at the finish line. 514.0 on the 514 at 134. And for Kendra Larson, mathematically eliminated before she got to the Christmas tree. John Lobner and Scott Cook come up now. So we just saw Brian Cook go 3 total. Can Scott do better? Scott out of Festus, Missouri, trying to go 486. John Lobner a 472 dial in. They are 5 apart at the starting line. Cook says, I'm pretty good. I'm dead 6 and 008 on the tree. That's 14 thousandths total. Lobner was 13 on the tree, so his window was about that small. and could have done it if he'd have gone dead zero. Anything else would have been a loss, and it was something else. Broke out by 1, 471 on the 472. Couldn't hit that little bitty window. Scott Cook takes the win. Matt Clark coming up now alongside Tony Fuller. Clark left side out of KCMO. Clark with a 483. Tony Fuller dialed a 485 out of Little Flock, Arkansas. This time they're only 2 apart up front, a 12 and a 10. It is a double breakout. Matt Clark breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second. Fuller breaks out by 5 thousandths of a second. That's 2 thou difference there. Matt Clark was 12 on the tree and Fuller was 10 on the tree. That's 2 thou up front. Total margin of victory winds up being 27 ten-thousandths of a second for Matt Clark on the double breakout. The P-51 Mustang paint job over there left side. Still no card on file. Now, I don't care, but if you make it to the money rounds and there's no tech card on file, you might care because it might be a problem. Well, it will be a problem. Chris Whitfield says, well, I can take care of this right now. I'll just beat him, but he didn't. 471.8 on the 472 breaks out by 2 thousandths of a second. Car on the left side, 454 on the 453 gets the win. He is 8 up front. Whitfield 6 up front. Both of them have the starting line figured out. Whitfield 2 thou too quick at the finish line. Again, these tech card things, they become important at some point. Left side, no card on file. Right side, no card on file. Left side, 475. Right side, 450. Half a bulb head start goes to the left side. Another pair of 00 lights and another pair of breakouts. Car on the right side, 001 on the tree, breaks out by 5 thousandths of a second. That was the better package. 005 up front on the left side, no good. Rick Huffman gets the buy run here. Scoggin Dickey Performance Center powered machine. American chassis, accelerated graphics out of Waxahachie, Texas. Rick Huffman. Not sure if we'll see Chase or Keisha this weekend, as it looks like something not set correctly, so we're going to give him another try at it. We were missing 3 door cars for the buyback round. We were missing 3 door cars for the buyback round. This is your final call. We need you, and we are missing 3. Rick Huffman comes up, leaves the starting line 010 on this end, 452 on that end at 153. So once again, we're missing 3 cars from our door car buyback round. And I mean, we're happy to take your money, but we assume you want to run in exchange for it. So why don't you come on up now, because we're getting ready to run you in a few minutes. Buybacks for dragsters, looks like we're ready to take you to lanes 10 and 11. Dragster buybacks to 10 and 11. Has lots of stuff happening here, lots of moving parts and pieces. We're trying to stay on top of it here. There is one buyback round. Win and you're in to round number 2. So we will be running the buyback rounds next. So if you have bought back, we're looking for you back to the staging lanes. Our no box cars are already back. Door cars, final call has been given to you, and we are missing 3 of you. Dragsters, buybacks, back to the lanes, lanes 10 and 11. So a little bit of cleanup going out there on the starting line, just a little bit of touch-up. I'm pretty confident the track is working just fine. My buddy Jeff Duncan came up here, and if you were paying any attention, he got a whole lot of blue sky in his Camaro as he drug the bumper with that car. Might have it tied down a little bit before he goes into the next round. But traction is working. Starting line is great. We are very, very happy that each and every one of you is here participating in the inaugural House of Speed Shootout. This is competition day number 1 right now. And to tell you about the buyback round, I'll step out of the way and turn the microphone back over to the voice of Heartland Motorsports Park. Miss Sarah here will tell you all about it.
Oh, Warren, you're too kind. You're too kind. So buyback round action is about to happen.
Racing is a risky sport. Don't take risks with your racing operation. On or off the track, protection from Larice Motorsports Insurance is not a risk. Get your quote today at Larice Motorsports Insurance.
So keep that in mind. My door car all should be ready back there in 4 and 5 for their buyback round. And dragsters, start making your way to 10 and 11 for your buyback rounds. So you're buying back in and get a race here. You win, you move on with the rest of your class to round number 2. Trying to get that 10K prize today. Here's our first pair for buybacks. 705 in the dial in the left lane, going up against a 638 dial in the right lane. And Daryl Goheen, we know your car on the left. And B408 Goheen lets off the button and takes almost a hard right. And right lane will move on with a 641.97. So we got Jenkins in the right lane, dialed in at a 611, and C534 dialed in at a 633 in the left. And it's gonna be an easy down for Jenkins in the right lane, going on with a 615 114. Red light over there in the left with a 633 107. So we've got Tim Dacus now in the air mode of left lane and Chase Nelson in the right lane. 667 dial in for Tim and a 628 dial in for Chase. So all door car buyback door cars should all be in lanes 4 and 5. Buyback dragsters, start making your lanes to 10 and 11. Buyback dragsters, start making your way to lanes 10 and 11. We can keep this House of Speed shootout going. As one got a better light than the other, but it does not pay off this time, as Tim runs dead on with a 3,101 miles an hour. Chase Nelson had the better light, a 634 106. As our next pair in the air mode of left lane, 890 dial in. And O'Reilly right lane, a 630 dial in. As the lights have been on, double reds, and it's going to go over to the right lane with the least infraction, running it through with a 631 110. Left lane, too excited and broke out at the top end with an 845 86 miles an hour. As next pair do their burnouts and get ready to pre-stage those cars. So all buyback door cars should be in 4 and 5, and my buyback dragsters, you guys should start making your way to 10 and 11. As we've got greens for these two. A little bit of a difference on the reaction time. But with a 69 on the tree and running a 6 flat with a 3, 125, right lane is going to move on to the next round and keep their Friday fun going. Left lane, a 794, 91 miles an hour. As we've got a 631 dial in the air motive left lane and a 678 dial in the Riley right lane. Pre-stage and staging lights are set. Nice wheels of action by the left lane, taking off almost identical off the tree, so anyone's race, and it's gonna go to the left lane with a 633 102 miles an hour, 681.99 for the right. Another six something dial in for this pair. 643 for the automotive left lane and 629 for the O'Reilly right lane. Alright. Buyback door car 4 and 5. Buyback door car. We're missing 2 of you. 4 and 5. Buyback door car 4 and 5. Buyback dragsters should be making your way to 10 and 11. Buyback dragsters should be making your guys' way to 10 and 11. So we're finally getting some more sunshine on this Friday. And it's going to be right lane taking the win. 005 on the tree. 633 104. To a 647 105. Lots of smoke coming out of the car in the left lane, so we're going to take a look at the track. Make sure everything is copacetic. While the crew's checking everything out, make sure you guys stop at the concession stand, get something to eat, something to drink if you need to. Want to stay hydrated out there. It is Kansas. It is still hot and humid, especially now that the sun's going to be peeking out on us here and there. Yes. Yes, concession stand also takes credit, debit cards, cash. Same with the convenience store. So if you haven't checked out the new for this year Heartland Motorsports Park merch, you can do so in our convenience store. Everything for winter, for summer, from kids and adults. Like, literally a variety for anyone and everyone. So you should be able to find something you like out there. So they're going to finish checking it out, make sure everything's copacetic, and we'll be back to racing here soon. All right. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. All my door card buybacks. All door card buybacks. Buyback door cars. Buyback door cars. You should all be in lanes 4 and 5. Buyback dragsters. Buyback dragsters. You need to start making your way, if you haven't, to lanes 10 and 11. So, buyback door cars should all be in lanes 4 and 5. And buyback dragsters, you guys should be start making your way into the lanes 10 and 11. As it looks like they got the good to go to get the car started and get the burnouts going. We got Sid Baldwin and his Camaro in the right lane, and Jesse Hogue and his Mustang in the left. Jesse's dialed in at a 606 and Sid a 658.
No, I like to call it donating money.
Oh, okay.
And Sid, cutting the better light, is going to move on. Running dead on with a 6102 26 thou package for Sid Baldwin. Jesse, a 606 with a 5, but a 47 on the tree at 114. Lindsay Piper now in that Firebird is in the air-motive left lane. Dialed in at a 762. And in the right lane, a dial-in of a 622. And with a red light in the right lane, Lindsay Piper is going to move on and continue her day. 761.94 miles an hour to a 626.111. We got Jason Kimbrell now in his 80 Malibu, 622 dial-in left side. Steve Livingood in his 81 Malibu, the Huckus Puckus machine. In the Riley right lane, 628 dial, so almost a heads-up race. Getting ready to go down. Lights are a little far apart, and it pays off for Steve Livingood. 008 on the tree, 631.105. Jason 76 on the tree, 622.112. As Gary Stinnett now and Larry Zieber get ready to go next. 562 airmotive left lane and 616 in the O'Reilly right lane. Stinnett puts the wheels up before going down the strip, and Larry hits a bag of donuts. So he's moving on, 619, 130. Gary a 562, 123. But we'll just say he blinked before he let go of the button. Tony Peterson in the right lane, 563 dial in out of Omaha. And Bob Gilmore out of Arc City with a 586 dial in. As this no box buybacks continues. And Bob Gilmore is going to keep driving today with a 589, 111. Tony Pearson at 565, 121. As Jerry Tilson, 521 on the dial in the right lane. 575 dial in the left lane.
He said he got the car calmed down a little bit left side. Let's see, he scraped the bumper last time with it.
Yeah, left side saying they had too much in the car. Gotta calm the car down. I like that term. Calm the car down. And left lane, 580, 115 with the wind light. 524, 140 for Jerry on the right. And now we got a 715 dial in the air-motive left lane going up against a 580 dial in the right lane. So a good little wait for our right lane. $725.86 mile an hour in the left with the wind. 631, 109 in the right. Cody Michael and Shane Herman now. Cody in the left lane, 604 on his dial in the 77 Monza. Shane Herman, a 556 dial in for his 68 Chevelle. Remember, with buybacks, 2 go down and only 1 gets to continue racing. And in this case, it's going to be Shane Herman as Cody turns it red. Runs it out with a 605, 114 to a Shane of 581, 103 miles an hour. As Frank Duran and Mike McDonough will be the next pair up. Once again, if you're watching us on dragracer.tv, that is all because we have been awesome thanks to Warren Evans. He's going to be with us all weekend long doing our live stream, helping me out when I get scatterbrained or my voice is like, no, you need a break. So it's really awesome for him to come out here and stream our inaugural House of Speed Shootout. So all you folks who didn't get to come yet can watch and see what you're missing. And left lane's going to take the wind light with a 580, 126. Right lane breaks out 623, 111. So 569 dial-in for the left and a 658 dial-in in the right. As those pre-states and stage lights get lit up, away they go, greens for both. And right lane breaks out, giving that one light over to the left. 570 with a 120 to a 656, 103. That's a living good car over there in the left lane with a 667 dial-in, going up against the pickup truck that almost out of the way. He's got a reflective license plate there. I was like, that doesn't look very secure. Nope, it's just a mirrored one. 681 in the dial in the right lane. Lights are lit. We're ready to go. Double breakout wind is going to go over to Living Good in that left lane. 666, 107 for Living Good. 677, 102 for the right lane. All right. All door cars should be in 4 or 5. All door cars. Because I think you guys are pretty much coming up. Buyback dragster. Buyback door cars in 4 or 5. Buyback dragster. In 10 and 11. Buyback dragsters in 10 and 11. As James Kunkel now gets up in the right lane, 539 on the dial. And in the left lane, a 621. And Kunkel will continue on, running dead on with a 127 miles an hour. Left lane broke out just by a smidgen. Well, you get done early today. You can get ready for tomorrow. Because the fun does continue on. All weekend long. And like Warren's would tell you, next week we got the NHRA double divisional coming up. So that's another 4 or 5 days of fun drag racing in itself. Right lane takes the wind light, 582, 113.
Top end, the wagon gets the win, 607 at 110. He was 12 on the tree. Right side, Billy DeVries, it says here, 6 flat with a 6. Not good enough. Reaction time was the difference. 2 more coming at you right now. Left-hand steer Corvette over on the left, and the Ghost Rider over here on the right. 534 left, 620 right. Big wheels up start there. Over on the right-hand side, but he breaks out, got down there and took 11th thou too much. 618.9 at 110. The Corvette Roadster goes on to the next round. 535 at 129, getting the win on the breakout.
585. Door cars, 5822. Dragster.
The Smith Racing His Glory machine alongside the little Chevette over here. Could be a T1000, but I think it's a Chevette. Down track he goes. Better reaction time goes to the Camaro, but the Chevette gets it done. 645 at 102 for the win. The Camaro off pace goes 596 on the 588 performance prediction. 108 miles an hour for the speed, not good enough. Two more rolling up right now. Left side, First gen Camaro, right side the Duster. 606 the dial in left for the Camaro. The Duster dial to 630. And the Duster's going to get the win via the red light start. 629.9 on the 630. Oh, so close. Was a breakout. Would have lost the race had it not been for the red light start of the Camaro. 609 at 115 for the GM product on his way out the door. Another Camaro, this time the Camaro replica, 68 Camaro left-hand steer Roadster alongside the little Super Sport Nova over here on the right, dialed to 678. The Nova leaves first. Here comes the Camaro. On a high gear only charge, top end, 5660 for your winner, the Camaro, dead zero. 137 for the speed, as the little Chevy 680 on the 678. 2 over, 100 miles an hour. Now we go into dragsters. 511 left for the Mel Hambleton Ford machine. Alongside the dragster on the right, dialed to 556. So Sarah sorting out a couple of things here while I jump in.
I appreciate it, Warren, so much.
Babble a little bit here on her behalf. We'll try our best. How's that? One of them's 004, one of them's 009. Wind light goes to the car that was 004. 558.5 at 122. Left side was 009 and 4 over 513. So they were both over. They were both 00. Wind light goes right side of the track. The Land Shark machine left side for the Hop Racing operation. Dialed in a 482. That's the quicker of the two. 499 the dial in. For the all-black dragster over here on the right. Both of them staged and ready. Red light start for the Land Shark. 005 on the tree for the black car. 499.3. That's 8 total right there. 139 for the speed for the black car. And the Land Shark is out of here in the buyback round. Two more pulling up right now. 529 left, the multicolored car for Fine Line Graphics. Right side, the green and blue machine, trying to go 462, will be on the chase. Winner goes on to round 2. Loser goes on to think about tomorrow. How about a 007 light and a 463.3 for your winner here on the right side at 144. Left side got down there and broke out by 0.003 of a second. Was behind at the starting line. Didn't have much opportunity to do anything. And broke out by 3 thou as a 528.7 on a 529 at 128 ends the day. Two more coming up. 56.16. That is the blue and flame dragster left side. Car 57.30 right side dialed to 521. Left side dialed to 529. Both of them in. And away they go. Double breakouts once again. 520 with a 9. Breaking out by 1/1000th, gets the win right side. Other side broke out by 11 thousandths of a second. So the win on the double breakout goes to the right. Two more coming up right now. Shorn Racing left side, dialed to 452. Right side, the black dragster dialed a 492. Another red light start. This time it's on the left side. Right side gets the win. 492.8 at 140 miles an hour. Left side turns it red by 031 and goes 457 on the loss, 152 for the speed. Car 5342 left side. It's dialed in a 453. Danielle Miller over here on the right, dialed a 487. Danielle gets to go first, silver car. Starting line advantage goes to the right for Danielle. Win light goes to the right for Danielle. 488 at 140. Left side goes one over. 454.2 at 153, but 300ths behind at the starting line. That's all it takes. The answer car left side. How do I know it's the answer? Just look at the fenders. That's the answer. 490 up on the dial-in board. That's the Aeromotive side. O'Reilly Auto Parts side, 485 the dial-in over here on the right. Again, we are in the buyback round right now. Winners go on to second round competition. So a lot of movement right there for the dragster. You see that as the car darts left and then back right at the finish line, but still turns on a win light as we saw something come flying out of the car, not exactly sure what it was. And maybe it was a distraction for the driver that caused that move. But a 486 at 139 winner right side. 11 on the tree. Left side, 490 with a 3 and a 38 reaction time. Red lights once again decide this one. Left side goes 003 red. Right side takes the win. 474 at 137 for the win. Red light start left side and a 462.8. Dead on 8 in a losing effort. Car 542 left side, car 5505 on the right. Again, no information in the computer for any of these folks in the buyback round as it's being run as a separate category. Top end says the car in the left-hand lane gets it done. Aeromotive side, 484 on the 483 at 141. 1 over left side, 2 over right side, 467 at 147. Now it's time for car 4110 and car 5183, left and right, respectively. Left side dialed a 474, right side a 482. Attention in the pit area. We need Tony Peterson and Jerry Tilson to the tower, please. Tony Peterson and Jerry Tilson, we need you to the tower to race control, please. Better start for the left side, win light for the right side. 483 on the 482, 1 over for the win. Behind at the starting line, 41 to a 16 on the left. But the car on the left cannot run the number, goes 4 over, 478 on the 474 dial-in. Margin of victory, 55 ten-thousandths of a second. Car 5X37 comes up now, 493 up on the scoreboard. 470 the dial-in right side for car 5444. Right side's good, but left side better. How about a 9 total package right there? 002 on the tree. Dead 7 at the finish line. 9 thousandths total for your winner on the left-hand side. 493.7 at 139. Right side 471 on the 470. 25 on the tree. That's okay, but not going to get you anywhere up against a 9-pack. 2 more coming up. The all-white car, left side, predicts a 471. Be chasing down the Odyssey battery machine over here on the right. Not sure if that is Bob or Tony Fuller. As they are sharing a seat here this afternoon. Pretty good drag race on this end. Top end says it's an 11 thousandths package left side of the track for car 5822. 3 plus 8's 11. Fuller's car right side was 13 letting go of the button, so they had no window of opportunity to pick up a round win right there. They were already locked out. Car 5984 comes up now left side. Dialed in of a 472 to the 477 dial in for car 5087. And I should know who this car is on the right side because I see that Annie Ann's Pretzel logo on the side. And every time I see it at a divisional race, I'm like, Annie Ann's. Yeah, shouldn't have started that now, should I? And they'll celebrate with an Annie Ann's Pretzel over here on the right-hand side. 479 at 141 for the winner. 007 on the tree. Takes out the closer but losing 473 on the 72 dial on the left side. Car 530C comes up left side, dialed in a 5 flat to the 502 dial for car 5288. Again, Tony Peterson and Jerry Tilson, if you've not made your way to the tower, we need you. Tony Peterson, Jerry Tilson to the tower. Double 01 red left, win light right, 5 flat with a 9 right side at 137, broke out, but it didn't matter. Left side was safe, 501 on the 5 flat, but 001 on the wrong side of the reaction timer. Well, the computer says this is Brooke Neeson. I'll tell you, it's not. Because that is definitely not a 2019 Ski-Doo snowmobile on the left-hand side. But it is car 521, and it's dialed a 482. I'm not the sharpest tool in the drawer, but I do know that's not who it says it is. Right side, car 5775 is dialed a 478. Red light start means the snowmobile is coming back. Ha ha ha, LOL. 481 on the 482 left side. But they were green, and the right side was red. 480 on the 478 would have been safe on the breakout side, but lost on the red light by 010. Car 126B waits now over in the left-hand lane. Waiting on car 52. I believe that is Robbie Gear. 453 the dial in right side. 517 left side. Head start left. As our cloud cover has rolled back in here. Shade is okay. As unless Devon is running somebody here on a single, this is our final pair of dragsters. And if you saw the dragster of Robbie Gear, the car leaped straight up out of the beams, and he turns it red by 12. Left side 004 and a 518 at 135 for the win. Gear yanks it out of the beams 12 thousandths too early and goes 449 at 154. So buybacks
Are not quite done.
are not quite done.
Some double entry dragsters.
Some double entry dragsters are coming back.
But we're gonna do a little bit of track prep and
Little track prep, a little song, a little dance,
Yeah.
little seltzer down your pants.
Yeah.
That's an old-timey reference
By
there.
the time they go get something to eat and come back.
If I went and got something to eat, what would happen? The tower would not collapse.
No. That would be fine.
That would be fun.
Yeah.
No, that would not be fun.
Well, I mean, if you went and got something to eat, that'd be fun.
Oh, that part would be fun.
Yeah.
The tower collapsing would
No,
not be
it's not.
fun.
Put a little damper on the weekend.
The way my diet's going, the chair might collapse if I go get something to eat. That's a whole different problem.
Yeah, that's all we can do up here.
So, anyway, we are running the rotator out there right now, just kind of keeping things in shape. It's a continuous process here to make sure that the track is in great condition and stays in great condition. So that's what we're doing right now. As the tractor is out there doing a little broom and a little rotate, waiting for our double-entered dragsters to return back to the staging lanes.
Cool for a few minutes.
Cool for just a minute. So we'll take a break in the action and we'll be back with you in just a little bit.
For more than 50 years, Wagner's Classic Cars has been a worldwide leader in the collector car industry. Wagner's is best known for their attention to detail and quality craftsmanship, as well as their first-class inventory of investment quality rides. Wagner's has also built some of the coolest cars on the planet, as well as some of the race cars you will see here today. If you're in the market for that car of your dreams, find us on Facebook or visit us today at wagnersclassiccars.com.
All right, all right, all right. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. No box green cards. No box green cards. Round 2 of eliminations. Come to lanes 4 and 5. No box green cards. If you're in round 2 of eliminations, come on down to lanes 4 and 5. My no box green cards.
That.
All right, all right, all right. Attention racers, attention racers. Bob and Tony Fuller. You guys need to be in the staging lanes. Bob and Tony Fuller. You guys need to be in the staging lanes. Like heading there right now. Bob and Tony Fuller. Head to those staging lanes right now. So once again, we're about to get ready to the shootout action. No box green cards. No box green cards. Round 2. You guys need to start heading to staging lanes 4 and 5 right now. No box green cards. Start heading to staging lanes 4 and 5 for round number 2.
I don't think I saw that one. I can't remember. But I know I watched.
As our buyback double entry dragsters are going to start making their way up to the tower here and finish out these buyback runs so we can get into round number 2 action.
Say anything good about it, so when I
So no box green cars. Round 2, lanes 4 and 5. We need you heading there now. And Bob and Tony Fuller, if you want these buyback runs, come to the lanes right now. Make sure you guys are getting something to eat, something to drink. Stay hydrated out there as the sun is peeking through, and it is Kansas. It seems like no matter what, it's hot or humid or both. And concession stand will be open for you. If you haven't gotten something to eat yet, do so. We also got ice cold Pepsi products available. All right. Attention in the pits. No box green cards. Round 2 of elimination. Final call to lanes 4 and 5. No box green cards. Round 2 of eliminations, 2 lanes 4 and 5. Final call for you. As we are finishing up our dragster buybacks. Dragster 5X42 air motive left lane dialed in at a 454. Sorry about that. A 454. Going up against Dragster 5966 dialed in at a 5.56. Yes. All right. Attention in the pits. Double entry, no box, and no box green cards. Final call. Double entry, no box green cards, and cars. Lanes 4 and 5. Final call. Door card, double entry, and door card green cards. Door card, double entry, and door card green cards. First call to lanes 7 and 8 for round number 2. Door caller, double entry, and green cards. First call to lanes 7 and 8. Come on down for round number 2. As I'm going to let Warren finish off these dragsters.
One light left side, 492.9 at 139 gets the job done. As he's dead 9. 21 on the tree, that's a better reaction time as well. 522 on the 520 over here on the right to finish it up here in the buyback round. Car 5822 rolls back up here. That is the white dragster left side. The multicolored dragster on the right, car A503. Right side gets to leave first on a 528 dial in. White car will be given chase on a 471. Green light starts for both. Top end charge. Wind light left side, the white dragster 473 at 142. Right side, the day is done there, 528.7 on the 528, but the reaction time turns on the wind light as the white car better at the starting line by 0.03 of a second. Gary Stinnett comes up now. Stinnett's Camaro is going to try to go 561. Right side, the dragster, the long car dialed to 475.
Copy.
So the first gen Camaro will go wheels up, leaving the starting line first. Once we finish our buybacks, we're going to do a little bit of track prep, and then we'll go into round number 2, starting with the no box green card cars and double entries. No box green and no box double entries. Separated by 2 thousandths at the starting line. Wind light for the dragster 475.3 at 140. 10 on the tree. Stinnett 008 on the tree and a 562 at 123. Stinnett just not his day today.
Try again tomorrow.
Try again tomorrow. Better payout tomorrow. But 10 today still be pretty nice. So the spray rig out there laying down a lap of the sticky stuff. And as soon as everything is in readiness here on the track surface, we'll go into round number 2. No more buybacks, no more second chances. 2 go down, 1 comes back for the rest of the day. There's no box. Green will start things out and double entries. No box green and double entries will be starting out here in round number 2.
All right. Attention in the pits. Door card, double entry, and green cards. Door card, double entry, and green cards. Second call to lanes 7 and 8. Door card, double entry, and green cards. Second call to lanes 7 and 8 for your round 2 of eliminations. No box. Round number 2 begins with Trevor Rugg from Topeka, Kansas. 85 Camaro, 631 dialing, and Josh Peterson with a 667 dialing in his 68 Camaro in the O'Reilly right lane. Once again, double entry door cars and door car green cards. You guys should be in my lane 7 and 8 for your round 2 of eliminations. As these two start off little wheels up, but Josh jumps the gun and gives the win right over to Trevor off the start with a 625 109 for Trevor moving on, and Josh a 666 102. Dialing for the left lane, a 615. Dialing for the right lane, a 637. As it'll be the right lane of Jeff going on with a 642, 98 miles an hour, 617, 110 for the left. Had just a little late on that start. As Justin Jenkins now out of Oquito, Kansas in the 08 Cobalt. 615 dial-in, going up against Jared Stedman in the 73 Camaro from Derby with a 630 dial-in. And even with the triple zip light, Jared Stedman's day is done in no box. Justin Jenkins runs dead on with a 7.108 with a 14 thou package. As Lindsey Piper and Chase Nelson, these two know each other pretty well. Lindsey in the left, 762 dial in, to Chase Nelson the right with a 630 dial in. Lindsey Piper breaks out. So Chase Nelson is going to be moving on 632.109 for Mr. Nelson. As Jesse Hogue and Tim Nicholson get ready to turn on those pre-stage lights. 84 Mustang 606 dial-in for Jesse and a 639 dial-in in the 66 Chevy 2 of Tim Nicholson. Close times on the tree, so anyone's race. And at the top end, it's Tim Nicholson taking the win light. Dead on with a 103 miles an hour. Jesse Hogue, 607.113. Colton Wheeler and Mike Town. Colton in the air-motive left lane, 583 on his dial-in out of Wichita, Kansas. Going up against Mike Town, dialed in at 675 out of Paola, Kansas. Looks like the starting line crew wants to take a look over here. So we'll let them take a look and clean up whatever they need to. All right. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Final call for door cars that are double entered and door car green cards, lanes 7 and 8. Final call, door car green cards and double entered door cards to lanes 7 and 8 for your round 2 of eliminations. right, they say let's get ready to rock and roll again. So Colton Wheeler, 583 dial in left lane. Mike Town, 675 dial in right lane. Little wheels up action for Mike Town as he lets go of the button, and it's going to pay off. 676 with a 996 mile an hour win for Mike Town. Colton Wheeler, a 584 127. We got Wyatt Wagner in our Air O'Reilly right lane out of Bonner Springs in the 66 Chevelle. Dialed in at a 629. Going up against Robbie Winkle out of Derby, Kansas in the 55 wagon. Dialed in at a 774. So a good second head start there for Robbie off the line. And we get a pair of greens. This one will be decided down at the finish line. And Robbie Winkle is going to take the win light with a dead on with a 390 miles an hour, 28th thou package. Wyatt a 632, 108, 20 on the tree. Not fast enough. So here is our last pair of no box for round number 2.
So Joe LeBlanc turns it red there. Win light for Billy Banks Jr. Over on the left-hand side, the Camaro Roadster. 550 with a 9, 011 on the tree, 20 total. 129 for the speed. Red light start for Joe LeBlanc and a 688 at 99 miles per hour. So our no box category is complete for round number 2, I believe.
Yeah, no box. What? No box
So we've lost track up here, which is a lot easier than you think.
We're on
Door car greens category is coming up now. Brandon Fanninsteel from Plainville, Kansas, and Tony Peterson from Omaha will start it out here in door cars. Fanninsteel dialed a 717.
car numbers of the first pair of the class changes, because that'll be a lot easier than car type.
Tony Peterson with a 565. Head start left side for the blue Camaro. The little black 67 Nova will be given chase. Fanninsteel is off the starting line. Here comes Peterson as they head for the top end. At the 8th mile mark, win light comes on for Fanninsteel. 718 on the 17 dial at 93. Peterson, slower at the reaction time, goes dead zero. Not good enough. Fanninsteel goes on. No box blue, we need you to lanes 4 and 5. No box blue to 4 and 5 for round number 2. Once again, no box blue, 4 and 5, round 2. Jason Kimbrell and Steve Livengood coming up now. The Huckus Puckus. I had to look at that twice. Because I would have said Hocus Pocus.
I called him Hocus Pocus all last week until they finally came back.
Hocus Pocus. Okay. Steve Livingood is living good. 009 on the tree, but breaks out by 0.06 of a second. Excuse me. Got me all choked up there. Kimbrell, dead on, 622 at 112. Livingood had plenty of room. Got down there and took 0.04 of a second and broke out by 0.06. Just gobbled up a little too much wind stripe. Car on the left side. Still no information in the computer. And the same on the right for the little Vega. So the Chevette left, Vega right. 644 and 579. Identical on the reaction timer. Wind light goes to the Chevette. 644 1. He is dead 1. The Vega is dead 7 and no good. By 0.06 of a second, wind light goes to the Chevette. Mike McDonough comes up now in his rally striped Camaro. The engineer out of Wichita, Kansas, 69 first gen Camaro. Taking on Jerry Tilson's aluminum. And Tilson flat misses it at the starting line. Wind light goes to McDonough. 583 on the 581 at 124. He had about almost 1/10 of a second in his back pocket. Tilson 2 over 524 at 140, and he is out of here. Jeff Duncan out of Booty, Illinois. Angie alongside behind the car there, checking things out. Duncan said he needed to tie it down, and he did. He's taken on one of the toughest guys out here, Phil Unruh, out of McPherson, Kansas. The special metals machine, and a red light start for Jeff Duncan, 007 red. Phil Unruh, 619 at 139 for the win. Jeff Duncan, he is 007 red and 580 at the stripe. His day is done here in the second round. Dustin Shore, Grain Valley, Missouri. 79 Cutlass it says, but that is no 79 Cutlass. That's a Malibu wagon. My mom had one of those. You could throw a dead cat through the rusted sides of it. Shane Herman, right side, the 68 Chevelle out of La Crosse, Kansas. Of course, she won 3 track championships with that old brown piece of crap. A win's a win, that's right. 604 with an 8 for Dustin Shore. He was 16 on the reaction timer. 16 and 8's 24. Shane Herman was 24 up front. He would have had to gone dead 0 to tie. That wasn't going to happen. Broke out trying to get there. 554 on the 557 at 120. Will Crotty and Jamie Cordell coming up next. Crotty's Monza out of Belton, Missouri. Jamie Cordell, right side, the 64 Chevy 2. Cordell trying to go 637. There he goes. Here's Will Crotty trying to go 571. There goes Will. How about a trip zip perfect reaction time for Will Crotty and a 574 for the win at 117. Jamie Cordell behind up front goes 3 over 640 at 105. So they're both 3 over, but hey, triple zeros at the top of your time ticket helps a lot. Stephen Johnson, Sapulpa, Oklahoma. The 91 Z28 alongside the 62 Impala. No information in the computer. And he better get it in here because he's coming back for the next round. Stephen Johnson is out of here with a 507 at 141. How about that for the Impala as he's 10 on the tree, dead 0 at the finish line. 10 plus 0 is still 10. A 10-pack for the red car right side. Bob Gilmore and Terry Edwards coming up now. Gilmore left out of Ark City, Kansas. Camaro. Edwards, right side, Cameron, Missouri. S10. 615 right, 587 left. Top end, win light says Terry Edwards. He's dead on 3, 6:15.3 at 1:11. For Bob Gilmore, done with a dead 2, 5:87.2. Reacting to green, 19 right, 47 left. Win light right side. Once again, no info in the computer this time around for car 5248 left side. Taking on Ron Evans. Ron Evans split window Corvette. Breaks out. 585.7 breaks out by 0.03 of a second. Win light left side for the orange and white Camaro. 527.8 on the 527 at 132 miles an hour. Car 517, another Camaro rolls up. Left side, taking on Kurt Huffman's 55 Bel Air out of Oswego, Kansas. The very patriotic machine right side, trying to go 618. Gets to leave first. 575 the dial. Left side. There goes the classic 55. Here comes the Camaro. At the top end, it's going to be the Camaro getting the job done. 578 at 109 for the win. He was 3 over. Huffman was 3 over. 621 on the 618. Reaction time by 6 thou. Turns on the win light left side.
All right, I'm going to steal it back from Warren. Give him a break now. As Carl Jones and Chris Cheney now line up next to each other. Carl Jones left lane, 564 dial, and Chris Cheney is 641 dial. All right. Attention in the pits. No box blue. Last and final call. No box blue cards. Last and final call lanes 4 and 5. Door car blue cards. Report to the staging lanes. 7 and 8. Door car blue cards. Come on down for your second round of eliminations, as Chris Cheney is going to put Carl Jones on the trailer for the rest of today with a 6:44.102. Carl Jones, your day is done. I know, I don't like it when they take my screen away so fast. Paul Winklebauer and Jason Rollins. Paul is in the left lane in that Ranger, 638 dial. Jason, 622. And Paul's going to break out at the top end, so it'll be Jason Rollins going on to the next round with a 6:24.104 miles an hour. As we're going to be getting ready for No Box Blues to come up. So all of you guys for round 2, No Box Blue cars should be already back in those staging lanes. And Door Car Blue cards. Door Car Blue cards. You should be making your way to the staging lanes as well, because you're up next.
Hey, just want to jump back in here for just a second. Between Sarah and I, we'll tell you all about all of this. But Scott Wagner from Wagner's Classic Cars. Just want to pass along a little information. Of course, Scott, one of the sponsors that is supporting live streaming here and supporting Drag Racer TV, and I appreciate it very much. They've got a showroom full of great race cars, street cars, all in pristine condition. Stop by and take a look or check them out on their website or on their Facebook page. But one of the cars that is for sale is the one you've seen out here racing out here this weekend. Wyatt driving that gorgeous green Chevelle out here. Had a little trouble turning on wind light, but that's not the point. He's out here having fun, and that machine is just, from my vantage point, just perfect. And if you're interested in buying a classic ride, something that looks great on the street and runs great on the strip, go and see Scott and Wyatt in their pit area over there. Wagner's Classic Cars, that car is for sale. Big thanks to them for their support this weekend, along with the rest of our sponsors. Bob McCosh Chevrolet out of Columbia, Missouri, stepping up to help with the live feed this weekend. If you're looking for a new or used vehicle, they sell Chevrolet products, GM products over there for sales and service. When you are in the market, go see our friend Bob McCosh. Just remember, Bob McCosh makes the difference. Also, helping out this weekend is Larice Motorsports Insurance. Great program that they've got put together, Holden and Ross and the entire Larice Motorsports Insurance family, in that they can provide you with end-to-end protection for your entire racing operation, whether it's your race car, your toter, your trailer, whatever it is, both on and off the track. They have a coverage plan to provide you with peace of mind for your racing investment. Stop by and see him. Jeremy Lurkey's out here this weekend. Jeremy and Carrie are representatives of Larice Motorsports Insurance, and they can provide you with a on-site quote for an affordable assurance plan for your operation. Also like to acknowledge Weldon High Performance for their inventory of race-ready, winning fuel pump components. They grew up in the aviation industry, so they understand the reliability that is required and the durability as well. It's got to work 100% of the time, and their products do that. Go to Weldon Performance to learn more about their product lines. And as we get ready to go back into eliminations here, I believe this is Door Cars.
No, this is No Box Blue.
No Box Blue. Okay, I am confused. No Box Blue with Brad Hogg and Nick Siebert. I know Nick. I've seen him win in Super Street at NHRA divisional events before. Brad, new to me from Garnett, Kansas. Brad on the left side. Sponsored by the Papa Top Bar. Sounds like my kind of place. 691 the dial left, 684 right. Sarah to my left. We'll tell you what's all right, all right, all right.
And what it is Nick Siebert breaks out at the top end, and Brad Hogue is going to go on to the next round with a 692.101. Nick a 683 to a 684, 97 miles an hour. As we've got Brian Worrell now out of Junction City in the Vega in the left lane, a 613 on his dial. And he's going to be going up a 721 dial for this 525 car. Almost identical starts. So these two came ready, and right lane's going to break out, and Brian Worrell will be moving on to the next round with a 614.107. Right lane too fast with a 720.96. As Rob June in the left lane, 594 dial in out of Bayshore, Kansas, going up against Ryan Montford out of Wichita with a 615 dial. All door car blue cars. Lanes, we heading to the lanes. Door car blue cars. And Ryan Montford turns on the win light with a 616.103. And Rob Juna, 596.113. Tim Dacus, Bonner out of Bonner Springs, 668 on his dial-in, and his 69 Mustang Mach 1 in the left lane. And our Riley right lane, Mike Winkle with a 599 dial-in and the 57 Corvette out of Wichita, Kansas. Tim Dacus breaks out at the top end. Mike Winkle will take it. 604 and 114 to a 667 101 of Tim. Sid Baldwin and Justin Jenkins now line up next to each other. Justin in the Cobalt in the left lane, 610 on his dial, and Sid in the 2017 Camaro with a 659 in his dial-in. And Sid turns it red by .001. But running still with a 6:59 with a 2:102 miles an hour. Justin slows it down and runs it out with an 8:54 with a 54 miles. All right. Attention in the pits. Double entered and green card dragsters. Come on down to staging lanes 10 and 11. Double entered and green card dragsters. Come on down to 10 and 11. As Colton Wheeler and David Wesley get ready to go down the track. Colton in the left lane, 583. In the air-motive left lane, and David Wesley, 73 Camaro, 701 on the dial-in. Both saw green, and David breaks out at the top end. So Colton Wheeler with a 002 light and a 585 124. Moving on. David runs a 7 flat 99. As Wyatt Wagner out of Bonner Springs in the 66 Chevelle.
For sale.
That is for sale. That 66 Chevelle right here in the air-motive left lane, dialed in at a 632, is for sale. And he's going up against Troy Ross out of Manhattan, Kansas, dialed in at a 635 in his 69 Nova. Wyatt Wagner got too excited, I think, running up next to Troy. Let go of that button just a pinch too soon. 633 107. So Troy Ross with his 008 runs a 635 with an 8 107. A 16 thou package for Mr. Troy Ross. And this is our buy car. At 698 dialing in Topeka, Kansas, in the O'Reilly right lane. And Jeremy's going to run a 702 98 miles an hour as we get ready for our door car blue cards. All right. Second call to 10 and 11. Dragster green cards and double entry dragsters. Double entered dragsters and dragster green cards. Lanes 10 and 11. You guys are going to be coming up next after the door car blue cards. Oh, it's going to be a fun weekend saying that over and over. So starting us off will be Tyler Vaughn out of Kearney, Nebraska, 563 in the dial in the air-motive left lane. And Glenn Dilday out of Sibley, Missouri in his 70 Nova, 645 dialing. Glenn's ready, at least pre-staged wise. Tyler's, inching his way up there to turn on that first light. Almost a little bit of there of a staging paddle, it seems like. Both of them locked in, ready to go. We'll see greens. We'll see almost identical reaction times. And we'll see Glenn Dilday take the win light with a 21 thou package, 99 miles an hour. Tyler, a 566, 122. Gary Stinnen now in the air-motive left lane out of Emporia in the 67 Chevy with a 562 dial-in. And Nick Bestien out of Osborne, Missouri in the 66 Nova, 558 dial-in. As they creep their way each to that first pre-stage bulb. Dragster green cards and double entry should be in lanes 10 and 11. Dragster double entry and dragster green cards be in lanes 10 and 11. You guys are coming up next. As Gary starts off with two wheels, and Nick Bestrom will take the win light with a 559, 120 miles an hour to a 563, 123. Scott Grubb, left lane, 69 Camaro out of Parkville, Missouri, 589 on the dial. Going up against Mike Hinch with a 539 dial out of Harrisburg, South Dakota. 540 dial in that right lane. And Mike is happy with that now. So he stages that Mustang. Making the trip from Harrisburg, South Dakota. Quite the trip. Especially somebody that came from Minnesota, too. Scott Grubb takes the win light, 17 on the tree, 590, 116. Micah, 543, 132. As Jason Kimbrell, 623 on the dial out of Sibley, Missouri in the 80 Malibu, left lane. And Michael Vitmavas. I had it earlier. From Cedar Bluffs, Nebraska in his 67 Pontiac GTO, dialed in at a 648. Winner's gonna be with the 15 on the tree, a 624, 109, Jason Kimbrell. Michael, a 13 on the tree, 651, 104 miles an hour. Brandon Fawnensteel, Plainville, Kansas, 80 Camaro, air motive left lane. Gonna run a 718, he says. And James Kunkel, out of Wichita in the 93 Lumina, says he's going to do about a 540. As they're ready to go. Another good set of greens, and Brandon, a 725, 91 miles an hour, but James Kunkel says I'm going to do a 544 at 114 and keep my day going. Joe Peterson out of Elkhorn, Nebraska in his 04 Chevy S10 pickup with a 627 dial-in. And Tim Nicholson out of Concordia, Missouri in the 67 Chevy Camaro dialed in at a 611 in the O'Reilly right lane. Another set of green lights, another set of close reactions. Joe Peterson is going to get the win light with a 632, 106, 30 on the tree. Tim Nicholson, a 617, 102 with a 26 on the tree. Daryl Gear out of Excelsior Springs, Missouri in that 64 Sport Fury. with a 644 dial in. Going up against Jerry Jerry, I love your last name because I do this every race with you. 676 on your dial in and your 94 Camaro. High check.
Just a guess.
Isaac. I'm not sure. He knows I say it multiple ways in a weekend. 677 with a 100 miles an hour for Jerry. He's going to move on to the next round. A 649 and 99 miles an hour for Daryl in the left. Dustin Shore out of Green Valley, Missouri in the wagon with a 606 dial-in. Cassidy Gibson 670 dial-in out of Wichita. Little wheels up for both. With the 004 on the tree, Dustin's going to take the win light as well. 608, 108 miles an hour. Cassidy is 670 with a 5102. Just a 22 on the tree. As Bo Sanders from Raymond, Nebraska. His profession is tools. So I guess if you have a question about tools, go see Bo Sanders. He's in his 84 S10 Chevy Mustang Delta 633 in this aeromotive left lane. Going up against Phil Unruh out of McPherson, Kansas in the 68 Camaro, dialed in at a 618. And Top End decides that Bo Sanders breaks out and Phil Unruh is going to keep on trucking with his day with a 618 139 to a 632 105. Terry Robinson out of Springdale, Arkansas, 69 Nova 571 dial-in aeromotive left lane. O'Reilly right lane. George Mayer out of Brainerd, Minnesota. And a 79 Malibu, 581 on the dial. Both cars had a good launch. George breaks out with a 581.21. Terry Robinson runs dead on with a 4.121 miles an hour, continuing his day. Aaron Miller out of Lyons, Kansas, in the 67 Corvette, 536 dial-in the left lane. And Chris Cheney out of Claremore, Oklahoma, 71 Nova, dialed in at a 640. All right. All my double entered dragsters and green card dragsters. You guys should be down in lanes 10 and 11. Double entered dragsters and green card dragsters. You guys should be down in lanes 10 and 11. As Jaron and Chris get all ready to go. And Chris turns it red. So Jaron with a 007 on the tree, 536, 130 miles an hour, gonna move on with a 12 thou package for Mr. Miller. Chris Cheney, 644, 107. Will Crotty out of Belton, Missouri, 75 Monza, 572 dial-in the left. Right lane, Chris Edson out of Mineral Wells, Texas. And the 63 Corvette, 635 dialed in. And Chris is going to take the red light win. He had a 008 on the tree, dead on with a 210 thou package, 124 mile an hour. William jumps the gun by 002, 574, 122. I know some of you are just like, oh, I'm going to get ready for tomorrow. because tomorrow is a whole nother race and more money to be won. Derek Alexander in the right lane out of Linden, Kansas, 618 dialing. Mike McDonough, 582 on his dialing. Good set of lights, double breakout. Derek and Alexander is going to go on with a 617, 110, and a 6 on the tree. Mike, a 578, 125 with a 002 on the tree. Chris living good now. He's going to see if he can continue living good like his other Steve. 666 dialed in on that 77 Vega in the aeromotive left lane. Going up against Ricky Hill from Gretna, Nebraska, and his 69 Camaro dialed in at a 625. And Chris Living Good is going to continue to live good himself. It's 11 on the tree, runs a 703, 81 miles an hour. Ricky Hill turned it red and then runs a 623 and 109. As Larry Zieber now and Tyler Banks, our next pair up. Out of Wamego is Larry with a 654 and that 79 Pinto. And Tyler Banks out of St. Joseph, Missouri, in the 67 Camaro, 548 on the dial. All double inner dragsters and green cards. You guys should all be in lanes 10 and 11. Right. Copy. And with the 23 on the tree, Larry is going to take the win, 656, 105 to the 550 of Tyler, 132. Larry moving on. All right. Attention in the pits. Dragster blue cards. Lane 7 and 8. Come on down. Dragster blue cards. 7 and 8. Come on down. As these two are going to stage 527 dial in left lane, 580 dial in right lane. Even with a 008 on the tree, it's not good enough with a 533, 131. So right lane win, 580 with a 117. As Ron Evans in that 63 Corvette, 585 on the dial, out of Hayesville, Kansas, is in the left, going up against Shane Herman with a 554 dial and his Chevelle in the right, 68 Chevelle, from La Crosse, Kansas. And this is a good one. I stayed pretty much side by side, it looked like from my angle all the way down. 586, 132 with a 4 on the tree. Ron Evans is going on to round number 3 with a 555, 124. Good run by Shane Herman. As Alan Butler now, out of Tecumseh, Kansas, in the 92 Camaro, 628 on the dial, is going to get the buy run for these door cars. And the dragsters, I hear them under the tower, are going to be up next for their round 2. Alan Butler going to be able to get some data with a 15 on the tree, 631, 110 miles an hour. And that will complete door car round 2. And we will be going into dragsters next. And starting us off in dragsters will be Brian Spillers in the Riley right lane from Mexico, Missouri. Dialed in at a 5:56. Going up against the 4:51 dial in the left lane. And Brian's gonna turn it red right at the start. Run it out with a 5:59, 123. Left lane moving on with a 005 on the tree, 450, 153 miles an hour. J.R. Lobner now out of Gardner, Kansas. Dialed in at a 479 in this aeromotive left lane. Going up against a 483 dialing in the right lane. Both lanes ready to go. Go pair of green lights. And right lane takes it with a 484, 142 miles an hour. JR, even though he hit a 5 on a tree and ran a 483, 138, just not enough. Margin of victory, 34 10,000ths of a second. Rick Huffman out of Waxahachie, Texas. 452 dialing in the aeromotive left lane. O'Reilly right lane out of Hutchinson, Kansas. Mitch Rice dialed in at a 521. Rick's ready in the pre-stage bulb. Mitch is ready. Both of them starting to slowly inch their way to get that second light lit up. And away we go. 006 on the tree, 524 with a 129. Mitch Rice moving on. Rick at 453, 152 miles an hour. Just couldn't cut the light. Randy Smith, 51-year-old CEO, dialed in at a 436 out of Riverside, Missouri, in the left lane. And Nate Tilson, self-employed 45-year-old out of Kansas City, Missouri, dialed in at a 458. Smith, dead on with a 5, 159 miles an hour. Nate Tilson, dead on with a 7, 151. But Randy Smith, with his 21 thou package, is going to move on to round 3. Todd Knight in the Tin Soldier dragster is in the aeromotive left lane out of Belton, Missouri, dialed in at a 471. He has his pre-stage bulb lit, going up against Victoria Christensen out of Strasburg, Colorado, dialed in at a 488. And Victoria Christensen is going to take out Todd Knight. 008 on the tree, dead on with a 0, 140 miles an hour. So that's an 8 thou package for Miss Victoria Christensen. And Todd Knight runs dead on with an 8, 144, but that 20 on the tree. John Lobner now out of DeSoto, Kansas. 471 dial in left lane. Right lane, Scott Cook, Festus, Missouri, 486 dialing. Dragster blue cards. Dragster blue cards should all be in lane 7 and 8. Dragster blue cards be heading to lanes 7 and 8. John 006 on the tree with the wind light, 472, 145. Scott 487, 141. The sun is out, track is warming up even more, and the speeds are increasing. As Isaac Hill from Mount Vernon, Missouri. That was weird. 493 on his dial and going up against Jeremy Smith from Edmond, Oklahoma with a 474 dial-in. As Isaac has both of his staging lights lit, Jeremy follows suit. Green light's a pair. Wind light, double breakout. Jeremy Smith, 473, 139 to 492, 140. Paul Brazy now to St. Mary's, Kansas in that 32 Bantam on the Aeromotive left lane, 540 on the dial-in. Kendall Umholtz from DeSoto, Kansas, 456 on the dial-in on the right lane. Dragster blue cards. You guys should be coming to lane 7 and 8 right now. I'll be almost there. Almost identical on the tree, but with an 18 dead on and a 151 miles an hour. Kendall Umholtz is going to move on with an 18 thou package. Paul Brazy, 16 on the tree, 541, 126. His day is done. Unless he's double entered. And still in. Kyler. Oh, goodness. Hergmuller? Yeah, Kyler Hergmuller from Brighton, Colorado. 465 dial in the O'Reilly right lane. Going up against dragster number 521 with a 482 dial-in the left. And this is anyone's race as they leave the start, and it's going to be Kyler taking that wind light dead on with a 148 miles an hour to take that wind light. Left lane, a 484, 136. As Todd Piper out of St. George, Kansas, 471 on his dial-in the Aeromotive left lane, going up against Mr. Paul Moore from Hutchinson, Kansas, with a 499 dial-in. Another set of good lights. I think you guys had some espresso. Todd Piper, 009 on the tree. 471 with a 7, 144. Paula, 501, 137. $16,000 package for Todd if I've done my math right. 7 plus 9.
That's 16.
16, yes! Did it in my head, too. Didn't even count the toes. Dan Pluta out of Omaha, Nebraska. 484 on the dial in the left lane. And Trevor Larson, 483. So practically a heads-up race for this one. And that hitting that 009 light works for Trevor as he gets the win light. 484, 145 miles an hour. Dan Pluta, 484, 140. So we've got a couple that haven't been put in the system yet. Go ahead. Lane.
I'm sorry, 1 and 2. 1 and 2.
Copy. And right lane turns it red. Right lane, red light win, 485 with a 6, 141. To a 453, 153. All right. Attention in the pits. Double entry, no box green and no box blue. All double entry and all no box. Blue and green and blue. Come to lanes 1 and 2. All no boxes. Double entry, no box green, no box blue cards. Come to lanes 1 and 2. All of you. You've been requested. As Carl Jones and Eric Nazarenas staged and get the greens. 501 dial for Eric and a 464 for Carl. And Carl breaks out as Eric takes the win light with a 502, 137. And Carl a 539, 144. And if Warren doesn't mind, I'm going to turn it over to him to kind of finish out these dragsters for me. 1 and 2, all no boxes.
All no box to 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I know what I'm doing. I'll try my best. How's that? Left side, Carl Jones was the last pair. Push the button, Warren. There you go. Colin Cole, Lincoln, Nebraska. Dial to 473, taking on the 477 dial of Chris Whitfield from Littleton, Colorado. This appears to be a second car for Whitfield, as we saw his Go Fast livery dragster earlier. We need all no-box cars to lanes 1 and 2. All no-box cars to lanes 1 and 2. No box to lanes 1 and 2. True Start will decide this one, and it will go to Colin Cole. Colin Cole, your winner, 472 on the 473. He is your winner. He was 001 red. Chris Whitfield red lighted by Moore, 009 red. So True Start says the worse red light loses the round, and that would be the case for Chris Whitfield. Car 126B, still looking for some tech cards. If you have not turned them in, you need to turn them in. Car 126B, left-hand side of the track, dialed at 517. Right side, Lauren Dodd. 486 the number, over here on the right. Wow. Now, I won't say anything. Well, the car on the left side was 002 on the tree and left second. 518 at the finish line on the 517 dial gets the win at 135. Lauren Dodd was 001 letting go of the button, but the car fails her. She is pulled over to the side of the track down there right now. 1601 at 25, coasting just past the finish line. Pulled over to the guard wall. We really appreciate that from Lauren Dodd. As the motors go silent, we will go down there and retrieve her. Our safety crew here at Heartland Motorsports Park is en route to get Lauren picked up. And as soon as that is complete, we will be back to action to finish up our dragster category here. Again, all no box. All no box. If you're still in no box, we need you to lanes 1 and 2. All no box to lanes 1 and 2. While we got a moment of downtime, I'd like to give a shout out to another one of our sponsors here that's helping out Drag Racer TV this weekend. That is Crew Chief Pro Software. Don Higgins and his team have developed the best performance prediction software anywhere available today. It's constantly being refined, fine-tuned. Every time there's a change in designs out there, as weather prediction becomes more and more refined as well. Everything involved in trying to figure out what your car will do on the racetrack, Don takes that information and implements in his software package to make it the most current, up-to-date, state-of-the-art software so that it can help you in your performance predictions, your ET predictions, everything related to your race that you are about to run. So if you've not checked it out before, check out their software, crewchiefpro.com, and tell them Drag Racer TV sent you. Again, all no box cars to lanes 1 and 2, no box to lanes 1 and 2. Track is clear. Motors come back to life. Don Freeze, left side, Omaha, Nebraska, for Innovative Print Marketing. His dragster is dialed in a 506. The blue and gray machine will get the head start over the green and white machine of Matt Kreft out of Council Bluffs, Iowa. Kreft, machinist by trade. Both of them with bow tie power behind the drivers. Kreft dialed a 460. Will be on the move, trying to make up ground as Freeze gets to leave the starting line first. Kreft looking like his motor's going away, but guess what? He still runs 466 at 147, but some death smoke out of it on the right side. Freeze is 005 on the reaction timer, 508 at the finish line at 135, so Freeze moves on to the next round. Larry Piper and Steve Olson come up next. Piper's car over there looks like it is a racecraft chassis machine out of the Danny Nelson shop. Right side, here comes the law. The sheriff over here on the right side out of Valley Center, Kansas. That's Steve Olson. Olson dialed a 512. His gold and black ride gets to leave first. There he goes, right there. Here comes Larry Piper trying to make up the difference. At the top end of the track, Olson breaks out by 6 thou. Win light goes to Larry Piper. He was 006 to the 013. Piper, the better reaction time, 4:62.5. He was 11 total. Olson was 13 before he got to the tree. So, mathematically ineligible, as they say. Car 5327 comes up now left side, dialed a 471. Gets just a touch of a head start over Roger Clark's 463 dialed dragster out of Excelsior Springs. Both cars very similar designs, and it looks like we've got an issue that we're going to need to deal with as the double reds come on, and it looks like we're going to have to make a quick trip to the top end of the track and just verify what is going on up there. Not sure what the report is. As soon as we know, we'll let you know. Our chief starter, Clint, out there reports that he saw something down track just past the finish line, and he is correct. Now that you see it, you can't unsee it. So Devon goes down there, gets it picked up. He'll go hustling off the top end, and as soon as he is clear, we'll go back to our pair on the starting line. Well, if they get down there before Devon gets to the top end, he's just going to have to drive around. Yeah, I see that thing goes 55. I will say here at Heartland Motorsports Park, these are the quickest utility vehicles I have ever seen in my life. And they're full throttle all the time. All the time. .004 on the left side, wind light. How about a six-pack right there? Ooh, six-pack, sounds good. 004 on the tree, dead 2 at the stripe, so that is 6,000s total for the car on the left, 143 miles an hour for the win. Right side, Roger Clark trying to get there, broke out 461.8 on the 463 and still crossed second as that 6,000s total left side will advance. Brock Hill and Steve Beanie coming up next.
I give you a six-pack.
That's what it is. So Brock Hill gets it shallow stage there. 494 left, 499 right. Identical at the start. Double breakouts. Beanie breaks out by 3 thou. Brock Hill breaks out by 8 thou, and that's your margin of victory. 5 thou at the stripe on the double breakout for Steve Beanie. Ryan Kern and Dalton Olson coming up next. Kern out of McPherson, Kansas. Dalton Olson, Hartwell, Nebraska. Curran trying to go 477 over in the aeromotive lane. Olson trying to go 462 in the O'Reilly lane, right side. Curran turns it red, 006, foul start. Dalton Olson, six-pack wouldn't even be good enough. 5 this time around. Olson, even though he already had the win, he was 2 on the tree. 462.3 on the 462. That's 5 total for Olson. Hey, that's pretty good.
If you have any numbers that win, add them to that list. I'm going to go look for the tech cards for these 4.
Numbers that win that aren't in the computer. Yeah, got it. Okay. Here's Dusty Meyer coming up now. Tonganoxie, Kansas. 5:02. Matt Rose alongside the Nebraskan. Makes his living making money for other people. 472 the dial on the right. Meyer is 5:03 with a 6 at 135 for the win. He was 6th thou up front. Matt Rose was 0:26 leaving the starting line, then breaks out trying to catch up. 471.6 at 144 in the losing effort. Bo Sanders and John Goman coming along now. Sanders, the tool man, and John Goman, the tinkerer, because he is retired at 70 years old. Retired, not tired. 511 the dial in right, 483 the dial in left. Red the light on the right, win the light on the left. 483.0, 143. He's dead zero. Bo Sanders, your winner. For John Goman, leaves 8 thousandths too early, and a 5:06 to end his day. All no box. Final call. All no box. Final call. Lanes 1 and 2. It's Troy Ross and Tom Williams coming up next. Ross left side, the Manhattan, Kansas racer. 487 the prediction. For Tom Williams, trying to go 444 over here on the right for the runner out of Leonardville, Kansas. The blown Danny Nelson car on the right. Seventh out part at the starting line. Williams with the advantage on the start, but the win light goes to Troy Ross. Ross, 488. That's 1 over on the 487. He was 20 on the tree. 140 for the speed. Wins by 14 thousandths of a second. Tom Williams goes 3 off 447 on his 444 prediction. He was better up front. Tim Hallberg and Brian Cook come up. As I recall, Cook went like 2-pack or something earlier. Technically still has a chance to do the same thing, but doesn't. 5:16 on a 5:13, but he gets the win as Hallberg was behind at the starting line by 0.06 of a second. Oh, by the way, Brian Cook was 002 on the tree again. Hallberg, he was 66 up front and then broke out trying to get there. 481 on a 482, still finished second. Car 4110, not on file. Taking on Austin McClure. McClure is on file. McClure dialed a 474. The other car dialed a 476. That's a 0.02 of a second starting line head start for the blue car. McClure's car now with Oakley Motorsports power. He's 12 on the tree, but he's behind, but gets the win because he takes his 012 light, couples it with a dead zero, 474 at 138. Left side was 3 on the tree, but couldn't run the number, 2 over 478 at 130 miles an hour. J.R. Lobner and Austin Sharp, they'll pull up now. Lobner left side from Gardner, Kansas. Sharp right side, Fort Calhoun, Nebraska. 480 left side, the aeromotive lane for Lobner Austin Sharp trying to go 477, a 300ths advantage to Lobner. Sharp will put his Stennett horsepower to work. Final call for no box. Lanes 1 and 2. They both turn it red. Win light goes to Austin Sharp. Because of True Start, Sharp's 001 red light is better than Lobner's 002 red light. Sharp 475 at 147 for the win. Lobner goes 479 2, 002 red, and a 002 red light was the worst of the two. That's hard to believe. But it's true, it's true. Tyler Selden and Ken Griffiths. Now we'll see who goes on to their next round. I think I know. I would have been right. Tyler Selden better at the starting line by a chunk. Selden, your winner, 508 at 130. Ken Griffiths must have got his glove stuck in the button, as he was dead late, dead 2. 464.2 at 149. He was closer to the dial-in, but much, much slower coming off the starting line. Car 4357. List. Left side, taking on Danielle Miller on the right. Miller 488 right side. Mystery driver 451 left. A 24 to a 29, but a win light for Danielle as she goes 488.7 at 141. She crossed second. That's because her competition broke out by 2 thousandths of a second. Took 14 at the stripe, broke out by 2. 450 with an 8 on the 451. Isaac Hill and Brian Spillers will be next up. It looks like Isaac sits in the water box, having trouble firing the car perhaps, not sure what's going on. As Brian Spillers completes his burnout and pulls forward. So for Isaac Hill, he is being pushed off the racetrack. He's not going to be able to make the call. The single pass coming up here for Spillers. Spillers moves down the track to a 5:58.3, 0:12 on the reaction time. Nice looking lap there on the competition single for Brian Spillers. Tough break for Isaac Hill as Isaac cannot make the call. Todd Piper and Kendall Umholtz coming up now. Piper left side. Dialed in at a 471. Kendall Umholtz right side with a 456 dial in. 0.15 difference on the countdown. Good lights for both. Win light goes to Kendall Umholtz. 013 up front. 456.6. That's dead on 6 at 151. For Todd Piper, took 29 at the finish line and broke out by 16. Piper was better on the starting line, 006 to a 13, but the breakout got him. John Lobner comes up now alongside Larry Richardson. Lobner from DeSoto, Kansas. Richardson from Alamosa, Colorado. Lobner in the aeromotive lane with a 471 up on the scoreboard. Richardson with a 484. Richardson will have a trip zip at the top of the time ticket, but the W at the top of the time ticket goes to John Lobner. 471.5 at 146. He was on the safe side of his prediction. Richardson was triple zeros and then breaks out 482.4, breaking out by 16 thousandths of a second. Here's car PX51 and Scott Cook. Left side, that vintage fighter warplane paint scheme, 453. Flashing left side, right side, 486. Cook is off and running. Here comes the Warbird. Top end of the track. It's going to be Cook for the win, 486.4 at 140. He was 0-10 letting go of the button. So 10 coupled with a dead 4, that's a 14 thousandths package. And the old warplane scheme was 19, leaving the starting line mathematically already locked out. Todd Knight comes up now, the 10 Soldier he calls it, alongside car 588. And 588 is your winner. Red light start for Todd Knight. He left on the wrong amber from the looks of that, as he was that far red. 470 at 146 on a 417, and he was red by, well, it started with a 5. Wow. Right side, 16 on the tree, 486.6 at 141. So a couple more dragsters wait at the ready line right now. We'll bring them up. We will have a little pause in the action as we've got some double-entered dragsters that will have to make their way back up here. But we'll get them turned and run as quickly as we can. Matt Selden and Matt Clark come up now. Selden left side from Omaha. Matt Clark from Kansas City.
I think Matt's going to win this one.
I think you're right. Matt's going to win.
He'll have a good day. Good round.
But on the other hand, Matt's going to lose.
Yes.
We feel sad for Matt,
Yes.
but happy for Matt.
One Matt will be happy, one will be sad.
Yes.
Which Matt it will be, we won't know yet.
Well, we'll know in probably 20 seconds from now, roughly.
Say roughly 20 seconds.
20, 30 seconds, something like that. Whenever they get the urge to go ahead and stage. Or pre-stage.
Is Matt afraid of Matt?
I don't know if Matt's afraid of Matt. Hey, there we go. Staged and ready. Let's go let go of the buttons, and away we go. If you flip the numbers around, they're identical on the tree, but that's not the case. Matt Selden for the win. 486.6 at 139. He got to the finish line second. Matt Clark got there first and broke out by 2 as he goes 482. That's too quick on the 484 dial-in. So a little pause for the cause right now as we're going to have just a little downtime. We've got some double-entered dragsters that need a minute to get cooled and turned around and get back up here. once they do,
First call for door call.
door car, double entry, green and blue. Lanes 10, 11. That's everybody, right?
Yep.
Door cars, whether you're a double entry, you're in the green or you're in the blue. All y'all back to lanes 10 and 11. Door cars, back to lanes 10 and 11.
What's up, Buttercup? Absolutely nothing. Having fun? What?
It's another winning weekend for the Bob McCosh Racing Team. The all-new Traverse is on sale now at Bob McCosh. With this SUV, everybody can ride. The new Traverse is big, bold, and beautiful. And with 310 horsepower, you and your crew will be first on race day. So make a pit stop by Bob McCosh today and take a ride. Chevrolet makes the SUV. Bob McCosh makes the difference. The all-new Chevy Blazer is back at Bob McCosh. This SUV is a unique mix of style, elegance, and performance, pushing over 300 horsepower. This new Blazer puts the sport back in sport utility. So find new roads to Columbia, Missouri. Chevrolet makes the car. Bob McCosh makes the difference. Stop by Bob McCosh today and see how Chevrolet took the best truck on the road and made it even better. The 2019 Silverado is stronger, bigger, and more advanced than ever. If you're racing or just riding, this Silverado will not let you down. With 420 horsepower, see your savings at BobMcCosh.com. Chevy makes the truck. Bob McCosh makes the difference. It's another winning weekend for the Bob McCosh Racing Team.
Racing is a risky sport. Don't take risks with your racing operation. On or off the track, protection from Larice Motorsports Insurance is not a risk. Get your quote today at Larice Motorsports Insurance.
No box action coming at you.
I'm not even using any of this stuff right now.
First pair, Aeromotive left lane, Brad Hogue, $693 dialing out of Garnett, Kansas, in the 87 Camaro. Going up against Mr. Robbie Winkle out of Derby, Kansas, in the 55 wagon, dialed in at a 773. Green lights for the pair as they go down the track. And Robbie Winkle's going to take the win light. 776, 89 miles an hour. Brad, I think you blinked on the tree. Running dead on with a 101. But just couldn't cut the light needed. Justin Jenkins now, 610 dialing in the 08 Cobalt left lane, going up against Mr. Ryan Montfort out of Wichita, Kansas, in his 73 Camaro, dialed in at a 611. So you could say practically a heads-up race between these two. Identical off the tree, so it's anyone's race, and it's going to be Ryan Montfort taking the win light. They both got a 3 on the tree. Ryan runs a 617 with a 107. Justin Jenkins a 617 with a 109.
It's overdriving out here. They're all
Trevor Rouge Rug, 628 dialing in the 85 Camaro in the left lane. Going up against Mike Town out of Paola, Kansas, 675 dialing in the 84 Buick in the right.
Right, so on your TV now, is the Wagner's logo and all those getting cut off now? But when you're watching it,
I'm sure it is. I didn't pay attention. It was when I was
Pre-stage lights are on. Mike's ready to go. Trevor's ready to go. Little wheels up action by Trevor as he takes off down the track, and Mike Town breaks out with a 672.99 miles an hour. Trevor going on to the next round with a 630 with a 4.102. Billy Banks Jr. dialed in at a 550 over here in the Aeromotive left lane. Going up against Jeff Rates, dialed in at a 640 in the 67 Mustang.
Well, I probably don't want to do that yet. So far, I've only got one.
Just ready to go. Now Billy is ready to go. Green and green. No advantage for either driver off the start line. So they drive it on out, and it's going to be Billy Banks Jr. running a 552, 129, taking that win light over Jeff Rates with a 645, 102. Brian Worrell now out of Junction City, Kansas in the 74 Vega in the left lane, dialed in at a 613. Going up against Mr. Chase Nelson out of Paxico, Kansas in his 74 Plymouth, dialed in at a 634.
15, 16, 17, and 18. Well, till
These guys have raced each other at our bracket races, so they're no strangers. A 2,000 difference off the start, and it pays off for Brian Worrell taking out the mullet of Chase Nelson to continue on. Worrell running a 614, 109. Nelson a 635, 107.
Was that divisionals?
And we do have some no-box drivers that are still double entered. So we're going to make sure they get their way back down so we can
force the issue.
finish out this third round of no-box cars.
Linear travel.
Concession stand is still going to open. If you guys are getting hungry or thirsty, make sure you get something to eat or something to drink. Pepsi Cola of Topeka is a proud sponsor here at Heartland Motorsports Park. So if you need to, grab a nice ice-cold Pepsi product at the concession stand or even in the convenience store. If you need a break from the heat and you check out that convenience store, make sure you check out all the awesome 2021 new to this season Heartland Motorsports Park merchandise. Everything from kids all the way to adults, half zips for the winter, sweatshirts, Lots of
And the other thing
t-shirts,
is,
even onesies for those future racers out there.
gives me clearance here, because the tripods take room.
Also, I know it's been a while, but a nice and huge shout out and thank you to Mr. Warren Evans of DragRacer.tv. He's with me all weekend hanging out, helping me announce, but live streaming this inaugural House of Speed shootout. So make sure you guys check that out. DragRacer.tv. Here, House of Speed.
So you go from 2
Looks
to 4,
like
right?
we've got the rest of our no box double entries.
The bars go to 5.
First
Okay.
3 pair. All right, Colton Wheeler out of Wichita, 583 dial-in, and the 86 Thunderbird Air Motive left lane, going up against Jeremy McGee out of Topeka, Kansas, and his 98 S10. 703. Win light over to Mr. Colton Wheeler, running a 595, 111. So Jeremy McGee's 736, 94. Next up, Justin Jenkins, 616 on the dial in the 08 Colt Ball over here in the Air Motive left lane, going up against Mr. Tim Nicholson in that 66 Chevy 2 out of Concordia, Kansas, dialed in at a 638. Greens for both. And with the win light will be Justin Jenkins, as he rolls it through with a 620, 107. Tim, a 639, 105. And our last pair of double entry no box cars is going to be Troy Ross in the Air Motive left lane in the 69 Nova, dialed in at a 635. Going up against Mike Winkle out of Wichita, Kansas in the 57 Corvette, 599 on the dial. Pre-stage lights are lit for both of them. Troy wiggles in his. Mike follows suit. Little wheels up action for Troy Ross as he lets go of that button. Mike Winkle breaks out. So Troy Ross moving on with a 636, 106. Mike breaks out with a 598, 122. And that completes no box action round 3. Coming up at us next will be the door cars for their third round of eliminations. Not yet. Pull out my hair. All right, all my door cars sitting back behind me at the bridge need to come up to the tower. We're ready for you. All door cars that's sitting there back at the bridge, come on up. We are ready for you. Here we go, door car action round 3. Starting us off, Jason Kimbrell out of Sibley, Missouri in the 80 Malibu in the left lane, dialed in at a 622. And Chris Cheney in the 71 Nova out of Claremore, Oklahoma, dialed in at a 645.
So I'm trying to remember, were you doing your?
Green lights for the pair as they leave the starting line. And the top end says that Chris Cheney will move on, running dead on with a 3,102 miles an hour, giving him a 22 thou package. Jason Kimbrell runs a 623 with a 9,111. Dustin Shore now out of Green Valley, Missouri, in the Nova wagon left lane, 604 on the dial-in, going up against Glenn Dilday out of Sibley, Missouri. In the 70 Nova, 590 dial-in.
Other than that, it went pretty good. Good.
Dilday's got both his pre-stage and staging lights lit. There we go. Dustin says I'm good to go too. And the wagon gets the red light win to move on to the next round. Breaks out at the top with a 603 112, but he's still moving on as Dilday let go of the button a little too soon. 593 100 for Dilday. Ron Evans in the 63 Corvette dialed in at a 586 on the left, going up against Phil Unruh from McPherson, Kansas in his 68 Camaro, dialed in at a 618. Lights are coming down, greens for both of them, as they're going to finish running it out, and it will be Ron Evans, no relation to Warren, going on to the next round with a 587 131. Phil a 619 141. The 66 on the tree kept him from getting that light at the top end. Terry Edwards in the Riley right lane in the S10, dialed in at a 615, going up against Wayne Cook from Hillsboro, Missouri in the 68 Camaro, 527 dial in. Both of them have lights ready. Here come the green lights. And Terry Edwards breaks out at the top end with a 612 114. So Wayne Cook is going to go on with a 528 131. Scott Grubb, meteorologist in the 69 Camaro in the left lane, dialed in at a 588 from Parkville, Missouri. Going up against Nick Bestian from Osborne, Missouri, in the 66 Nova, dialed in at a 558 in our Riley right lane. Little wheels up action for Scott, but keeps it straight as it comes down. Not much wiggle room on the reaction times, but Scott breaks out at the top end, giving that win over to Nick with a 5:58 with a 6:123 and a 5:87 117. Chris living good now in the 77 Vega, 665 dial-in out of Ottawa, Kansas. Going up against Frank Duran out of Alamosa, Colorado in the 62 Impala. Dialed in at a 622.
Now we got a tech card on that. So.
Well, Chris living good in that 007 light pays off to get the win light at the top end. 670 with the 107 to Frank 622 with the 113. Brandon Fonensteel now to Plainville, Kansas, 80 Camaro, 718 dial in left lane. In the right, we've got Jerry Pysick. Maybe Pysick.
Yeah.
We'll go with Pysick, Jerry, from now on. 94 Camaro, 676 on the dial in. Both of them turned it green, and it's going to be Jerry moving on. 678, 95 miles an hour. Brandon breaks out at the top end with a 717, 94 miles an hour. Jerron Miller now out of Lyons, Kansas, and that's 67 Corvette, 535 dial-in left lane. And James Kunkel out of Wichita, Kansas, and his 93 Lumina, dialed in at a 539.
Oh.
As they're both kind of making their way to those pre-staged lights. Locked in on pre-stage.
Oh.
And who's going to be the first to turn on the staging light? Jaron is going to go in first. James follows. James, let's go the button. .0012 soon. Red light victory over for Jaron Miller, running it out with a 534 130. James a 541 122. Rick Huffman now out of Waxahachie, 644 dial-in. Going up against Jason Rollins from Plattsmouth, 69 Camaro, 621 dial-in. One had a good reaction time, one had a better one. And 008 626 103 win for Jason Rollins. Breakout by Rick at the top end, 643 104. Joe Peterson out of Elkhorn, Nebraska, 04 Chevy S10 pickup with a 624 on the dial. Going up against Mr. Alan Butler, who's wanting to go about 627 out of Tecumseh, Kansas, in his 92 Camaro. So practically a heads-up race here. It's only 300 between the dial-ins. And Alan Butler breaks out, got the better light, but breaks out at the top end with a 626 110. Joe Peterson is going to keep his day rolling, running dead on with a 112. 53,000 package. 51,000. Got a Camaro over here in the Aeromotive left lane, dialed in at a 572. Going up against Chris Edson, dialed in at a 635 in his Corvette. Identical off the tree, so it's all up how they drive their cars. And it's going to be the left lane, running dead on with a 121, a 14,000 package. Chris a 636 on his 635 118. Larry Zieber now out of Wamego in his 79 Pinto, dialed in at a 655 in the left lane. Going up against Greg Christensen in his 73 Vega, dialed in at a 580 in the right lane. Make sure our double entered door cars coming back to the lanes. Finish out round 3. And Larry turns it red, so Greg sees the win light at the top end. 577 119 for Greg, and Larry is 704.77. All right. Attention in the pits. Double entered in green card dragsters. Come on down to lane 7 and 8. Double entered in green card dragsters. First call to lane 7 and 8. As soon as our double entered door cars come back and run, you guys are going to be up next. So double entered dragsters and green card dragsters, come on lanes 7 and 8. Okie dokie, my artichokes out there. Just want to give you a little update here on that 64 car shootout. Due to our delayed start today, we will not be running it tonight. That delayed start kind of put a damper on things. So we will be attempting to run it tomorrow evening. So the 64 car shootout, plan on attempting to run that tomorrow evening. You can blame Mother Nature for today, for that lovely delayed start. So 64 car shootout. We will attempt to run it tomorrow evening due to the delay we had today. Concession stand and convenience store is still open for your convenience and your needs of hunger and thirst. So make sure you guys are staying hydrated and keeping those tummies happy out there. And make sure if you guys see him, tell Warren Evans how awesome he is for coming and hang out with us this weekend, doing the live stream on dragracer.tv. And
Okay, you've gone a little over the top now.
And if you guys are in the comment section, Warren's kind of being like, okay, a little too much. No, you make sure you let him know how awesome it is that he is here and live streaming this inaugural House of Speed shootout at Heartland Motorsports Park. All right. Attention in the pits. Second call. Double entered in green card dragsters. Double entered in green card dragsters to lane 7 and 8. And blue card dragsters, you can start following suit to lane 7 and 8. So green's got the head start, so go ahead, blue card dragsters, start making your way to lane 7 and 8 as well.
Nope. Never caught him? No, nothing, huh? Nothing. Couldn't get out.
All right, all right, all right. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Last call for double entered and green card dragsters to 7 and 8. Second call for your blue card dragsters to 7 and 8. So all my green card and double entered dragsters should be in lanes 7 and 8. And blue cards, you guys should be following right behind them. As the rest of my door cars have showed up to finish out this third round.
You do that? I guess I'm a tinkerer with computers and all that kind of stuff.
So with these door cars will be Mike McDonough and the air mode of left lane 580 dial in. Out of Wichita, Kansas in the 69 Camaro. Up against Derek Alexander from Linden, Kansas in the pickup truck in the right lane, dialed in at a 616.
Is that right? That's not right.
Right lane breaks out with a 615 110. So Mike McDonough is going to go on to the next round with a 583 117, a 004 on the tree. Terry Robinson now out of Springdale, Arkansas. 69 Nova, 571 on the dial. Phil Unruh out of McPherson in a 68 Camaro, 619 dial in the right lane. Looks like Terry got out of his groove there a little bit. So Phil gonna go on 628 121. Terry a 591 116. As Dustin Shore now out of Green Valley, Missouri. In the Nova wagon, 606 dial-in. Going up against Jason Kimbrell out of Sibley, Missouri in the 80 Malibu, 623 dial-in.
Sponsored me twice.
Oh, yeah.
So
And Dustin's going to see the wind light right after he takes off as Jason red lights. Dustin moves on 602 113. Jason a 623 with a 6 112. Just let go of that button a little too soon. Will Crotty out of Belton, Missouri in the 75 Monza. Looks like he's going to get a buy run this round. Lucky for him as he turns it red on the start on his 572 dial.
well, you have zero effect on the racing. That's
Oh, yeah, there's, here.
Carney has one.
Do they?
Dragster round number 3 action. Starting us off is John Lobner out of DeSoto, Kansas. 471 on the dial in the aeromotive left lane. Going up against Victoria Christensen out of Strasburg, Colorado. Dialed in at a 487.
Sit down.
No, I'm standing. I just want to see.
All right. Attention in the pits. No box. All no box. Double entry, green card, blue card. All no box. Come down to staging lanes 1 and 2. Start making your way. No box, all of you. 1 and 2. If you're still in it, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. As John Lobner will take down Victoria Christensen. 473, 142 miles an hour. Victoria 489, 137. Jeremy Smith and Mitch Rice finish their burnout. Start making their way to those pre-stage lights. Jeremy in the left lane out of Edmond, Oklahoma. Dialed in at a 471. Going up against Mitch Rice out of Hutchinson, Kansas. Dialed in at a 522. And once again, no box. Double entry, green card, and blue card. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2. All no box. Come on down to lane 1 and 2. As Jeremy and Mitch get these staging lights lit up. Greens for the pair. And Mitch Rice is gonna take the win light. Hits a 36 on the tree, a 523, 128. Jeremy Smith gets a 10 on the tree with a 475, 134. As our next pair gets ready to go, Randy Smith, aeromotive left lane from Riverside, Missouri, 436 dial-in. Going up against Kendall Umholtz from DeSoto, Kansas, 455 dial-in.
I put it on mine and I like it. Just the time of day.
I thought about that.
I just put it here and put something small. Because
Looks like starting lines checking out the dragster of Randy Smith.
oh, this is a 1019. So they just
They're off and running. Kendall's taking that win life. Run dead on with a 7-151 to a 436, 161. Kendall, a 17,000 package.
Wow, that was tight.
That was a very,
At the strike.
very, very good race there. Quick little cleanup there at the start. Crew's happy for it, so burnouts will commence. All right. No box, all no box. Double entry, green card, blue card, lane 1 and 2. Lanes 1 and 2, all no box. All no box. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2. As Jeremy Maples from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, dials in at a 450 in the left lane. And Brian Spillers, he's at about a 557 from Mexico, Missouri. So all my no box. Lanes 1 and 2. As Jeremy and Brian light up these staging lights. Let Chief Starter Clint know that they're ready to go. Identical reaction time, so this is anyone's race, and it's going to be Jeremy Maples. Dead on with the 751 miles an hour, 21 thou package. Brian a 557, 124. 13 thousandths margin of a victory. Don Freeze out of Omaha, Nebraska, 507 dial in for him in the aeromotive left lane. Going up against Kyler Hergemuller from Brighton, Colorado with a 465 dial in. I might have to start asking you guys how, like, the phonetics on how to say last names on tech cards soon. Don's ready. Kyler's ready. Red light win over to Don Freeze as he runs it out, running 507, 136 to Kyler's 470, 136 miles an hour. Bo the Tool Man Sanders now in the aeromotive left lane. He said he wants to go 483 from start to finish. Going up against the dragster of Trevor Larson from Glenwood, Minnesota. Thanks for making the trip. Another 483 dial-in, so we'll call this a heads-up race. Same dial-in. Farmer and Toolman. Say they're ready to go. A little bit of a difference on the reaction time. And Trevor will break out of the top end. Win light, Bo the Tool Man Sanders with a 483 with a 143 miles an hour. Trevor breaks out with a 481, 145, 18 thou package for Bo Sanders and a 1/10,000th margin of a victory. Holy moly. Colin Cole in the aeromotive left lane, 473 out of Lincoln, Nebraska in the left lane. Going up against Eric Nazarenas in the Riley right lane from Westminster, Colorado. Dialed in at a 502. All no box. All no box. Should be in lanes 1 and 2 for round 4. All no box. Lanes 1 and 2 for round number 4.
Is it closed? Yep. Oh, it's still running. Still losing money.
Slight little bit of a staging battle here between Colin and Eric. Eric will end it by getting in that pre-stage light bulb. Or that second stage light bulb. And Eric Nazarenas with a 36 on the tree, 503, 136 miles an hour, moves on. Colin Cole runs 474, 142. Just couldn't get the light. Troy Ross now in the aeromotive left lane, dialed in at a 488 out of Manhattan, Kansas.
I put a lot of money into it.
Going up against our dragster F584, dialed in at a 485 in the O'Reilly right lane.
I put a lot of money into it. We had guaranteed purses. Had a lot of overhead on the track.
Right lane trying to wiggle his way, and there he goes. He gets that lit up. Good lights for both of them. One got a good light, one got a better light. Troy Ross breaks out. So right lane with a 004 light, dead on with a 141, 9 thou package is gonna move on.
I put 60,000 in asphalt, water timing system.
Larry Richardson now out of Alamosa, Colorado, dialed in at a 482 in my O'Reilly right lane.
Was able to recoup some.
Going up against number 126B, dialed in at a 518 in the left lane. And Larry Richardson is going to keep on keeping on.
Declare bankruptcy. I could have. Life would have been a lot easier if I had. But it's nobody's fault but my own. I got myself in that mess. It wasn't-
Dalton Olson now from Hartwell, Nebraska, another farmer. Dialed in at a 462. He is going up against the driver of number 5327, who's dialed in at a 471. All right. No box. Double entry, green card and blue cards. All no boxes. Lanes 1 and 2 for round number 4. All no boxes. Double entry, green card, blue card. 2 lanes 1 and 2 for round number 4. As another pair of green lights show up across the board and the wind light goes over to our left lane. With a running dead on with a 4, a 10 thou package, 145 miles an hour. Dalton Olson, a 14 on the tree, running dead on with a 9, but 149. That 006 light got him.
Some of these people aren't messing around.
As Dusty Meyer out of Tonganoxie dialed in at a 502, going up against Austin McClure from right here in Topeka. Dialed in at a 473. And like Warren said, y'all are not playing on these reaction times.
Double lights.
Lots of 00 lights
They're
or,
better.
yeah, or even just under like 15 or lower. Y'all are killing it. And Austin McClure sees the win light, 479, 135, 16 on the tree. Dustin Meyer, 507, 126. Tyler Selden now from Bennington, Nebraska, 505. He's got dialed in that left lane. Going up against Scott Cook from Festus, Missouri. He says he's going to go 486.
You should come and watch these super comp racers when they race at your divisionals, because that's who most of these people are.
Oh, are they? Yeah, I know a few of them. Jeremy Smith,
He's the one who
friends of
had.
his mom, and
Yeah.
Larry Piper and Don.
Green lights, good lights. One got a better light. And it doesn't pay off for him. Tyler Selden didn't get the better light of the two, but he's going to go on to the next round. Running a 507, 135. Scott Cook, a 491, 135. Brian Cook now in the right lane
It's an acquired thing.
out of Arnold, Missouri, dialed in a 514. Going up against Mr. Larry Piper out of Wamego with a 462. And it's going to be Mr. Larry Piper, 16 on the tree, 463, 148 miles an hour for that wind light. Brian Cook, a 515, 133. All Steve Piper and Steve Beanie and Todd Piper go down the track. Todd Piper is going to get the win light with a 002, 471, 143 miles an hour. Steve Beanie, 499 with a 0, 135, but a 43 on the tree. As the rest of our dragsters, the blue cards, are getting in their cars back there and getting ready to come up. All right. Attention in the pits. Last and final call, no box. Last and final caller, no box to 1 and 2. Door cars. Lanes 4 and 5. Door cars start rolling down lanes 4 and 5. As dragster blue cards are coming at us. And to tell you about these dragster blue cards is going to be my favorite person with me this weekend. Mr. Warren Evans himself.
I feel privileged to be Sarah's favorite person.
Should. There's not very many of them.
I should, she says. I've learned my lesson. These are the blue category dragsters, is that right? We are making our way through here. We only have 7 rounds to go. Or maybe less. Or maybe more. I really haven't been keeping track.
They're round 3.
They're in round 3, she says. 3 of more than 3. I know that.
Maybe 10? I don't know.
Maybe 10, maybe 9.
Somewhere between 7.
We're going to keep running them until we run out. How's that?
That works for me.
John Lobner, left side, DeSoto, Kansas. 471
Did I make 64?
up on the scoreboard. Austin Sharp, 475, right side.
No, but did I make the team? You were 65. I think it said 66.
Nobody's backed out. No, there's one person that backed out.
Is this a bribe? Is this a bribe?
No, it's actually cookies that we brought in just for you. Isn't that right, Sydney? We brought these cookies in just for them. Sydney said so.
So they bring us an open bag that's about 3/4 eaten. Oh, we got these just for you. A small sample is gone, like 3/4 of the bag. Thank you very much. Austin Sharp, your winner, 475.6 at 147. On the green side of the tree, Lobner turns it red by 017, then goes dead 6 to add insult to injury. Kendall Umholtz and Danielle Miller coming up. Umholtz left side, DeSoto, Kansas. Trying to go 455. Danielle Miller over here on the right with a 488 dial in. Will we see Dustin Miller this weekend? That's my question. Of course, Dustin, engine builder, grew up in my hometown of Effingham. We commiserate about that frequently. Kendall turns it red. Danielle goes on to the next round. Danielle 487.5 on the 488. Would have broke out, but it didn't matter. Red light. Start for Kendall Umholtz and a 457 at 149. So the bag says that it is packed by weight, not by volume. I'm going to need a scale to verify that because I think it's a little light. That is definitely not 24 ounces of cookies in a
10-pound bag.
3/4 eaten bag. And all they left was the broken ones. It's like they said, oh, let's just take our foot to it, stomp it into crumbs.
They're trying to make us watch our weight over here.
I am watching my weight. I'm watching it go up and up and up. And that trend will continue right now. Cookies. I like it.
Even though they're crumbs.
Huh?
Even though they're crumbs, huh?
Eat some of those. They're good. Good for you. I understand we have one more pair of dragsters, and this is them, or they or those. Something to that effect. Matt Selden,
Yes.
left side. Victoria Christensen on the right. Victoria looks up, sees a 487 on her O'Reilly scoreboard right side. Matt Selden, 486. 1/100th of a second faster on the Aeromotive side. They're both 00 on the tree. Victoria was 008 on the tree. Goes 487.4. That's 12 total. Matt Selden, 487.5 on the 486. 001 on the tree. That is 16 total. Margin of victory, 0.04 of a second. Tough race right here to round out round number 3. So we've cut them in half and cut them in half again and getting ready to cut them in half again as round number 4 awaits. No box coming up now. There's just a few no box cars left, correct?
Yes.
I think there's maybe 4. There's not very many. I know that.
We're there. I think we're at 8.
I don't know. Whatever you put in the water box, I'll talk about it. How's that? Robbie Winkle, left side. Justin Jenkins on the right. Winkle's 55 wagon out front has the advantage and the win. 776 at 90 miles an hour. Better reaction time for Winkle. Justin Jenkins, 6:15, That's too quick on the 616. The breakout right side. Never caught up to Winkle. Stop when you get to the dike. Trevor Rouge out of Topeka, Kansas, and Ryan Montford out of Wichita come up next. Rouge, 628 the dial in. Montford, a 614 on the second gen Camaro. Rouge better at the starting line. 010 reacting to green. Dead on 6 at the finish line. 16 total, 628.6 at 107. Ryan Montford was 615 with a 2 at 104. Not good enough. Brian Worrell and Troy Ross come up now. Door cars, we need all of you. Door cars to lanes 4 and 5. All door cars to lanes 4 and 5. We need you now. So that's everybody that's left, including double entries. Door cars to lanes 4 and 5. Brian Worrell, Troy Ross. Both of them let go of the button, head for the other end. The Nova on the left side, the Vega on the right. At the top end, it's going to be Ross getting the win. 637 at 105. He is 2 over, but gets the win because he saw the green light better. Brian Worrell, 613.3. That's dead on 3 at 112, but left 700ths back here on the starting line to put in Troy Ross's back pocket. Colton Wheeler comes up now, and Billy Banks Jr. Wheeler's Thunderbird, Billy Banks, the Camaro. Door cars, all y'all to lanes 4 and 5. All door cars back to the lanes 4 and 5. Numbers get smaller and turnarounds get quicker. Bring them on back. 583 left, 548 right. Both cars staged and ready and off and running. The Thunderbird in command, but breaks out. He had the light, 001 as a matter of fact. Then gets down there and breaks out by 9 thousandths of a second. Billy Banks Jr., your winner. 549.5 at 135 for Banks to pick up the round win. Once again, door cars to the lanes 4 and 5. Door cars to lanes 4 and 5. So I hear the rumble of car motors. Can't see anything from my vantage point, so I can't tell you, but I assume they are door cars. And if your door cars are not in the lanes, you're right. All the door cars were called to lanes 4 and 5, and that's all entries in all colors, including double entries. Door cars to 4 and 5.
No, you're not. Warren's never fired from his job, so don't ever believe him if he says anything to you, folks. Mike McDonough in our airmotive left lane out of Wichita, 581 dial-in, is going to start off this door car action. Going up against Jerry Heisick, I think is how we decided to say your last name. With a 674 dial-in. Camaro on Camaro. Double reds. And Warren and I are sorry, there's a pause because we're both looking at the screen like, really? 0001 in the red for Mike. 0001 in the red for Jerry.
Wow, I've never seen that.
And Jerry's gonna get the win light. He runs that on with a 6101. Mike broke out with a 581.22. That was an exciting run. Dustin Shore, 604 dial-in in that Nova wagon in the left lane. And Nick Bestian with a 558 dial-in in the right lane. 66 Nova versus the 79 Nova wagon. And Nick is breaking out at the top end, so Dustin gets to keep on going. 607, 107 miles an hour for Dustin with a 13 on the tree. Nick breaks out with a 557 with a 9, 122 miles an hour. Don Freeze now out of Omaha. 572. Dialing. We have someone going yay in the tower for Omaha. And Phil Unruh out of McPherson, Kansas with a 619 dialing.
I think I've been in Omaha 3 hours in my entire life. I had to
Stick
get
around for a while.
a new phone.
We don't have an In-N-Out burger place.
No, you don't.
Free stage lights are set. Stage beams are lit up.
Yeah.
Oh, there's parts rolling.
Fill red lights.
There are some little pieces rolling.
And Don
Hopefully it's just
Carr did not like his takeoff.
U-joint cap or something.
Yeah, that's what I see. It looks like U-joint, needle bearings.
Oh, and he got
So
the
we'll
wind.
have to get him backed out.
Oh. Geez, Phil was too red.
Well, it looked like we sacrificed a U-joint there for Don Freeze. Got all the needle bearings picked up, the caps and the whole bit. Camaro rolled out of the way. And Chris Livingood from Ottawa, Kansas pulls back in now, same lane. 77 Vega left side, and Chris Cheney on the right. Cheney 71 Nova out of Claremore, Oklahoma. Now they 642. And he leaves the red light hanging as he's 10 red on the tree. Automatic win goes to Chris Livingood. 695 at 83 miles an hour. I'm going to assume that he was off the throttle early. Jerron Miller out of Lyons, Kansas comes up next. The 67 Corvette Roadster left-hand steer machine alongside Jason Rollins from Plattsmouth, Nebraska. 534 the dial in for the black car, 620 the dial in for the first gen Camaro, and the red light start for the Camaro means Jerron Miller is your winner and goes on to the next round. 535 at 130 miles an hour, 10 on the tree. Rollins red by 12, 621 at 111 and out.
It's Jaron.
Jaron?
Jaron.
I'll get it right next time. Jaron.
Sorry.
Jaron Miller, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Okay.
Copy. Oh.
Joe Peterson left side, Greg Christensen right. Peterson a 624 dial in, 577 for Greg Christensen.
Dragsters blue and green.
Hey, we need dragsters to lanes 10 and 11. Blue and or green and or both. Dragsters to lanes 10 and 11. If you're still in and you're in a dragster, we need you to lanes 10 and 11. Joe Peterson breaks out. Greg Christensen takes the win, 581 at 119. Peterson finishes up with a 3 under 621 at 112. Dragsters 10 and 11. Dragsters 10 and 11. Will Crotty comes up now. 75 Monza left side, and Dustin Shore. The computer says that's a 79 Cutlass. My eyeballs tell me that's a 1980 Malibu wagon. 606 the dial in right side for the runner out of Green Valley, Missouri. Will Crotty's Monza out of Belton, Missouri with a 573 dial in. Wheels up start for Dustin Shore and a hey, I forgot to leave start for Will Crotty. Dustin Shore, your winner, 609 at 103. He had almost a full second in his back pocket as Will Crotty just had a brain cramp of some sort, missed it completely, 1 over 574 at 121. Here's Ron Evans, Hayesville, Kansas, the split window Corvette, trying to go 587, alongside Wayne Cook trying to go 527. Cook moving around, but gathers him up for the win, 530 at 130 for Wayne Cook. Ron Evans, 587.8 on a 587. So what that tells you is the whole shot win went to Wayne Cook, as he was 11 on the tree, and Ron, well, definitely wasn't. Dragsters to the lanes 10 and 11. Dragsters to lanes 10 and 11. Hey, dragsters, if you're not back there, you need to head that way. 10 and 11. I'm told you are, so I'll just shut up. We'll wait for you to show up under the tower so we can send you down track. Actually, it sounds like they are moving forward to get into position. That is a good thing. Attention in the pit area. Our remaining no box competitors, we need you to lanes 1 and 2. No box, lanes 1 and 2. I think there's only 4 of you left. No box to lanes 1 and 2. Dragsters rolling forward right now. Jeremy Maples, left side, out of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Got it dialed in at a 450. He'll be chasing down Mitch Rice over here on the right, the attorney out of Hutchinson, Kansas. Rice dialed in at a 523. Here comes Jeremy Maples. Gets the win. James Bond Green, 451.8 at the finish line. He's 18 over. 146 for the speed. Gets the win. Mitch Rice is dead on 9 down there. 523.9 at 128. But let's go the button second. 022 to the 007. And so it's Maples going on to the next round. No box cars. No box cars. We need you to 1 and 2. No box to 1 and 2. Here's Don Freeze looking for a better outcome this time around than his dragster after he shucked the drivetrain components there in the Camaro, taking on Eric Nazarenas from Westminster, Colorado. The Freeze doubles up Nazarenas at the start. Nazarenas, he's dead on 0 for the win. 503.0 at 134. Don Freeze was 507.7 on his 507, but he was 42 up front to the 21 for Nazarenas. Couple it together, Eric goes on to the next round, and Don Freeze's day is done. Bo Sanders and Victoria Christensen. Your next pairing. Sanders left side, trying to go 482. Victoria right side, trying to go 487. 500's difference spot on the tree, going to the right side. She adds a little bit to that. She's better at the starting line, and she is your winner. 488 at 136 for Victoria. She'll move on to the next round. Sanders 2 over 484 at 142. He was a little bit behind, leaving the tree. Car 5327, left side, taking on Kendall Umholtz, right side. Left side dialed to 470, gets to leave first. Kendall will be on the chase with a 455. Door cars, we need you back to the lanes. Lanes 4 and 5, please. Door cars, come on back to the lanes. Lanes 4 and 5. So no box to 1 and 2. Door cars 4 and 5. We need you. Both cars staged and ready. Both of them green starts. Top end goes to the left side. 472 at 141. 008 on the tree. So the car in the left lane, car 5327, is a winner. Kendall Umholtz. 457 on the 455. They were both 25 thousandths over. Better reaction time. 008 to an 029 gets the job done. Larry Piper and Larry Richardson. Hello, Larry. Piper left, Richardson right. 462 left, 482 right. A little less than half a bulb head start going to Larry Richardson. Here comes Larry Piper. And it's a 484 at 142 for the win, taking out the 464 at 142 for Larry Piper. Larry Richardson, your winner. Again, over by the exact same amount. Reaction time was the difference, and a margin of victory of 13 thousandths of a second. Tyler Selden and Austin Sharp get to line up now. Selden left side out of Bennington, Nebraska. Sharp from Fort Calhoun, Nebraska. Sharp with a 476 dial in. He'll leave second. Selden gets the head start with a 506. No box 1 and 2, door cars 4 and 5. Door cars 4 and 5. Selden is in, and here comes Sharp. They're apart by 7 when they leave the starting line. Win light goes to Austin Sharp, as he is 476.6, dead on 6 at 142 for the win. He was 17 on the tree. Tyler Selden was 24 on the tree, goes 506.7 on the 506. So they were both on their number. Both of them pretty good at the starting line. Austin Sharp couples it up to move on. Again, no box 1 and 2, door cars 4 and 5. John Lobner, Danielle Miller coming up now. Lobner left side from DeSoto. Danielle from Topeka. Danielle trying to go 487. Ladies first. John Lobner will be chasing with a 471. Well, Lobner's got the advantage and gets the win, a 10 total, as he's 001 leaving the starting line, dead on 9 at the finish line, 471.9 at 146. So Danielle was pretty good. She was 487.7 on the 487. She's closer to the dial, but 015 on the reaction timer to the 001 for Lobner. Austin McClure comes up now. Moves over to the left side of the track. The runner out of Topeka. Taking on Steph Fuller from Plattsmouth, Nebraska. So we've not had any info on the computer until now. Fuller's dragster with a 485 dial. McClure 473. Both drivers taking their time to stage. McClure moves in. Fuller. And away they go. Fuller in better shape, but breaks out getting down there. Is too quick. 483 at 142. Took 400ths at the finish line. Broke out by 200ths. McClure is dead on 9 at 138 for the win. Todd Piper gets the bye run into the next round. Piper out of St. George, Kansas. A Summit National champion in Super Pro a few years back. Has a 470 on the car. That's what's on the scoreboard as we close out this round of racing. Not sure if we have any double entries that have to come back up. I think we're about out of those at this point. Piper 469.8 on the 470 at 146.40 miles an hour. So, cars coming back to the lanes. We got no box to 1 and 2, door cars to 4 and 5. Come on back. We need you. And dragsters, heads up. You'll be called here pretty quick.
Buddies from the beginning, you know. And he was that way with a lot of
All right. Attention racers, just so you know, tomorrow's run order / schedule. Travis is taking a picture of it right now. I'm going to post it up online for those of you who have Facebook. You can see that run order for tomorrow.
Name one person that yeah.
So details of that from me will be coming up soon, but if you already have Facebook, you can everyone else, if you want to go ahead and take a peek of it, it is posted on our Facebook page. Yep, I'm seeing it right here. Yes. So for those of you who don't have Facebook or haven't checked it out yet, just want to let you know, 8 a.m. tomorrow, No Box Green Cards will start us off with their first time trial of the day. So keep that in mind. Track hot at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Gonna take a little break from the schedule talk to let you know we're in semifinals of No Box. And here to start our semifinal round will be Robbie Winkle and Troy Ross. And I'm also getting told it's an all Chevy semi.
So
Chevy's dominated in this no box competition today. Robbie Winkle, 775 dialing, 55 wagon in the left, and Troy Ross in the 636. And 636 dialing for Troy Ross and his Nova in the right. And I think it's gonna be a white car final. That's what we're discussing up here in the announcers area. And look at that wagon go. Can he hold off bad boy Troy Ross? And he does. Runs 777 with a 989 miles an hour, 25 on the tree. Troy Ross runs it out with a 637 104. So Robbie Winkle in that wagon is going into the no box final. And who's going to join him? Will it be Trevor Rouge out of Topeka, 628 dialing in the 85 Camaro in the left lane? Or is it going to be Billy Banks Jr. dialed in at a 549 in the O'Reilly right lane? Both have the pre-stage bulbs lit up. And this is a drag race here, folks. Who's going to go into the final round? Double breakout victory goes over to Billy Banks Jr. Hitting a 009 on the tree. Runs it out for a 548, 133 miles an hour.
Wasn't Billy Banks the Tybo guy?
Sending him over to the final round in no box versus Robbie Winkle and that 55 wagon.
My car got stolen.
So all door cars, you guys should be in lanes 4 and 5. Door cars should be in lanes 4 and 5
I had emergency surgery.
for your quarterfinal round, I believe.
Yeah.
As no box final has been set with Billy Banks Jr. and Robbie Winkle.
It's about 3 o'clock in the morning after my surgery.
So again, for tomorrow, the House of Speed Shootout, 20K House of Speed Shootout. We're going to be going down track hot for time trials at 8 a.m. with no box green cards. So keep that in mind, no box green cards. You are going to be the first ones down the track for time trials at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Still be able to broadcast on FM for 88.7 FM. But if you take a look, no box green cards, then it's going to be door green cards, dragster green cards, and then we'll circle back through with no box blue, door car blue, and dragster blue. So a little bit different in the run order for tomorrow. So make sure if you guys haven't seen the schedule or don't look at the schedule till tomorrow, you're really listening to me to let you know when to come up. Because you got $20,000 on the line tomorrow. And we'll figure out who will win no box here in just a little bit as they are down to their final round.
I got some specialty.
Didn't do well there.
Quarter final
Oh, yeah.
door car action getting started.
Oh, yeah.
First off with Wayne Cook in the airmotive left lane out of Hillsboro, Missouri in the 68 pumpkin orange Camaro. That's a really nice orange of of the orange shades. 527 dialing. Going up against Jerry Pysick from Buckrus, Kansas. Retired at 61 years young in a 94 Camaro with a 673 dial-in.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
We do have a couple double entries for these guys still. So, bear with us as Wayne Cook drops off the button a little too soon. So, victory over to Jerry. Moving on to the next round, running dead on with a 100 miles an hour. 19 on the tree. 530 with a 7131 for Wayne, but just 0032 too quick. Dustin Shore now out of Green Valley, Missouri, 606 dialing in the Nova wagon. And Greg Christensen dialed in at a 579 in his Vega in the right from Strasburg, Colorado. They are ready to go. Little wheels up action from Dustin as he takes the button off. And man, what a reaction time for these two. 008 for Dustin, 009 for Greg. And Greg gets the win line, running dead on. I'm just going to say dead on because there's no number after that. 114 miles an hour. To a 607 105, and I'm getting weird looks. That's okay. 9,000 package for Mr. Greg Christensen. And Dustin was double entered, so we gotta wait for him to come back around and we can run the rest of our door cars. Dragsters. All right. Attention in the pits. Dragsters. Make your way to lanes 10 and 11. Yep, dragsters. Start making your way, all 9 of you, to lanes 10 and 11. Come on down for your round number 5.
There was a
All right. Attention in the pits. Dragsters. Second call to lanes 10 and 11. Dragsters. Second call to lanes 10 and 11. We're just waiting for our double entry to come back so we can finish out this round of door cars. And then Dragsters, you're on.
Door cars coming at you right now. Chris Livingood and Dustin Shore. Livingood from Ottawa, Kansas. That is the Vega. 665 the dial in. Dustin Shore 606 dial for the well camouflaged 79 Cutlass. I'm telling you, that's not what that is. And he may not have to pretend much longer from the looks of that reaction time, and he doesn't. Chris Livingood, your winner. 668 at 106 for the win. He's 3 over. Dustin Shore is 2 over. But he's 8 behind. And that proves to be the difference. Jaron Miller. Is that right? Did I get it right? Jaron Miller. Lyons, Kansas. For Jake Hawk Pipeline. 811. Call before you dig.
And he's a Super Pro ET winner.
A Super Pro ET winner. At the Summit National Championships. How about a 534 at 130 for Jaron Miller? So I'm not sure what's supposed to be back in the lanes, but I kind of think if you're still in, you ought to be back in the lanes. I think that's about where we're at in the program. We're single digits and everything at this point. Dragster's coming up now. I see the noses sticking out from under the tower. And as soon as our computer operator gives the signal, our race master gives them the signal to head for the water box. Jeremy Maples and Victoria Christensen. Maples out of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. The Maples Racing Dragster left side. Victoria Christensen out of Strasburg, Colorado. The American Race Car Chassis Big Block Chevy Dragster. On the right side, 487 is the dial in right for Christensen, 450 on the left for Maples. So left side, the Aeromotive lane here. Right side, O'Reilly Auto Parts is the title sponsor. Both of them light the first bulb. Both of them light the second bulb. Both of them light the green bulb. Only one's going to light the win light. That is Jeremy Maples. 452 at 148. 2 over for the win. Victoria Christensen 489.7 on the 487. Maples closer on both sides of that race and moves on to the next round. Todd Piper out of St. George, Kansas, taking on Eric Nazarenis from Westminster, Colorado. It's a 502 on the right and a 470 on the left. Nazarenis getting himself all fired up in there. You see him clapping his hands, slapping his helmet, getting himself fired up and ready. Eric's ready. Todd is ready. They both let go. Eric is behind by a hun. Pays forward at the top end. They're both way off the number. Todd Piper, 485 on his 470 at 121, but he was still closer to the index. as Eric Nazarenas falls off the pace, 5:31 on the 5:02 dial-in at 129 miles an hour. Car 5327, still not on file. Left side, 470, the dial-in, taken on the 484 dial for Larry Richardson from Alamosa, Colorado. No box finals to the staging lanes, please. No box finals to the staging lanes, please. 2 of you left. We need you back. Car 5327 heads for the other end. And Larry Richardson sits at the starting line, just took the green light. May have had a problem, was hoping for a breakout or a red light for his competition. That did not happen, so the day ends here for Larry Richardson. Meanwhile, left side, 489, 003 on the tree. Would have been tough to beat. 116 for the speed.
And then door cars to just come into the station.
Door cars, we can take you back now to door cars, back to the lanes. No box final and door cars. We need you both back to the lanes. Here's Austin McClure and Austin Sharp. McClure, Aeromotive lane for Aeromotive Fuel Systems out of Topeka. Sharp in the O'Reilly lane for Annie Ann's Pretzels. Pretzels. Austin Sharp dialed a 476. Austin McClure dialed a 473. They both tickled their way in. They both let go of the button. How about a 006, 007? And closer on his number is Austin Sharp for the win, 478 at 139. He was 007 on the tree. Austin McClure was 006 on the tree, but a 3 over 476 at 134, and his day is done. So no box, final, door cars, all of you, both to the lanes. We need you now. John Lobner comes up now, DeSoto, Kansas. John gets the bye run into the next round. Leaves a little early, doesn't matter. 471.5 at 146. The car is dialed right. And he'll just have to maybe roll a number in the box to hit it a little closer on the tree. So we're getting down into those single digits. I'll go ahead and tell dragsters, whenever you are ready and able, bring them on back up to the lanes. We'll find a spot for you. All winners in all classes, come on back. All winners, all classes, come on back. We're looking for our no box final. We're looking for door cars. Dragsters, you can come back, and if you win your round, cool them and fuel them and bring them right back up. We are in round-robin mode from here on out.
Now I'm going to take this from Warren for a second. He's getting used to it. He's starting to get used to it. When I'm ready to talk, I just kind of just...
This is like being at home.
Yeah.
What's mine is yours, and what's yours is yours.
You're,
It's all yours.
you're in my house, but...
You got it. I was told up front.
All right. Attention all racers, attention all racers. If you are in the money, so if you won money today, and you do not have a 2021 W9 on file with us here at Heartland Motorsports Park, you need to come up and see me up here in the tower and fill one out, please. That's so you can get your money. So, if you are in the money and you've won money and you do not have a W9 for the 2021 season on file here with us at the track, you need to come up to the tower and see me and fill one out. Just want to let you guys know. And as a reminder, we will be going into a ladder field here shortly. And also the 64 car shootout. Thank you, Mother Nature, for not letting us run that out today. So we're going to attempt to run it tomorrow evening. Tomorrow evening, we're going to try to run that 64 car shootout from Thursday. So, but reminder, if you won some money today and you do not have a 2021 W9 on file, you need to come up and see me in the tower and fill one out, please. And like Warren was saying, we got our no box final left. And then we'll be at 3 cars indoor and 5 in dragster. So we'll be going to this ladder configuration soon. But no box, you guys should already be back there getting ready for your final round. Door car should be heading that way as well. And dragsters, if you won, you can, if you wanted to, just come park in the staging lanes and whatnot, because you can cool down there as well and just make sure you're there. Just a food for thought. Don't forget, 8 a.m. tomorrow, no box green cards are going to start us off with our time trials. Then we'll do door car green cards and dragster green cards. And go all over again with the blues at 8 a.m. tomorrow. That rumbling we hear right now is our no box finals. It'll be Robbie Winkle or Billy Banks Jr. to go on and continue on racing tonight for that $10,000 number one prize.
Are you out of breath over there?
$10,000. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
And I'm sure with these guys, it's probably like,
That's about what I'll make this weekend, yes.
that's probably like, I mean, that's a lot of money in one weekend to win.
That's a lot of money.
So here we are, folks. No box, final round. In the Air Motive left lane will be Robbie Winkle in that 55 wagon. Dialed in at a 777. He's going up against
Yeah.
Tyler Banks, dialed in at a 547. Lights for both, and it's going to be Tyler Banks taking that win lane with a 5:48, 135 miles an hour. Robbie Winkle, just a couple thousandths of a second later on the light, goes a 7:82, 88 miles an hour. So in your final for no box, Tyler Banks will keep on trucking and representing those no box cars. So all winners need to be returning to the staging lanes. All winners need to be returning to the staging lanes. So for those of you who haven't heard yet, tomorrow track goes hot at 8 a.m. with no box green card time trials. One time trials for everybody. A little bit of different in the schedule change. We'll go no box green cards, door car green cards, dragster green cards, then no box blue, tour car blue cards, dragster blue cards. So make sure you guys are listening and paying attention if you don't have a schedule in front of you tomorrow, either on the PA or at 88.7 FM, to make sure that you guys are where you need to be on time. Also, if you were in the money either today or tomorrow and you do not have a 2021 W9 on file here at Heartland Motorsports Park, make sure you come see us up in the tower. I'm starting my collection. And if you guys want your money, we need it. And make sure the stickers are right tomorrow on the cars. So if you need to put on your Saturday sticker before you go to bed tonight, make sure you put on that Saturday class sticker before you go to bed tonight. And here we are going to have next up is 3-door cars that are going to keep on fighting to move on. A pair and a single. So starting us off in these last 3-door cars that remain in the Aeromotive left lane, Chris Livingood, 665 dialing in the 77 Vega, going up against Jerry Pysick with a 673 dialing in his 94 Camaro. Chris Livingood lets go of the button a pinch too soon. Jerry hits a 007 green on the tree, runs it out with a 672, 101 miles an hour, moving him on to the next round. Chris Livingood a 6.7 flat, 97 miles an hour, but a .002 too quick on the light. Jaron Miller now from Lyons, Kansas in the 67 Corvette in the left lane, 535 dialing. And Greg Christensen from Strasburg, Colorado in the 73 Vega. 578 on the dial. And it looks like they want to back them up. Alright, just a quick little fix there as Jaron and Greg started back up. And we continue on. Dragsters should be in the lanes. Dragsters, you guys should be in the lanes for round number 6. Our dragsters. Start heading to the lanes for round number 6. off and running, going down the track, and it's gonna be Jaron Miller in the left lane taking the win light. Didn't have the better light out of the two, but takes the win, and that's all that matters. 5:36, 121 miles an hour to Greg 6:02, 95 miles an hour.
Wow. Something is wrong there.
So dragsters. Go ahead and start coming to lanes. Those of you that are left.
Did you see it go? I mean, thanks for.
And just a reminder, racers, if you want some money today or this weekend, make sure you come up and see us in the tower and get a 2021 W9 on file if you have not filled one out for Heartland Motorsports Park yet this season. We need that on file so you can get your money, honey. Don't forget, tomorrow, 8 a.m., time trials start with no box green cards, followed by door car green and dragster green. Then we'll circle it back around for no box blue, door car blue, and dragster blue. So 8 a.m. track hot for time trials. Everyone will get one time trial tomorrow. So you make sure you're up and you don't miss your turn.
Naval Museum. Have you ever been?
Oh, no.
Dragsters round number 6 coming at us. And starting us off in the aeromotive left lane, Mr. Todd Piper himself out of St. George, Kansas, dialing in at a 469. And he's going to go up against Mr. Austin Sharp from Fort Calhoun, Nebraska. He's saying he's going to run a 476. And the burnouts are done.
The camera shots look pretty good, don't they? I upgraded cameras.
We've got about, 5 of y'all left or so? And dragsters.
They're in my car.
I asked if you had any for sale.
Yep, 5 of you dragsters left.
I didn't remember you asking.
2 go down, 1 comes
I
back.
did. I got
To keep racing for that $10,000 prize.
I got some small ones.
Reminder: if you won the money, some money today, not the money, but some money, make sure you guys fill out a W-9 and bring it up to me in the tower. If you do not have a 2021 W-9 on file already here at Heartland Motorsports Park, we will need that. As they are ready to go, green lights for the pair. One did a little bit better than the other. We'll see if it pays off at the top end, and it's going to for Mr. Todd Piper. Runs dead on with a 9, 146 miles an hour, 14 on the tree. Austin Sharp breaks out by a 475 with a 9, another 146 mile per hour pass for Mr. Austin Sharp, but you are done for tonight, mister. As Jeremy Maples now out of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, dialed in at a 450 in the aeromotive left lane, takes on John Lobner from DeSoto, Kansas, dialed in at a 471 in the right lane. Who will move on for that $10,000 first place? Jeremy's ready. John's locked in and ready to go. And John rolls through the beams, causing a red light. So Jeremy Maples runs it through with a 550 or 458, excuse me, Jeremy. 30 miles an hour, 15 on the tree.
You could tell when he went to set the brake, it was just rolling and rolling and rolling. Is that what it was?
And Kyle Seacrest now, out of Norman, Oklahoma. Newlywed, Mr. Seacrest is.
Is it?
Yep. Got married a couple weeks ago or so.
Huh.
Yep. Newlywed Kyle Seacrest, trying to probably earn some of that money back he had to spend on the wedding. Dialed in at a 470, will get the bye run this time around. So he'll get some good data before we move on into our ladder.
Well, everybody's got to have a starter marriage.
And I think for the most part, Mr. Kyle Seacrest is going to be pretty happy with that. 001 reaction time, a 479 with a 5 at 125 miles an hour for Kyle Seacrest to keep on moving on. the tower and fill one of those out. Also, 8 a.m. tomorrow, track will go hot for time trials. Everyone will get one time trial. No box green card cars. You guys are going to be up first, followed by door car green cards and dragster green cards. Then we'll sweep back around to no box blue cards, door car blue cards, and dragster blue cards for time trials. And that will begin at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. So don't be late. And hopefully Mother Nature will cooperate with us and we'll be able to run that 64 car shootout later that evening. And just one more reminder, if you need to fill out that W-9 because you won some money, come up to the tower and please do so. I've got a good little handful here in front of me, so if you don't know where I am, just come up to the tower and follow the voice. I'm still talking even nonstop in the tower. So if you need that 2021 W-9 on file here at Heartland Motorsports Park, please do so. And don't forget, track will go hot at 8 a.m. tomorrow.
I got that.
And it's going to be awesome because Warren Evans and DragRacer.tv will continue to be here tomorrow to cover the inaugural House of Speed shootout and to hang out with me. So he's just as excited as I am. So all winners be returning. All winners be returning to the staging lanes. All winners start returning to the staging lanes. And I got to change Warren's mind about how excited he's going to be tomorrow. I believe is your first name. Jerry Pysick, Tyler Banks, Todd Piper, and Jaron Miller. You all are still in, and you all need to start making your way to the lanes right now, please. And thank yous. So, Seacrest, Maples, Pysick, T. Banks, Todd Piper, and Jaron Miller to the staging lanes with your cars. The ladder is set, ready to go, and you'll find out when you get there. All right, all right, all right. Attention in the pits, attention in my pits. All winners should be returning to the staging lanes. All winners. That's in my one no box car. I think I've got 2 door cars and 3 dragsters. Should be returning to the staging lanes. All winners, come on down to my staging lanes. So we got a 6-car field. We're going to turn that into 3 and turn that one into 1. Or 2, and then 1. I guess we do have to kind of do 3, 2, 1. It makes a lot more sense. And skipping numbers. Who does that? So all winners should be in my lanes. Reminder once more, track goes out at 8 a.m. for time trials number 1, starting with the no box green cards. He'll be first up. And we're going to attempt to run that 64 car shootout tomorrow evening. So pray, hope, positive thoughts, whatever you do for good race weather tomorrow. Because tomorrow is worth $20,000. So all winners, come on down. Let's continue this fun and see who's going to be a champion of our House of Speed Shootout 10,000 to win inaugural night. I hear that rumbling underneath the tower. That means our winners are here and they are ready to see who's going to go into the semifinal round. Our one lone no box car of Tyler Banks. A door car of Jerry Pysick will be the first pair up. Can the lone no box car do it?
Right place, wrong time.
Here we go, folks. First pair in this quarterfinal round coming to the water box, getting ready to do their burnouts. In the Aeromotive left lane will be Tyler Banks, the lone no box car left. Dialed in at a 547. He's going up against Jerry Pysick, one of the two door cars left in the field. Dialed in at a 672. Winner continues on into the semifinal round to win some more money. And red light victory over to Jerry Pysick. Tyler Banks flips the switch a little too early, runs it out with a 548, 135. But Jerry sees it green, goes on through with a 673, 101. As we've got Jeremy Maples now out of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma in the Aeromotive left lane, dialed in at a 450. He's going up against Mr. Kyle Seacrest out of Norman, Oklahoma, dialed in at a 470. Two go down, one come back. Jeremy's ready. Kyle's ready. Here comes Anders. And red light went over to Jeremy Maples. Breaks out of the top end with a 449, 152. But he's going to continue on as Kyle lifts his button and pinch too early as well. 486, 118. And here we've got our final pair. Mr. Todd Piper from St. George, Kansas, dialed in at a 469 in the left lane. Going up against a door car of Jaron Miller, dialed in at a 534 from Lyons, Kansas. They're ready to rock and roll. Green lights for this pair. They're not going to give it up that easy. And Todd Piper takes the win light. Gets a 008 on the tree at 477, 133. And Jaron Miller still cuts a good light at 26, 550, 129. So our semis are set for the House of Speed Shootout. So moving on to the next round will be Jeremy Maples, Jerry Pysick, and Mr. Todd Piper. Into the semis. Sorry, that I said finals, didn't I? I meant semis.
Yep, you did. And
Yeah, Warren gave me a look. Trust me, I got the look. Well, the piece of paper got a look, and I had to relook at it. So semis are set with Jeremy Maples. He'll get the bye run, and Jerry Pysick and Todd Piper will duke it out to see who's gonna compete in the final round. So more and fun races coming up at you next. once again, want to remind everybody about the fun does not stop tonight. 8 a.m. tomorrow, track goes hot with time trials. No box green cards are going to start us off, followed by door car green cards, dragster green cards. Then we'll swing back around for no box blue cards, door car blue cards, and dragster blue cards before we go into round 1 of eliminations. So just remember that track goes hot tomorrow, 8 a.m. So the fun will not stop tonight, and there's more money to be won tomorrow. So make sure you guys are ready to go. Also, it should be a good day. We'll get that 64-car shootout in and later on in the day tomorrow. So that will be exciting. 64 cars shooting it out. Dang, Mother Nature put a delay on us today, so we didn't get to do it. Also, if you win money at this weekend, it doesn't matter if it's today, tomorrow, whatever. If you're in the money and you do not have a 2021 W9 on file already here at Heartland Motorsports Park, make sure you come visit me up here in the tower, and we'll make sure you get one filled out so that you can get your winnings. So it's been a great and fabulous day so far. I mean, yeah, the weather kind of started us off a little late, but it's all good. We've all mustered through, and you guys have been making some great and solid passes down this drag strip so far this weekend, and it's been super exciting for all of us here in the tower, and I know you folks watching as well, including the ones on the live stream, whether you're checking us out during or watching it later. It's been a great and fabulous day so far, and it's just been beginning, because once again, tomorrow, 8 a.m., time trials for a whole nother day of fun. And make sure, racers, you come and get these W9s filled out if you need one on file for the 2021 season. You want to make sure you get your money. Well, we need that W9. And our semifinal round is set for tonight. Jeremy Maples, Jerry Pysick, and Todd Piper are the 3 cars standing.
You don't like that car?
So we're not done yet.
It's a nicer car than
But make sure you guys are getting something to eat, something to drink, staying hydrated.
I've been wanting to sell it for several years, but yeah, I want too much for it. So.
And we'll be having some more fun soon. All right, all right, all right. Attention, my semifinalists. To the staging lanes. Piper's already back there. So we're missing Jerry and Jeremy. Come on down to the staging lanes. We're ready to run this semifinal round. Semi-finals in the water box. Doing his burnout first. In the air motive left lane, Mr. Todd Piper from St. George, Kansas. He's dialed in at a 469. And he's going to go up against Jerry Pysick. And that 94 door car Camaro dialed in at a 674. So a 2-second wait for Mr. Piper before he gets his green light for this semifinal round. Pre-stage lights on. Jerry looks like he's trying to wiggle that stage light on. Yep, Todd's ready. Jerry's ready. Green and green. So away they go, and it's gonna be Todd Piper taking the win light with a 470 with a 141 miles an hour and an 18 on the tree to go into the final round. And he will be facing this gentleman coming up next. Jeremy Maples. And it looks to be that Jeremy Maples is going to take his green light and back her on up. So we'll give Todd Piper some cool down time, and then Jeremy Maples and Todd Piper will race in the finals for the big money. As we await this final round, don't forget 8 a.m. track hot. 7 a.m. the gates will open. Time trials, one for everybody. Starting off with no box green cards. So pretty much we're going to do all green cards first, then the blue cards. And it'll go no box, door card, dragster. If you haven't checked out the schedule, make sure that you do so. If you were in the money rounds, either part of the time this weekend, make sure you have a 2021 W9 on file here at Heartland Motorsports Park. If you don't, or if you're unsure, you can come up to the tower and see me, and we'll get you one filled out.
For $29
On Amazon.
So just keep that in mind tomorrow, as we will have another fun-filled day for the 20K Gambler race at the House of Speed Shootout. So hopefully you guys are having fun getting those cars all set and ready to go for tomorrow. And make sure if you haven't got those W9s filled out or need to, come see me up here and we will get that done for you. As we've got one round left, the final round between Jeremy Maples and Todd Piper, to see who's going to get the big check at the end of tonight. As we are waiting for this final round to begin, racers, if you're in the money at any point from tonight on, make sure you come up and see me in the tower and get that 2021 W9 filled out if you do not have one on file here at Heartland Motorsports Park for the 2021 season. Gates open at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Track goes hot at 8 with no box green cards, followed by door car green cards and dragster green cards. Then we'll do the no box blue cards, door car blue cards, and dragster blue cards before going into round 1 of eliminations. So make sure you guys check out that run order or listen through on the PA or 88.7 FM throughout the day tomorrow to know what's going on, because the run order will be a little bit different tomorrow. If you have not already checked it out, it has been posted on Heartland Motorsports Park Facebook page. I believe dragracer.tv also shared it, and I know me and some of the other employees and racers have probably shared it as well. If you do not have Facebook, link up with someone that does, and maybe they can send you a copy of the picture so you can have it. But track will go hot at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Gates open at 7. So make sure you no box green cards. You're going to be the first up. So make sure you're up and ready to go, followed by those door car green cards. And we're going to have lots more fun tomorrow, because it's going to be a beautiful day. And it's the second day of the inaugural House of Speed Shootout. So make sure you guys get some rest tonight and you're ready for tomorrow when that time comes, because Warren and I are going to have some fun for you. And dragracer.tv is here with me all weekend long, so it's great fun, especially for me. So we'll be getting to this final round of Jeremy Maples and Todd Piper here pretty soon. Well, you heard the music shut off. The crowd got a little bit bigger down here at the starting line. And engines have been turned on. So if you put all of that together, means final round time. Who's gonna win the big bucks tonight? Let's see. Coming up in the aeromotive left lane. I need that one like intense music, you know, like when they introduce boxers and stuff. I think I need to find that soundtrack for these final rounds. We'll let them get these burnouts out of the way. So hopefully y'all are ready for this after this long day. Final round. Aeromotive left lane. Todd Piper, St. George, Kansas. 469 dial in. Going up against Jeremy Maples from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Dialed in at a 450. Lots of racing going on for these two competitors. Lights are set and ready to go. Double reds, and Todd Piper will take the win with the least foul. So big money winner tonight, Mr. Todd Piper. 469, 145 miles an hour. Jeremy Maples just on his heels, 450 with the 2, 152. But congratulations tonight to Todd Piper, taking home the championship.
I'll finish up here.
Don't forget tomorrow, 8 a.m. track goes hot. 7 a.m. the gates open. One-time trial run. If you won money this weekend, tonight, or any other night this coming up week, make sure you come and fill out the 2021 W-9s. And so we have one on file for you. What a great day of racing, everybody. So glad you could come out and join us. And thanks for hanging in with us through that delay. As I know Todd Piper, we're going to try and get him to work his way down here to our Buck Roofing Winners Circle to congratulate our big winner tonight. And on behalf of all of us here at Heartland Motorsports Park and Mr. Warren Evans, my best friend this weekend, we will see you all bright and early tomorrow for some more fun.